Now today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter fallen in love with 7th year housemate Millie? Part 2 inch join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were buying your own, said Sirius, trying to keep a smile on his face. He felt bad too, because he was really trying to earn house points with his godson. He had bought the most expensive item he could. He had seen Harry's broom destroyed in that Quidditch match, and he was trying to make up for it now by giving presents he had missed for all these years. While he was on potions for getting his brain functioning, they still hadn't gotten the cocktail quite right yet to get it in perfect working order. They were still working on that. That's fine. You're just doing what you thought was your godfatherly duty. And I thank you very much, said Harry, getting up and giving his godfather a huge hug. He felt bad for not reacting the way he should have for getting this first present from his godfather. He should have been jumping up and down in joy over it. The man had gone and put such effort into it. Now he felt really bad for disappointing him. This was not turning out to be the Yule that it should have been. He's going to have to do something to make it up to Sirius. I can take it back and get something else, the dogman said, going to grab for the broom, and was smacked in the hand for his efforts. No, I love it very much, and it's one of the first gifts you ever gave me. I want to keep it and cherish it, said Harry, taking the broom out of the man's reach so he didn't grab for it. He put it over on the wall by the fireplace and said, "Don't you touch that. It's my broom now. You can't have it back." He even went so far as to stick his tongue out at him. The adults laughed, and everybody had a good time, and Yule went on. Soon enough, Harry had to go back to school, and Sirius had to go back to the hospital. But they all remembered that day and learned something very important about communication in a family. It wasn't something they would soon forget. It was a good thing it was something as simple as a gift instead of something where somebody got hurt. The rest of the third year went with a bunch of Quidditch games and a lot of fun. Nothing tremendous happened. Buckbeak was free and Hagrid got to keep his job. Everybody had a great time. Percy got valedictorian and graduated with great honors on his newts. And everybody was really sad to see that Phil was going to be going. But at least they were going to have Amy next year. Though for some reason Remus Lupin did resign, they never found out why. Just that he wasn't going to be there next year. He stated that he was going to be living with his best friend to help him recover from his time in prison. But Harry felt that he had a different reason that he was resigning. For some reason, he thought it had something to do with Snape, but he had no concrete proof. He was sure it was something to do with Remus being a werewolf, like they could keep it a secret. Everyone knew about it. They just didn't talk about it. The one good thing that came out of the year is that everybody that Harry knew how to do the Patronus charm. It had taken some time, but they all got it down, and Harry felt accomplished for this fact. Professor Lupin even found out that Neville was using the wrong wand. He was going to talk to Augusta Longbottom about it. Hopefully, Neville would be able to get his own wand. Harry had to go to the Dursleys for 2 weeks, because not even Sirius could figure out how the blood wards worked. All he knew was they had something to do with Lily's sacrifice, and they did need to be recharged. And if it wasn't for the fact that they had to do something with Harry's protection too, they wouldn't have bothered. Sirius had some words to say to the Dursleys. "Look here, Dursley, you lot better behave yourselves and be nice to my boy," he said to Vernon. He'd been released from St. Mungo's with a clean bill of health and mostly sane bill of health. They said he'll never be completely mentally healthy, but he was well enough to be in public. He sat there in all his aristocratic glory, just glaring at the fat man. They were sitting in the living room trying to be civil, but it was hard-pressed for the two men to do so. "Now see here, you can't come into my house and tell me what to do," the fat man blustered. He looked over at Sirius with his beady eyes, trying to be intimidating, but it was hard to be when the man looked like he was from money. And there was one thing that the Dursleys pandered to, and that was rich people, even if they were freaks. "I bloody well can. I'm Harry's godfather, and I want to make sure that you understand that I will come in here and turn you into teacups and leave you that way and walk away without a sweat on my brow," Sirius said menacingly, brandishing his wand. He did have no problem taking these people down. It wasn't exactly muggle baiting to him. It was vengeance. He didn't like the way they treated his godson. He had grown up in an abusive household. Sure, it was twice as abusive as Harry's was, but what his godson grew up with was still abusive. That's illegal. That has to be illegal. Petunia, tell him that's illegal. Vernon said, turning to his wife with a pleading tone. She had to know more about these freaks than he did. Her sister was one. I don't think they care, Vernon. Those freaks don't really care about us normal people at all. I know Lily would bring that boy over, and he would threaten me with things like that all the time. That's why they're freaks, the horse-faced woman said with a sneer on her face. She knew they didn't care anything about them. She knew that they'd come and turn them into teacups and leave them and walk away. That Snape boy said he'd do it all the time. Look, all you have to do is be nice to the boy for 2 weeks, and we'll come pick him up, Sirius said, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was getting a headache from talking to these two complete idiots. How hard was it just to be nice to somebody for 2 weeks? We're going to be over here every day to help with his homework and his self-defense, or he'll come over to my place. Either way, you won't be seeing much of him. Just be nice to him when he's here. That's all we're asking of you. Yes, said Millie. She put her hand on Sirius's arm to calm him down. She knew he was having trouble being around people, and she wanted to make sure he didn't snap at anybody, or worse, curse them. See, it won't be much different than last summer, said Harry, trying to defuse the situation. He didn't see what the issue was. The Dursleys weren't that difficult to deal with, especially now that they knew people were watching them. They'd leave him alone. Then why is this man threatening us? Demanded Vernon, pointing a finger at Sirius as if the man had threatened him, which he had. Because he just got out of prison and he doesn't know better, said the dark-haired teen, feeling a little vindictive because Vernon was a bit of an arse. And if he knew exactly who Sirius was, then maybe he would be a little bit nicer to Harry. I know who you are. You're that mass murderer, Sirius Black, said the wail of a man, leaning back as far as his chair would let him, which wasn't very far because it was a well-worn chair. I was exonerated, Sirius snarled. He was getting really tired of having to say that to people. It was in the news for weeks, both non-magical and magical. I don't care what you did to get out of your rightful sentence, said Vernon, trying to bluster up some courage. Yeah, I know what you are. You're a mass murderer, and you'll stay away from my family. He was still leaning back in his chair, trying to get as far away from the man he considered a killer. He didn't look very courageous sitting there, but he was trying to sound it. Whatever, just leave the boy alone. I'm out of here, said Sirius, getting up from the sofa he was sitting on and storming over to the door. And with that, he popped away. You'll have to forgive Sirius. He's still getting used to being around society, said Millie, also getting up from the sofa, but not going anywhere yet. You just keep him away from my family, said Mr. Dursley, relaxing now that the ex-convict was no longer in his house. He was, however, going to make sure that Harry was treated better this summer than he was last summer, because he wasn't going to have that man come back to his house and threaten his family again. As long as you treat Harry okay, you'll have no problems with Sirius, said Millie, going over to Harry and giving him a hug. Just get up to your room, boy, the fat man said, as if he had any say in what Harry was to do. You're a right treat, yes, said Millie, wrinkling her nose in Vernon's direction. Harry, I'll see you at 2 p.m. for your lessons. She turned and kissed him on the cheek, and then she too popped away. Harry just took his trunk and went up the stairs to his room and started on his summer homework. He only had to be here for 2 weeks, and he was just going to bide his time to get done what he had to do. As long as he did his homework, kept his head down, he would have no problems. Vernon and Petunia were terrified of the wizards, so they would leave him alone. Dudley could care less about what was going on around him, so that was okay too. The 2 weeks passed without issue. He just kept his head down, did his homework, spent a couple hours at Hogsmeade every day, and the time flew by. Harry made sure to write to his friends every day or call those that had a phone. They had a newfangled item on the market that he made sure to buy, and it was called the cellular phone. Sirius had given him the money to purchase one, and he barely got service out there in Hogsmeade. But he did have some, so he did call who he could, when he could, and therefore, he was able to keep in touch with his non-magical friends. Those like Dean and Hermione. For his magical friends, he was able to keep in touch with owls, Neville, and he wrote every single day. Neville was very lonely and wasn't able to come visit him very often because his gran was a very strict person. She didn't like him to leave the house for anything, so she kept him very close. It had taken a lot of convincing to get her to let him come visit the one time that he came to the Leaky Cauldron. Right now, they were trying to butter her up to get him to come with them to the Quidditch World Cup. At least the boy got his new wand, so there was that. Neville was over the moon over that. Sirius had gotten tickets, and it was a great event that they were really looking forward to going to. And Harry didn't want to go alone, and Hermione wasn't interested in going to see the Quidditch game. Neville was his best friend, besides Hermione, and he was still trying to convince her. Sirius said that he could take more than one person. So between the phone and the owls, he was in constant communication with two families. Between Harry, Millie, and Sirius, they were slowly wearing them down. Millie was working on the Grangers, and Sirius was working on the Longbottoms. Harry was working on Hermione. This was going to be quite an event, and he didn't want his friends to miss it if they could help it. His birthday came, and he was having a grand old time. He and Neville had decided to rent out the Leaky Cauldron for the day and have a joint birthday bash. So, all of their friends were able to show up, including the Weasleys. Everyone was partying heartily. They had the adults there, so Millie, Amy, Phil, Sirius, and even Remus Lupin were there. They were making sure that all the kids weren't going to mess up the joint. Amy wasn't quite an adult, but she was older than the other teenagers, bar the twins. "I don't think I've ever seen so many kids in one place at one time," said Sirius, watching all the teenagers having fun with the abject horror. They were almost as loud as the prisoners at Azkaban with their yelling and shouting. But these teens were having fun, and the inmates definitely had not been. And that made a lot of difference to Sirius's psyche. "I just got through teaching, so I've seen them all in one place at one time," said Remus, clapping his friend on the back in commiseration. He knew what his friend was thinking. He just felt bad for him. Sirius still wasn't used to a lot of loud noises. That's why he was still happy in Hogsmeade. It was a nice, quiet village. "I see them in self-defense classes all the time," said Millie. She smiled as she watched Harry and Neville joke around with Susan. She could see Harry was now getting to the age where he could see that Susan was a girl. She and Sirius were going to have to sit him down and have a talk soon. First, she was going to have to sit Sirius down and discuss what kind of talk they were going to have. She didn't want to have a miscommunication again. "I'm still in school, so," said Amy, trailing off. This was kind of tame for her. Even the Weasley twins were acting normally for her. The Hufflepuff common room was rather rambunctious when they wanted it to be, especially after a big Quidditch victory. "I just got out of school," said Phil with a casual shrug of his shoulder. He too was used to lively teenagers and kids. "You're just out of touch, Padfoot," said Remus, giving his friend's shoulder a squeeze. "I guess," said Sirius, slumping down in his chair. He didn't like feeling out of touch with everybody. Everybody else was so used to all this noise and all these people, and he felt just so closed off and jumpy, and it was not good for him to feel this way. He wondered if he was ever going to feel normal like everybody else. "Oops, I'd better go stop the twins from doing what they're about to do," said Millie, and with that, she took off to go stop the Weasley twins from whatever they were about to do to Harry. "She really is good to them, isn't she?" said Sirius. The more he got to know Millie, the more he liked her. She was really good to Harry, and she was actually pretty good for his mind as well. She had a calming effect on him. "She takes really good care of Harry," said Phil. "She got him out of a bad situation, and she was there for them from the beginning of Hogwarts." "How did you get roped into this?" asked Remus. It had been something he wondered from the first time he'd seen the boy enter the compartment on the train. "I was part of her self-defense class, and we've been friends in Hogwarts since, I don't know, third year." "My third year anyway," Phil said, getting reminiscent. "We ran together. She's the one who got me into it. And when we were running one day, I noticed that she brought the furs ties and that she was paying special attention to Harry. I asked her about it one day, and she said that he just seemed to be a special kid and that she knew he was abused at home, and she wanted to help him. And then when she told me she was graduating and she needed somebody to keep an eye on him at school, I just kind of volunteered," he said, all the while looking at Millie as if she was a special kind of person. "Oh, that was really nice of you. And how did that go for you?" said Sirius. He didn't notice the admiration in Phil's eyes and wondered if there was any kind of romantic inclination there. "Actually, I'm pretty good, I thought," Phil said, turning his attention to the people talking to him. "I didn't think I would be a really good mentor, but the last 2 years have been really nice. I helped out Harry a lot. He helped me a lot too, by giving me a sense of purpose." He smiled broadly at them, feeling proud of himself for what he had done and accomplished in the last 2 years. "Oh," was all the other three said. "Yeah. I didn't think I'd be a responsible adult until I had something to be responsible about." The now adult continued. "Now I think I'm going to be a really good father, and that was something that made me feel good about myself." There was nothing like patting oneself on the back for a job well done. Sirius said, thinking that over. All we ever did in school was play jokes and pranks, said Remus. Then again, it had been his responsibility to take care of the Marauders while they were in school. He had been the one to keep them out of trouble and make sure that their homework was done and everything, but they had been the same age and they didn't listen to him all the time, so it wasn't exactly the same thing. Would he be a good father? Well, not everybody can be a mentor, said Amy, giving both the older men a winning smile. It was almost as if she was placating them. And how did you get roped into it? Sirius asked her in an almost condescending manner. I just followed Phil into the compartment, and boom, there Hermione was acting all high and mighty, and I just kind of had to help talk her down. I'm more a mentor towards her than I am towards Harry, but I'll be there for him too, she said, making wide hand gestures as if to explain what she's doing was very important. Which to her it was, cause Hermione needed a lot of guidance in her opinion. Yeah, she does need a woman figure, doesn't she? Doesn't say much for her mother, does it? Queried Remus, watching Hermione, who was surrounded by boys and not many of the girls. She didn't seem to get along with the young ladies at all. She did seem to hang around with Harry and Neville a lot, though. And not in a girly, I want to be your girlfriend type of way. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I just think she needs a younger hand than her mother. I think they had her late in life, Amy said in a chastising manner. Oh, Remus said questioningly. Yeah, I met her mother. She's a very sweet lady, but she's a little on the older side, she said. Yeah, the younger lady said, hoping that the older man learned better than just to jump judgment like that. You would think a man of his age would know better, especially for a teacher. And with that, the party went on, and everybody had a great time. The birthday presents were handed out, mostly books and broom service and repair kits. Some clothes from the adults, sweets from the other kids. And after a while, the leaky cauldron was handed back to Tom, and everybody went home having had a good time. Harry finally got the confirmation that both Neville and Hermione would be joining him for the Quidditch World Cup. He was ecstatic that both of them would be coming and went home a very happy young man. It was a great birthday, turmoil in the head and at the game. Thanks for all the reviews. Just to let you know, I absolutely hate writing fourth year. Plus, this is a warm and fuzzy FIC, so I have to keep with that. Yeah, it was towards the end of August that Harry had a horrible dream. He was dreaming of a man that was walking towards a house because he heard a noise. When he got to the house, he saw two men and a strange child with a large snake, and they were talking about killing someone or setting them up. He wasn't sure, but magic was involved. When the man confronted them, he was hit with a spell, and it killed him, and then the snake ate him. It was a horrible dream, and it scared Harry, and his scar hurt terribly. And Harry woke up, and he knew that it was Voldemort. He went and told Millie. Millie! 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 Harry called as he ran down the hallway to her room. It was the middle of the night, and he didn't really care if he woke up the entire village. He wanted Millie. He hadn't felt this insecurity since he was 11 years old, and he was 14 now. But this was a terrifying dream. It was almost as bad as listening to his parents die, because it was so real. It was as if he was the one who was killed and eaten by a snake. What is it, Harry? Millie said as she came out of her room, putting her sash around her robe. She hadn't seen Harry this upset ever. Not even the time he was kidnapped. I just had a terrible dream, he said as he grabbed her arms, and he told her about it. What do I do about it? My scar is hurting something terrible. That was one of the scarier parts, is how bad his scar hurt. The last time that happened was when he was around Voldemort. I don't know. Do you think this dream is real? She asked, brushing his hair aside to look at the inflamed scar to see if it looked any different. It did look a bit redder than usual, but other than that it just looked like a normal scar. Well, a normal cursed scar. It felt so real, and he was so angry and so joyful at the same time. I just don't understand. Why is Voldemort in my head? Harry asked. He was trembling from head to foot. This was not something he was used to dealing with. Millie always took care of everything. Let's go and see if Sirius is awake. And if he's not, we'll wake him up and see what he has to say about it. He knows more about the dark arts than we do. This is important. I'm sure he won't mind if we get him up, she suggested. Sirius always said that if they needed anything, they could come and talk to him. And he was well versed in the dark arts. His family was known for it. They were as black as their name. Okay, I'll go get dressed, or at least put some shoes on, Harry said. It was times like this that he really wished that the wizarding world had telephones. It would be so much easier just to call Sirius up and have him come to them. With that, the two of them put some clothes and shoes on and rushed over to Sirius' cottage, which wasn't far from her flat. Millie banged on the door to wake Sirius up. He was often awake at this time at night because he had a hard time sleeping still. It didn't take long for Sirius to answer the door. He was still dressed for the day, even though his clothes were rumpled, and he had a coffee cup in his hand. He looked like he had just been sitting and brooding. "What's wrong?" he said. He had already been mostly awake. He had a hard time sleeping this night. The one thing he wasn't doing was drinking. That's the one thing the doctor said he really shouldn't do on the potions he was on. So, he just sat and agonized. "Sirius, Harry just had a horrible nightmare. And we were wondering if you had time to talk to us," Millie asked as she stood in the warm summer's night air waiting for him to answer. She didn't think so. He would never turn them away, but she wasn't going to just rush into his house either. "That was rude. I always have time for you too," the dogman said. He opened the door and let them in. "Tell me about this dream." He led them into the dining area of his home and sat them at the table and offered them each a cup of coffee. Harry was a little young for coffee, but it was late at night, and they were going to need it to fortify them to keep them awake through this. They both accepted the cup, and Harry doctored his with a lot of sugar and cream. Then the teen told him about the dream, how he felt, and how his scar hurt, and Sirius was very concerned about that scar. "Does your scar hurt often, Harry?" he asked. He had an inkling as to what it was, and he was going to have words with Dumbledore about that because he had a feeling the headmaster knew what it was too. There was no way that the old bastard didn't know what was going on. "The only time it's ever happened before was when I was around Professor Quirrell," the teen said, remembering well the time he had been kidnapped. "Tell me about that," his godfather said, leaning back in his chair to listen to the story about his godson. So, Harry told him about the kidnapping in his first year and what had happened and how his scar felt then, and the times that hurt when he was in his classroom. "And you say that this professor had Voldemort sticking out of the back of his head?" Sirius asked, again confirming his suspicions. There are only a few things that he knew of that would leave somebody a wraith like that. "Yes, he talked to me and everything. It was horrible. He kept saying things like it was all my fault, he was the way he was," Harry said, shuddering at the remembrance. "I'll have to do some research about this and find out what's going on. Don't you worry. You let the adults take care of it. Until then, every time you have a dream like this, write it down, keep some sort of diary, and give it to an adult, okay?" Sirius said, putting his hands on Harry's head and rubbing it gently, trying to ease the boy's pain. "Okay, but I want to know why this man is in my head. It's scaring me," the teenage boy said, looking in both the adult's eyes and wondering what he was going to do about this new fear in his life. He did take comfort in the fact that these two were here. He'd hate to think what it would be like if he was just alone with the Dursleys. He shuddered at that thought. "I know, and I understand that it's scary, but we're going to figure it out, okay?" his godfather said, letting go of his grandson and looking at Millie like, "What are we going to do?" This was new to him. He didn't know how to handle a scared teenager. She was more of an old hand at it than he was. "All right," Harry said, taking a deep breath and relaxing just a little bit. "I'm going to trust you on this. I trust Millie, so I'm going to trust you." He gave his godfather a watery smile. He took a large drink of his now cooled coffee. It was bitter now that it wasn't hot, but he drank it anyway. "Thank you, Harry. I also want you to practice your clemency. That'll help keep the dreams at bay. You should be doing it every night before you go to bed. I know the nightmares about your parents stopped for a while now, that the Dementors aren't near, but you need to practice it every night now to keep these at bay too. Do you understand?" Sirius said, looking at the boy's face. It was very important that he understood just how important the practice of clearing his mind was, especially if Voldemort was going to be rummaging through his brain. "Yes, sir," the dark-haired teen said, giving a huge yawn. Now that the panic was over, he was tired again. He did understand now that clearing his mind would keep the Dark Lord out of his head. He would not forget his occlumency again. "Okay, why don't you two head back to Millie's place and try and get some sleep? I know I'm going to try and get some, and tomorrow I'll start research to find out what's going on so we can get this taken care of," Sirius said, getting up and giving Harry a big hug. He then turned around and surprised Millie by giving her one too, and whispering in her ear, "Don't worry, I got this." "Thanks, Sirius," Millie said, returning the hug. She was going to sit down and talk with him as soon as Harry went back to school, and she was going to have a very serious talk with him about what was going on, but she didn't want to have it with Harry around in case it was something that he didn't need to know about. Not that she wanted to keep secrets from Harry, but there were just some things that the teen didn't need to know about at this time. The dark arts was not something you should dabble in until you were older. At least 16 years old. That was when your core was mature enough to handle them. And with that, Millie and Harry went back to her flat, and Harry made a vow to practice occlumency every single night. It helped with organizing his mind anyway. He just didn't know why he had stopped practicing it at the Dursleys. The nightmares of his parents' death had gone away about a month ago, and so he had just stopped practicing it when they hadn't come back. Now he gets it, he was just going to have to do it every night for the rest of his life. The Quidditch World Cup was something that Harry had been looking forward to for quite some time. The camping was a great time, and Neville and Hermione had great fun with him as well. Setting up camp was fun, and going through all the booze was fun too. They bought all sorts of stuff that they really didn't need, but they had a great time meeting all the people from all different walks of life. Seeing how wizards thought muggles were supposed to dress was a hoot. There were people dressed in kilts and nightgowns and all sorts of dresses. There was even a man wearing a rain poncho and boots. It was just bizarre how they were attired. The game itself was exciting, and Ireland won even though Crumb caught the snitch. It had been intense and nail-biting, and everybody sat on the front of their seats watching it. Unless they were like Hermione, who was just there to placate their friend. It went by so fast that the commentator was just calling out names instead of plays. The chaos afterwards was insane, and they thought they were going to be caught by the Death Eaters. While they were hiding in the woods, they ran into Draco Malfoy. He was disparaging against Hermione. Both Harry and Neville punched him in the nose, and they continued to run. They were surprised when the dark mark was shown in the sky. It was then that Neville noticed that his new wand was missing. When Barty Crouch came and accused them of causing it, Sirius got very upset. "How dare you accuse these kids of causing the dark mark?" he said, getting up in Crouch's face, ready to throw punches at the man. "What is the matter with you? First you threw me in prison, and now you're accusing Harry Potter, of all people, of causing the dark mark in the sky. What is wrong with you, man?" He never liked this little man. For all he cared, he could just disappear off the face of the earth, and he would never miss him. Nobody would. Somebody had to have cast it, Crouch stated, getting right back into Sirius' face as if he had the right to. If he had it his way, this man would go right back to prison where he thought he belonged. As far as he was concerned, he was black as his name. There wasn't a black alive that didn't belong in prison. This is Neville Longbottom. Do you honestly believe that the boy, whose parents are in St. Mungo's because of Death Eaters, would have cast the dark mark? The irate man said, pointing at Neville, who was looking at him in slight betrayal, but firmed his face and looked at Crouch like he was insane. "Well, now that you mentioned it, I don't believe so, no," the man said, looking at the sandy-haired boy, who was looking at him defiantly, as if to dare him to say that he would put the dark mark in the sky. Everybody in the Ministry knew the Longbottom story, and everybody knew that there was no way that Neville would cast this dark spell. "And that's Harry Potter, Harry Bloody Potter. Do you honestly think he would have cast the dark mark?" Sirius all but bellowed in the man's face. Because honestly, who would think that Harry Potter would cause the dark mark? Well, no, of course not. This time, Crouch had an honest, contrite look on his face. He looked nervously around at the men surrounding him because they were all looking at him like he was stupid. If there was one person in the entire wizarding world that would not put the dark mark in the sky, it was the boy who lived. And the other girl is Muggleborn. A Muggleborn? What is wrong with you, man? The dogman said, pointing at Hermione, who just stuck her chin out. Well, somebody had to have cast it. Who else would it have been? The other man blustered. He was looking like a fool in front of his men, and he wasn't sure how to take that. Well, they weren't actually his men. He wasn't the head of the department anymore, but he was the head of a department, and he was still in control of some of the Aurors. "If you bothered to ask us, sir," said Hermione, who was still holding her head high, "we would have told you that a deep voice came from over in those bushes." She pointed her hand off to the bushes to the right, where they had heard the voice come not moments before. The people came and cast stunners at them. They had heard them pop in and ducked immediately, or they would have been knocked out on the ground. "You lot go there and search those bushes," said Crouch, ordering some Aurors that were standing around laughing at him. While internally, they wouldn't dare laugh at him aloud. He was still high enough in the Ministry hierarchy that he could have their jobs if they did that. So the Aurors went over and started searching the bushes. They soon came back with a house elf and Neville's wand. "Here now, that's my wand," said Neville, going to grab for the wand only to have Crouch snatch it from his hand. He glared at the man for taking it from him. It was his wand, after all. Who did the man think he was? "So you did cast it," said Crouch, holding the wand up in the air as if it were a golden trophy. "I did not," said Neville, reaching out to snatch the wand from Crouch, only to have it jerked away from him. "It was stolen from me during the game." He tried one more time for his wand, but it was still kept out of his reach. He truly couldn't wait for his growth spurt. He had a feeling he was going to get quite tall, and then he'd show this short man what for. "Oh, that's a likely story," said Crouch Sr., examining the wand as if it was a piece of evidence, which actually it was, but it was, Neville said, looking at Sirius pleadingly. He was truly hoping the only other adult on their side would get in the man's face again. It was a sight to see Sirius get all presumptuous. "I can vouch for that," Harry said, speaking for the first time, but also looking at Sirius with a pleading look. "He said it was missing when we were running from the Death Eaters." "And you would vouch for your friend," said the pompous man, waving his hand dismissively. "Here you go, accusing innocent people again," said Sirius, turning on Crouch like an avenging angel. He wasn't going to stand by and let him walk all over these kids. The last thing he was going to do was let him railroad a bunch of children into jail, that was for sure. If the boys say they didn't cast the dark mark, then they didn't cast it. The young lady said it was a deep voice, and you found the wand yards away from them. Where in all that do you think the young man with a high voice and standing right here could cast a dark mark? He concluded. "Here now, Barty, isn't that your elf?" Ludo Bagman said, gesturing to the elf that they had found the wand with, who was trying to look as unobtrusive as possible. "Winky, what are you doing here?" Crouch bristled, as if he didn't know what his elf was doing there. "And what are you doing with a wand?" And that he probably didn't know. "Winky is not doing anything. Winky is only doing as she is told," said the elf in a squeaky voice as she worried her tea towel. She looked very scared. She was nervously looking up at her master as if she was going to be fired any minute now. "You know this means clothes," said Barty. He had a nervous look about him, too, as if he was about to be caught out on something. "But Winky is only doing as she is told." "Winky is not doing anything. Winky is not knowing how," the elf squeaked. She was pleading with her master not to free her. She had done nothing wrong. She kept saying that over and over and over again. But Barty Crouch did not listen and handed Winky clothes and freed the poor elf. "You're an arsehole," said Sirius. "You know elves can't use wands." "Winky, I take you as my elf," he told the elf, putting his hand on her head. "Which is all you really needed to do to take an elf." "Winky accepts." Winky said, too overjoyed about not being free to worry about what Crouch would think. "Here now, you can't do that," said Barty, nervously sweating as if he was scared that his secrets were about to be revealed. "You'll find I can." "You just freed her," said the dogman, who noticed the sweat. He told Winky to go back to his place in Hogsmeade. He grabbed Neville's wand, and then he took the kids and went back to the tent in the campground. "Come on, you lot, we need to get home. It's getting cluttered around here." So, Sirius, Harry, Hermione, and Neville gathered all their things and went back to Millie's house and told her what happened. She was decidedly upset that she missed it, but she had to stay to run her business. She was exceedingly happy that everybody was not hurt, and had set everybody down and gave them cocoa and made them tell her the whole story. "Well, it sounds like you all had a really good time, but then again, not yet," she said as she refilled their cups. She was really beating herself up that she hadn't been there, that she had scheduled classes and hadn't had the time to take off. Her business was too new to be able to close it for the 3 days it would take to see the World Cup. "It was fun at first, but then it got scary," said Harry, picking his cup up and taking a fortifying slow sip. There was nothing like Millie's hot cocoa. She put extra chocolate in it and made it nice and creamy. They drank in silence for a few minutes until everyone was done. "Well, let's get the rest of you home. Sirius, you take Hermione, and I'll just make sure Neville gets home." "Yeah," she said, gathering all the cups up and putting them in the drain board. She made sure everybody had all their stuff with them and started hustling them to where they needed to go. "Okay," said Sirius, and he waited until she was done getting Hermione ready and escorted the girl home. Millie took Neville to the flue and made sure that he got home, and then came back and gave Harry a hug. I'm sorry that your camping trip turned out so bad in the end, but I'm glad you had a good time in the beginning, she said as she guided him to the living room and sat him on the couch so that they could cuddle a little bit. That's okay. I've got you now, and you and Sirius will make everything all right, said Harry, snuggling down into her embrace. We'll do our very best, said Millie. You go to bed now. Harry let out a huge yawn and then nodded and got up and went to go get ready for bed. He came back down in his pajamas, and they snuggled for a little while longer, but he was really tired from all the excitement of the night and went to bed shortly thereafter. Sirius came back a little while later. He took the chair opposite hers, next to the fireplace. So how are we going to do this? He asked, staring at the empty fireplace. It was too warm for a fire right now, but the fireplace was pretty anyway. We're just going to take it one day at a time, yes, said Millie. She just really hoped that he was mentally up to the challenge. She knew he had been in the last war, but she hoped that he was able to hold up in this one. Not that she wanted to be at war, but if the dark mark was in the sky and the Death Eaters were out, then it didn't bode well. I think I can handle that, the dogman said, sighing a huge sigh, but giving her a normal look, like he could handle anything that came up, and he was going to be there right by her side handling it. And the two of them sat down and hashed out how they were going to handle the new death threats, because what was coming meant war, and that meant the adults had to plan. And somehow, some way, Harry Potter was going to be smack dab in the middle of it, and they were going to have to be right by his side. Who is Junior? Thanks for all the reviews. Sirius came over to Millie's flat the next morning. Harry and Millie were sitting down for breakfast, and Sirius had a serious look on his face. I have some interesting news, he said, going up to the counter and pouring himself a cup of coffee. He sat at the table with them, but did not partake in breakfast yet because he was not invited. He may not have been taught complete manners by his mother, but he was taught enough to know not to just serve himself up food when not asked. It was pancakes with blueberries and whipped cream. There was also some bacon and sausage. Oh, said Millie, waving at him to continue. She was hoping that he would go ahead and serve himself up some breakfast, that he felt at home enough to do so. It was a tedious process getting him to feel that way, but she was working on it. I was talking to Winky last night, and according to her, Crouch Jr. is still alive, he said, giving a huge yawn because he had been up all night last night talking to the elf and getting Crouch's secrets. That man did have quite a few secrets, too. When he got around to either blackmailing him or telling on him, Crouch was either going to jail or Sirius was going to be a very rich man. Not that he wasn't already a rich man, but he was going to be far richer. Crouch was nothing to sneeze at, and he would milk him for everything he had too. That elf was a wealth of information. That is interesting news, the younger woman said, taking a bite of her blueberry pancakes. She waved her fork at Sirius, offering to let him have some, but he still steadfastly ignored her. What are we going to do about it? She inquired, sighing a small sigh. Who's Crouch Jr.? Asked Harry, ignoring the semi-polite byplay going on by the adults. He didn't understand why Sirius didn't just chow down on the food. It was delightful food. A man who's supposed to be dead, said Sirius, taking a sip of his delicious coffee. He didn't know what Millie did to her coffee, but it tasted much better than his did. I know he's supposed to be dead because he died in prison. And I was there. He remembered that day well, because Junior had gotten visitors a few days before from his mom and dad. Oh, was all Harry said. Well, what are we going to do about this? Wondered Millie. She had no idea what to do with this information. Did she go to Madame Bones? Would the woman even believe her? She was just some little muggle-born who owned a shop in Hogsmeade. How would she even come about this information? She could say that the house elf told her. But who believed house elves? I don't know, said Sirius, getting up to top off his coffee. This is the type of information we can't really sit on, but we can't really tell anybody either. Nobody would believe us. He sat back down at the table again and looked longingly at the pancakes in the middle. We just have to keep our eyes out, said Millie. And then, finally giving up on being polite, said to Sirius, why don't you join us for breakfast, Sirius? She waved her wand at the pile of pancakes in the middle and reheated them, making the smell permeate the air. I guess you're right about Junior, said Sirius, happily digging into the pile of blueberry pancakes and sausages. I'm not sure what's going to go on, but he was the Death Eater, so we're just going to have to keep our eyes out. You're right. This might have something to do with Harry's dream. Harry, do you remember much about it? He turned to his godson and looked at him inquiringly. He didn't want to be right, but with Voldemort, there was always a chance that trouble was brewing. All I know is there was 2 men and a child, Harry said, dropping his fork on his plate, not wanting to eat any more now that he was going to have to talk about that nightmare. He was almost done anyway, but the food had lost its taste. Tell me about the two men. Sirius had no such qualms. He was digging into the food with gusto, and he was enjoying every bite of it. Well, one of them was kind of short and looked like a rat, and the other one was kind of tall and kind of nondescript, though he kept doing this weird thing with his tongue. And the child wasn't really a child. It was an adult in a child's body. Harry described the three beings as best as he could. He didn't really see much about them. He heard them more than saw them. He was with the man most of the time, the man that had gotten killed. Wormtail, said Sirius, thinking of the rat-like man. Now that made him lose his appetite. He threw his fork down and pushed his plate away. It was a good thing he had eaten before he came. Still, he missed the thought of those blueberry pancakes. They were very good. Who's Wormtail? Asked Millie. She was lamenting over the fact that her meal was going half-eaten. She was going to have to put the rest of the pancakes into the chill box for another day. I hadn't heard of any escape from Azkaban, but it sounds like Peter Pettigrew might have escaped, Sirius said, and he didn't sound too happy about it. Then again, Azkaban was supposed to be inescapable. But if he escaped, then obviously Wormtail could. Why didn't they put him in inhibiting cuffs? They knew he was an animagus, perhaps inside help, and that was why the hush-up? Don't you think we would have heard about that, yeah? She asked, reaching over and patting his arm, hoping to keep him calm. She knew how emotional he got when things were attached to his past. And Peter Pettigrew was definitely part of his past that he did not like. Not if the Ministry is keeping it under wraps. They would do something like that after what happened with me, the dogman said. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his anger under control. He hated to think that they would keep that from him. But then again, he knew people like Fudge would do something like that just to keep the public in compliance. Yes, that does sound like something they would do. I think you should check with Madam Bones. Just in case, the young lady suggested, getting up and starting to take the plates into the drain board. Harry put the rest of the food into the chill box to be prepared for another day. They had no problem eating leftovers for dinners on days nobody wanted to cook. Breakfast for dinner, a novel concept. Oh, you bet your sweet arse, I will, Sirius said, going directly to the floor. He came back 10 minutes later stomping mad. Yes, Peter Pettigrew has escaped from Azkaban, he said, popping down into his chair and grabbing his coffee, which was the only thing left on the table. He took a large drink of the coffee and then zapped his wand at it to heat it up. I also told her I wanted to talk to her about what I learned from Winky. She said she didn't have time until after the kids went to Hogwarts, he grumbled. That is disconcerting, Millie said, joining him at the table with her own cup of coffee. So, we think that two dead men and a not kid, who we are pretty sure is Voldemort, are plotting to kill me? Harry asked, retaking his own seat after putting all the food away. He had a glass of pumpkin juice. It wasn't a question he wanted to ask, but it was a question that needed to be put out there. Not necessarily kill you, but they're plotting something, Sirius said, rubbing his forehead. He was trying to figure out what the heck was going on and why these people were after his godson. Well, he knew why Voldemort was after him, but why was everybody else after him? Actually, scratch that, he did not know why Voldemort was after his godson. All he knew was that he tried to kill him as a baby and now was after him again. What should I do? Said Harry. There was a tremble in his voice. He really didn't know what he should be doing right now. Should he be training? Should he be working harder? Should he be? What should he be doing? Just keep your eyes out and watch out for any plots. We'll keep up with your self-defense classes, yeah. Make sure you can get away if you have to, yeah, Millie said, going over to him and hugging him as hard as she could. She was feeling very bad for him right now because he must be feeling so scared. He was no way prepared to take on a Dark Lord, and there was no time to prepare a 14-year-old boy to take on a 70-year-old man, somebody with over 50 years of experience. Sirius and Millie shared a look over Harry's head. They had no idea how they were going to handle this situation, but they were going to do it together, and they were going to make sure Harry made it through whatever was to come. They were going to get together with all the other adults that had seen Harry through so far, and they were going to do their best. The rest of the summer went by with nothing else happening. The two adults plotted, and Harry just went on being a teenager. And soon enough, it was time to get on the Hogwarts Express and go back to Hogwarts. Harry and his friends discussed what was going on and decided to leave it up to the adults. The only mentor they had at Hogwarts anymore was Amy, but they've decided that they were now old enough that they could handle things themselves. They did all miss Phil, though. It wasn't until the welcoming feast that Dumbledore introduced the Triwizard Tournament that Harry realized that perhaps he wasn't old enough to handle it himself. When he got to his room that night, he whipped out his mirror and called Millie. Sirius had made sure that he had the mirror for communication, and he wanted to make sure that she knew about it right away. "Millie," he called into the mirror. He tried to sound calm. He didn't want to be in a panic when he called her. He just wanted to make sure she knew what was going on. "What's up, Harry? You just got there, yeah?" she asked, she too trying to sound as calm as she could be. But he was calling her immediately after he got there, so that couldn't be good news. "Dumbledore has introduced the Triwizard Tournament," the teenage boy said after taking a deep, calming breath. He wanted to get it all out in one go. He looked her dead in the eyes when he said it, knowing that this is going to be the plot that tried to kill him. "Oh, that man," she said, anger palatable on her voice. "Wait until I get my hands on him. I just know somehow you're going to get roped into this." Sparks were literally flying from her eyes. "I'm not going anywhere near this," he protested, holding up his hands in "I'm not doing this" manner. "I'm going to stay as far away from it as possible." If he had his way, he would stay out of Hogwarts the entire time. Whatever they used to pick the contestants was in the castle. "I know you're not, sweetie, but somehow or another, you're going to wind up in the middle of it." "I just know it, yeah," she said, giving him a look of remorse. She just knew that because of the dream he had this summer and the way it played out in the World Cup, that he was going to be drawn as a participant in the Triwizard Tournament. And she just knew she was going to need to have a lawyer ready, and she was going to have to talk to Sirius, cause he was going to be the one to afford it. She was going to call him as soon as she knew Harry was done talking to him. "Well, what do I do? What do I do if that happens?" Harry asked, beginning to panic. The last thing he wanted was to be caught in this tournament. This is for adults, and he was only 14 years old. "You call me right away. I don't care if you're in the middle of the Great Hall. You take out that mirror and you call me, yeah. And then you call Sirius. And you don't budge from where you are," his older sister figure told him in a firm voice. If she spoke any firmer, she would be demanding it of him, but she was trying to remain calm. "What if they tell me to go somewhere?" Harry said, taking comfort in her tone. "You don't. You stay right where you are until I or Sirius gets there, yeah. Do you hear me?" she said, wishing she were there so she could take him in her arms and give him comfort. "I won't. I'll stay right where I'm at." "Oh, or I'll run from the Great Hall or wherever I'm at," the dark-haired boy said with determination. He loved Millie and would do anything she said, within reason. She had not steered him wrong yet anyway. "That's a better idea. Run out of the castle. Heck, run all the way to my house, yeah," she said with a small laugh, trying to add some humor into the situation. She was hoping by making him laugh a little bit, it would ease some of the tension she could see in his shoulders. She felt really bad for him right now. He was just a young boy. "I'd rather not have to do that. It's probably going to be cold out, but I will run to my dorm room or into an alcove or something and wait for you," he said, chuckling a little bit at her little joke. He knew she was only trying to help, and he appreciated the effort. "That's probably a better solution anyway. I want to be able to get into Dumbledore's face if I have to. But call both of us, me and Sirius both. I want us both to be there," she said in a softer tone. Not that she didn't mean it, but she just didn't want to be angry anymore. Not at him. She'd save her anger for those who deserved it. "All right, Millie, I will," Harry said. He really wished she were here right now, so he could give her a hug, but he'd have to deal with just smiling at her. With that, he disconnected the mirror and called Sirius and told him the same thing. He told Sirius that Millie basically gave him the same instructions. Harry wasn't too sure about his new data professor. His name was Alastair Mad-Eye Moody, and he was crazy. He used the unforgivables in the classes. He used them on spiders, sure, but then he tried to use them on the class. Well, the Imperious. Harry didn't stand for it. He got up and left. He wasn't going to let anybody use an unforgivable on him. Hermione, Neville, Dean, and Seamus left with him. The rest of the class was too unsure and stayed, and let him use it on them. Harry was called to Dumbledore's office. He called Sirius before he got there. "I have to go and see the headmaster. Can you come?" he asked the dogman. He would have asked Millie, but he knew she had classes right now, and Sirius was doing nothing. At least he hoped he was doing nothing. As far as he knew, the man didn't have a job. "Sure," his godfather said. "Wait, and I'll be right there." And then he disconnected the mirror. The dark-haired teen sat in the hallway and watched people go by, just sitting there, leaning against the wall. He had his backpack down by his feet and his foot propped against the wall. People stared at him as they went by, wondering what he was doing outside the headmaster's office. He just nodded his head at them, as if it was something he did every day. Harry waited for a good 5 minutes, and Sirius showed up. "Well, let's get this over with," Sirius said, clapping Harry on the shoulder and giving the gargoyle a look and saying, "We have an appointment with the headmaster." That's all it took for the gargoyle to move aside. The two of them rode up the stairs to Dumbledore's office. They waited at the door until Dumbledore said, "Enter." "Sirius, what are you doing here, my boy?" the old man said as he looked over his half-moon spectacles, leaning forward in his chair, a little bit in surprise. He really hadn't expected the man to show up with Harry. He expected the boy to be alone and scared. "You called my ward to your office," the dogman said, taking one of the chairs and directing Harry to do the same. He sat so nonchalantly, as if he had not been called to the headmaster's office for any reason other than an idle chat. "I was under the impression that he was Miss Foster's ward," Albus said, somewhat warily. He could deal with somebody as young as Millie Foster, but he could not deal with somebody as wily as Sirius Black. "He's still my godson. What did you need from him?" Sirius asked. He wasn't going to let anybody walk all over Harry. If Millie couldn't be here, then he definitely was going to be. "Harry, my boy, why did you leave Professor Moody's class?" the headmaster asked, turning his attention towards the boy who he hoped was intimidated by his mere presence. "He was going to cast an unforgivable on me," Harry said, giving a casual lift of his shoulder. He thought it was obvious, and he was sure the headmaster knew that. "Now I'm sure he would not have hurt you, my boy," the old man said with a twinkle in his eye. He was the one that gave permission for Alastair to do that. He felt it would give the kids a good constitution to have at least the Imperius cast on them. "You were going to let one of your teachers cast an unforgivable on the students? Have you lost your bloody mind? They are called unforgivables for a reason," Sirius said, standing and leaning over the desk, getting into the headmaster's face. Now, I'm sure Alastair knows what he's doing," Dumbledore said, not the least bit concerned that this man was right in his face, practically spitting on his nose. "That is not the point, Albus, my boy. They're called unforgivables for a reason. They hurt your psyche just being used on you." Harry was well within his rights to leave the classroom and not have them use on him, Sirius said, backing up, sitting back down in his chair in a huff. He turned and looked at his godson with a proud smile. Nevertheless, he cited an incident causing half the class to leave with him, the old man said, giving everybody a frown. Like an old grandfather who was disappointed in his grandson, which is well within their rights too. "I'll not have you dock my godson for using his Merlin-given right to leave the classroom and not have an unforgivable used on him," the irate man said, still ready to get up and pop this man right in the nose. "Now see here, he can't just up and leave the classroom. He could have stayed in and refused," the headmaster said, starting to get irritated with Sirius undermining him. Couldn't he see that Harry needed to be humbled? "I know Alastair Madame Moody, and I know he would have used the unforgivable on my godson if he had stayed in that class." No, Harry was within his rights to leave the class. He would have had to protect himself, Sirius said, reaching over and putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Sirius, you must see reason. He cannot leave the class without a good reason," Albus tried again. He just did not understand why the other man was being so confrontational. Most people were not this emotional when it came to being negative about him. "And I'm telling you, he had a good reason," Sirius said one more time. "Harry, you must understand I cannot let you just up and leave the classroom like that," the headmaster said, no longer arguing with Sirius. "I'm sorry, sir, but if anybody tries to use an unforgivable on me again, I'm going to do the same thing, and you can dock as many points as you want." "It's going to happen," Harry said, folding his arms defiantly. He wasn't going to let anybody use an unforgivable on him, and that was that. "Very well. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor in detention with Professor Snape on Saturday," the headmaster decreed, as if that were something that he was going to do all along. "No, I flat out refuse to let you punish my godson for doing what he thought was right. I'll go to the board if you insist on punishing him," Sirius said flatly. "I have a lawyer, and I'm not afraid to use him," he warned, playing his trump card. "You're within your right to do that," said Dumbledore, with a superior attitude as it was something that was not going to happen. "Harry, come on, we're leaving." With that, Harry and Sirius got up and left. Sirius took it to the board and won his case. In this case, they understood that Harry was within his right to protect himself and not have the unforgivable use on him. Dumbledore was chastised for letting his teacher use an illegal curse in the classroom. Another incident that happened leading up to the arrival of the other two schools was that Draco Malfoy got turned into a ferret. It happened between classes when Ron, Draco, and Harry were in an altercation in the hallway. It also happened with Professor Moody. Harry, Draco, and Ron were fighting again, as usual. And Harry and Ron were walking away when Malfoy pulled his wand on their back, and Moody decided that was not kosher and turned Draco into a ferret. Harry wasn't sure whether that was funny or not. On the one hand, it was funny that it was Draco. On the other hand, it wasn't funny that an adult did that to a child. McGonagall seemed to agree. "I just don't trust that man," Harry said as he talked to Sirius that night on the mirror. "But he turned Malfoy into a ferret," said Sirius, still laughing at the story Harry just told him. "Yeah, but that's the point. He turned a student into an animal. What kind of teacher does that?" said Harry. Even though he found it funny that Malfoy had been turned, he still didn't find it funny that a teacher had done it. "You don't know Mad-Eye," Sirius said, sobering up a little bit. He didn't know Mad-Eye, and the man was a bit crazy. But he usually didn't take things out on children. "I don't trust him," said Harry, giving his godfather the stink eye. "You told me to keep an eye out for people that I don't trust, and I don't trust him," he said, getting a bit exasperated. "Have you looked at the map?" he asked, trying to put his godson at ease. Perhaps if he saw the man who was who he thought it was, then he would relax more. "Now that I think about it, no, I haven't," Harry said. He had become too compliant. "You should know better by now. He's the one who found Peter Pettigrew, after all. Why don't you look at the map and tell me what it says?" Sirius said, leaning back and taking a sip of his cocoa. Not the least bit worried, Alastor Moody had always been a very strange man. He was a paranoid old sod. "Hold on just a second." Harry went to his trunk and got out the map. He looked at the Dad-Act classroom and saw that there were two names there. One of them said Alastor Moody, and the other said Bartemius Crouch. "There are two people in the classroom," he said, and then he told him the names. "Shite, I'm going on vacation, so I won't be writing for a few days. Maybe it all depends on whether my tablet takes dictation or not. So, being the nice person I am, I'm leaving you with a cliffhanger. Got another one. Thanks for all the reviews. I had a great vacation. Thanks for the well wishes. I tried to dictate on my tablet, but then I thought, nah, I'm on vacation." "What do we do?" said Harry, fear evident in his tone. Once more there was a bad man in Hogwarts, and he knew about it. "Right now, you don't do anything," said Sirius, rubbing his chin in thought. "I have an appointment with Madam Bones tomorrow, and we'll take care of it. I was going to go over with her about Bartemius Crouch Jr. being alive anyway. I don't know if that's junior or senior in that classroom with Mad-Eye, but we'll find out. Until then, stay away from that man," he stated, getting up and pacing in front of the mirror. "How am I supposed to stay away from him? He's my teacher, and I have class with him tomorrow," the teen asked, wondering just how he was supposed to skip class and not get into trouble. "Pretend to be sick," suggested his godfather. "It's what he would have done after all." "Well, the twins have candy that makes you sick. I suppose I can borrow some of that. Or buy it," Harry said, thinking of all the things the twins had invented since they've been here. They had a pretty good stock of Joe candy, though some of it was still very experimental. "There you go," Sirius said, throwing his hands up in the air as if that was a really good idea. "But it's experimental right now, and I don't know if I want to try it. I might really get sick," Harry said, thinking that over really hard. Then again, if he really was sick, then he'd have a really good excuse. He'd be in Madame Pomfrey's tender care for a while. So far, he's done that at least once a year. Well, except second year. "There is that. Why don't you just pretend to be sick right now?" his godfather said, not wanting him to really be ill. "I think I will," though he was still internally debating it. "I'm going to talk to Millie." "You go ahead and try and get some sleep," Sirius said, looking at him closely, as if judging whether he'd get any sleep that night or not. He didn't think the teen would. "All right, Sirius," said Harry. "I'll do that," though he doubted he'd sleep a wink, knowing that there might be something nefarious going on in the castle once again. Just 1 year, he'd like nothing to happen. Was that too much to ask? And the two disconnected the mirrors. Sirius picked up the mirror and called Millie right away. He was still pacing up and down his living room. He had been full of nervous energy ever since he had left Azkaban. It was as if he could not sit still. Having been caged up in a 10 by 10 cage for 12 years, he couldn't be confined anymore. He needed his freedom, so every time he was in a room, it was like he had to get out. But he knew he couldn't just wander all the time. So when he was in a room, he paced. And when he got nervous, he paced more. Millie answered and said, "What's up?" "Yeah." She was in her bathrobe, looking like she had just gotten out of the shower. Her hair was up in a towel. "Millie, we have a problem," Sirius stated, holding still for just a moment so that he could see her face when he delivered the news. "Oh no, not already? Harry already told me about the Triwizard Tournament." "What else could be going on?" she asked, almost devastated that there was another bit of bad news coming from Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament was bad enough, and she already had the stress from that. She was already organizing people to see if she could get rid of the tournament, but this news better not be worse. "There is a Barty Crouch in the Dada classroom with Mad-Eye Moody. And that shouldn't be possible this time of night," Sirius stated. He had resumed his pacing and was marching back and forth in front of the mirror, so Millie only saw him every time he passed. "That can't be good. Do you know if it's junior or senior?" she asked, wondering what any of the Crouches would be doing in the Dada classroom. "No, but I have an appointment with Bones in the morning, and I'm going to tell her about it, and we'll see what's going on. It's going to be tricky, though, so I don't know how we're going to handle it. But I thought I'd let you know, and I told Harry to pretend to be sick until it's handled." He explained all in one breath. He wanted to make sure that she knew that he had it all under control, and she didn't have to do anything at this time. "That's a really good suggestion of yours. I'm going to call him and see if he's okay, because I doubt he's getting any sleep yet," Millie said, taking the towel off her head and rubbing her hair dry. She wanted to let him know that she'd take care of the emotional part. "All right, Millie, I'm going to let you go and write down everything I need to ask Bones tomorrow," Sirius said, going to the desk and grabbing a quill to do just that. "All right, Sirius. I'll talk to you in the morning," she said with a little chuckle in her voice. And the two disconnected the mirrors. Millie turned around and called Harry. Harry answered, and Millie said, "Are you okay?" "Oh, Millie, I'm so happy you called me. I'm so scared," Harry said, sitting up looking like he had tried to get some sleep but was having a hard time of it. His hair was in complete disarray and his eyes were circled. He reached over and picked up his glasses and donned them. "It's going to be all right, Harry. I and Sirius are going to take care of this," she said, looking at him like she wanted to grab him and just run away with him and hide him in the Himalayas or something. "Yeah, but it's one more time that my life seems to be in danger at school again." "Do I really have to stay here?" he asked, almost whinging. He ran his hands through his hair, messing it up even more. He was glad that he had a silencing spell on his curtains so that his roommates didn't hear him whinge. "You know you're under contract to stay there until at least your OWLs," she gently reminded him. She hated it as much as he did, but there it was. He was obligated to stay there until the end of his 5th year. If she had it her way, he was going to stay there until the end of his newts. That way he had a full education. Then again, he had enough money that he could homeschool. But if she knew him at all, he wouldn't leave his friends behind. "I know, and that's so unfair. There should be a loophole that says if your life is in danger, you could homeschool," Harry said. He was really tired of putting his life on the line just for education. "But at least you have people looking out for you, yeah," she said, giving him a bright grin. "There is that," he agreed, giving her a smile back. "I just wish you or Phil were here. I like Amy, but she seems to be looking out for Hermione more than me." It wasn't that he wanted to deny Hermione a mentor. He just missed having one of his own. "I know. I'm sure she has your best interest at heart, yeah," she said knowingly. She didn't know Amy as well as she had known Phil, but she was sure the girl would be there if Harry needed her. "Yeah, try and get some sleep." "Okay, sweetie," Millie said quietly. "Sure, Millie, I'll try," Harry said, though there was a great deal of doubt in his tone. He didn't think he'd get any sleep tonight, but he'd give it a go. And with that, they disconnected the mirrors, and Harry tried to get some sleep. Sleep came, but it took a long time to get there. He dreamed of the two Crouches and what they might be up to, which was no good, to be sure. He tossed and turned all night long. The next morning found him dodging Hermione and talking to the twins. "These are very experimental, and they might really make you sick. I'm not sure I want to sell these to you," said Fred, holding out a very sickly-looking candy. It was green and yellow and twisted and looked like something that you wouldn't put in your mouth if you wanted to. "Well, if they really make me sick, then it'll still work, won't they?" said Harry, holding out his hand to take the putrid-looking candy. "How about we sell you one and we'll see how that works," said George, though he looked just as doubtful as his brother. They really didn't want to make anybody sick with their candies. They just wanted them to be joke-like. "We don't have the antidote side invented yet," Fred said, really not wanting to do this, but Harry seemed desperate to get out of class. "Well, we do, but it hasn't really been tested," said George. He was more than willing to take the risk. They were within reach of the school nurse. "How about half of one?" asked Harry. If he really was going to poison himself, he only wanted to do it halfway. Even if that logic didn't play out. "Sure, we'll sell you half one for half a price, but we'll keep an eye on you," said Fred, breaking the candy in half and handing half of it to Harry and pocketing the other half. So they sold Harry half of puking pastilles and kept an eye on him, and he actually got really sick and the antidote didn't work. They rushed him to the hospital wing. They each made notes on what and wherefores, but they did take care of Harry. "What happened here?" inquired Madame Pomfrey as she rushed from her office as soon as they came into the hospital wing. "We were giving him one of our experimental joke pasties, and he actually got sick," said Fred, holding up Harry by one arm while his brother held the other arm, while Harry held onto his stomach. "What have I told you about experimenting on the students?" demanded Madame Pomfrey, rounding on them like an avenging angel. She wasn't overly concerned. The twins were very good at what they did. It was more than likely just a miscalculation on their part. "He knew what he was getting into, woman," said George, forgetting where he was for a moment, like he was speaking to his mother instead of the matron of the hospital wing. "Don't you talk to me like that," said Madame Pomfrey, brandishing a finger at him. "It's all right, Madame Pomfrey," said Harry, still clutching to his stomach like it was going to pop out of his body any second. "I knew what I was doing, but I really don't feel good. Could we take care of me now?" He really couldn't understand why she was sitting there arguing with the twins when she had a patient on her hands. Yes. Get up on the bed, and we'll see what we can do. You'll probably get a flushing solution, which means you'll be here all day," the nurse said as she guided him to one of the beds. "That's fine," said Harry, slowly making his way to the bed and gingerly stepping up and sitting on the edge of it. The one thing the puking pastilles didn't do is make him puke. It was like it was all being held into his stomach. And that was something that they were going to have to fix, because if he were going to be sick, he wanted to be sick and not have it all sit in the bottom of the stomach like a lead balloon. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand all over his body and came back that he had poisoned himself and gave him a flushing potion, and he was there all day. It was coming from all ends now. He was in the bathroom for a good half an hour. However, he accomplished his objective and missed his dad-at class. While Harry was in the hospital wing, Madame Bones came to visit him. He had been flushed and was now under observation. His stomach was better, but he was still sweating out some of the poison. She was a strict-looking woman who wore her graying hair in a bun and had a monocle on her left eye. She was a very no-nonsense-looking woman, and Harry didn't want to make her mad at all. He knew he was going to be honest with this woman from the get-go and wasn't going to tell her any lies in any way, shape, or form. "I need to see this map of yours," she said, coming up to his bed and looking down upon him in a very kind manner, yet firm. "This is twice you've seen somebody in this school that shouldn't be here, and I really need to see it." "It's in my dorm room," he said, looking at her nervously. She just gave out that type of aura that made you think you were in trouble, no matter how kind she looked at you. "It's in my trunk if you want to go get it for me. I can't leave the hospital wing." He gave her a "what can you do" shrug. She turned to one of her aurors and told him to go and get it for her. The man turned in all but ran from the room at her orders. "It's a folded blank piece of paper," the teen yelled at the man as he left. He really hoped he could find it in the mess that was his trunk. He did try and keep it clean, but Harry was just a slob when it came to throwing things in his trunk. "Tell me about this map," she said, her hands behind her, trying to look as relaxed as possible. She didn't want to intimidate the boy, but she didn't seem to be getting away with it. Maybe he was just skittish naturally. "Well, as far as I know, it is something that my father and his friends invented while they were in school so that they could sneak about the castle and pull pranks and not get caught," Harry explained, getting a nostalgic look on his face from all the stories that Sirius had told him over the summer. "You're not going to take it away from me, are you?" he asked, getting nervous all over again. He really didn't want her to take that map. It was something that was extremely important to him. "No, I see no reason to take it away from you," she said. It was the headmaster's headache, not hers. And anything that caused the headmaster a headache in her book was a good thing. "Are you going to tell the headmaster about it?" he asked, seeing the look of slight mischief on her face. "I'm not sure about that," she said, giving him a small wink. "We'll have to see what happens. Please don't. If you do, he'll take it away from me, and it's the only thing I have of my father's besides my cloak," he said. Even though he saw the wink, he was desperate to keep that map. "Tell me about this cloak," she said curiously. From the way he said it, It sounded like it was more than just a regular cloak. "It's my father's invisibility cloak," Harry said with a great deal of pride. It was one of his most prized possessions, after all. "And it still works after all these years?" she asked, amazed. "Most cloaks seem to die after 15 years. If his father had one, it should have diminished before it even passed into Harry's hands." "Yes," he said, bewildered. He didn't know what the big deal was. "It was just an invisibility cloak. That's a very rare cloak. I would hide that if I were you. Don't tell anybody else about it," she said, giving him another wink. Hopefully he would take her advice and not tell anybody else about it, though she did wonder what's so special about this cloak. "Oh," Harry said, confused. He would probably take her advice because she did seem to think something was extraordinary about his cloak. Just then, the man came back with a folded blank piece of paper and handed it over to Madame Bones. She took it and handed it to Harry. He took it and said the activation phrase and opened it up and showed her the Dada classroom. There, teaching was Bartemius Crouch. Also in the classroom was Alastair Moody. He wasn't moving about. He was just sitting there off to the side. "That's not possible," Madame Bones said, holding onto the map with a white-knuckle grip as if she was going to rip it in half just by sheer will alone. "Bartemius Crouch is at the ministry. Didn't you talk to Sirius this morning?" asked Harry, a bit confused as to her reaction. He was sure Sirius had told her about Junior this morning. Didn't she remember? "I did talk to Mr. Black this morning," she said, still gripping onto the map as if she didn't want to believe what she was seeing. Pettigrew had been bad enough. She really did not want Junior to be alive too. "And didn't he tell you that Crouch's son was still alive?" the dark-haired teen asked gently, as if to remind her of bad news. "That he did. That he did," she said, mumbling to herself. She took a deep breath, as if to steady herself. She looked around the room to see who she had with her, and saw that she only had 2 oars. She handed the map to Harry and gave him a smile. "Oh, there you have it," said Harry, as if he had solved the problem for her. He watched the names on the map move about. "I'm going to need more help," she said, knowing that Junior was a formidable opponent, especially if he was anything like he was during the war. "Madame Pomfrey, I need to use your flue," she called out, already heading towards the fireplace. She didn't think for a second that the matron of the hospital wing would deny her the use of the flue. "That's fine," said Madame Pomfrey from her place in her office. Bones threw the flue powder in and called in 5 more oars. 5 men and women came through, and they marched outside the classroom, and they waited until the class was over and converged on the man. Harry watched the map as they all went through the empty classroom with just Bartemius Crouch and Alastair Moody in there. There must have been a fight. But 5 of the oars took Bartemius Crouch away. The 3 remaining seemed to be searching for Alastair Moody, because they didn't seem to go anywhere near him for the longest time. But eventually they must have found him, because they were bringing him to the hospital wing. As they got closer, Harry closed the map. When they brought the man in, he was in very bad shape. He was skinny, like he had been starved, and there were hunks missing from his hair. His leg and his eye were missing. They put him on a bed, and Madame Pomfrey bustled over and started waving her wand over him. They threw up a silence barrier, so Harry couldn't hear what was going on. Madame Bones came back over to Harry and said, "Thank you, Harry. You saved this man's life." Bartemius Crouch Jr. was apprehended, and he'll be going back to jail. His father will be in trouble too. I don't know what will happen to him, but I'm sure it will be in the press. "It was no problem, Madame Bones. I'm just doing my duty as a citizen of the United Kingdom," he said bashfully. There's no use telling her how scared he was the whole time. "Still, your country thanks you. I'm sure the minister will be very happy to hear that one more criminal is out of the public," she said kindly to him. She, for one, was very grateful to him. Alastair Moody was one of her friends, and she was glad that he had saved his life. "Yes, I'm sure he will," said Harry, kind of sarcastically. He had no love loss over the minister after the whole Demena fiasco. With that, Madame Bones just nodded her head and walked away. Harry looked at the man who was supposed to be his Dada professor. He seemed to be sleeping peacefully. He wondered if the man was going to be okay and still going to be his professor. Harry was feeling much better, so he decided to ask Madame Pomfrey if he could leave. "Are you feeling okay now?" she asked, waving her wand over his stomach and doing a diagnostic charm. It came up fine. He was 100% as healthy as he could be. "Yes, my stomach feels just fine," he said, looking at her with woeful eyes. "Have you learned your lesson about taking candy from the twins?" she asked, placing her hands on her hips in the fashion of mothers everywhere. Yes, ma'am, he said, trying to look contrite. Then you may go, she said, not really having a reason to keep him around. She had mad. I'm moody to look after anyway. And that man did like his privacy. Thank you, ma'am, he said, getting up and all but running from the hospital room. He went straight to his dorm room. There he took out his mirror and called Millie. Millie, he said. When she answered, he said, they caught Bartemius Crouch Jr. He then gave her a blow-by-blow description of what he saw on the map. They caught him, yeah? She asked with a sense of relief in her voice. She wanted to make doubly sure that they had taken him away. Yeah, they took him away, he said, nodding his head. Alastair Moody was in pretty bad shape. He's in the hospital wing right now, he added with sadness in his tone. Well, I'm glad they caught him. That probably means that you won't be put in the Triwizard Tournament. Yeah, she concluded with excitement in her voice. She was sure that was the reason he was there. And now that he was gone, it was unlikely that Harry would be entered. That's a good thing, right? He said, just as excited as she was. Yeah, she said with a duh in her voice. Well, I'm not going to let my guard down, he said, expressing caution. That's probably a good thing where you're concerned, she said, a bit forlorn. She really hated that he thought he'd have to keep his eye out still. Okay, well, it's the middle of the day, so I'm going to let you go. He said he still had one more class to get through today and didn't have the excuse of being in the hospital wing to get out of it. He was just glad it wasn't potions. Yeah, I've got a class to teach, she said, looking up at the wall as if to look at a clock. You take care, Harry, and try and stay out of trouble, yeah? I will, Millie. Bye. Love you, Harry said. Love you back, yeah, Millie said. With that, the two disconnected and went about their day. Each were excited that the trouble was over. Millie did take a moment to call Sirius and let him know the news. Dodging that spell. Thanks for all the reviews. If Harry thought he was going to get out of trouble from dodging Hermione, he was mistaken. She was waiting for him in the next class, laden with all his missing homework. Don't think I didn't notice you weren't in Dada, Hermione said with a sniff as she handed him his missing homework. I was kind enough to get this for you, she said. I'm sorry, Hermione, I got sick, Harry stated, giving her a sheepish grin as he took the pieces of parchment from her hands. He didn't think he was going to get away with it, but he had to try. No, you didn't. You bought one of the twins' candies. I saw you buy it from them. That's why I didn't come to visit you in the hospital wing, she said with a huff as she folded her arms angrily. She was very upset that he would do something like skip class. It was something that was not within her realm of possibility. I had a very good reason for why I did that, Hermione, he said, trying to placate her. He knew she was very upset with him, and he didn't want her mad at him right now. She was his best friend after all. If he didn't have her, he would be lost. Well, no, he had Millie, but he wouldn't be complete without Hermione. Oh, are you going to tell me why, mister? She asked, glaring at him. In her opinion, there never was a good reason to skip class. Unless you were genuinely sick, which he had not been. Barty Crouch Jr. was in that room, Harry explained in a hushed whisper. He leaned forward so only she could hear. He then straightened up so it didn't look like he was sharing secrets in class. That was a surefire way for a secret to get out. People started eavesdropping when they thought there was something juicy to share. How do you know that? She asked in a low voice. She knew who Barty Crouch Jr. was from what he had told her on the train, but she didn't think he'd be here in the school. Yet if what he said was true, then it was important that the man was gone. I'll tell you later. I can't tell you here in class, he said, waving her question away as not urgent. You had better, she said, a bit imperiously. Careful, Hermione, your mum is showing, Harry said, using one of Millie's favorite terms for when Hermione started getting above herself. I'm sorry, Harry. I've just been so distressed about what you had to do, she said, sounding a bit contrite. She didn't like it when she got too bossy, and she was glad when somebody pointed it out to her. It was a habit she was having a hard time breaking, even after all these years. Don't worry. You're still my best friend, and I'll let you know what's going on. I promise, Harry said, giving her a one-armed hug. He would always think of her as his best friend. She had been by his side through just about everything. And with that, the two turned back towards the front of the room, waiting for Professor Flitwick to start the class. When class was finished, Harry took her aside and told her everything that had happened during the day. She was impressed with the map and how it worked. But she did have to wonder how Amelia Bones had gotten through the entire school without the headmaster knowing. Yeah, that's a really good question, Harry said. Haven't really thought about that. So he scoured the map and noted that the headmaster was not on the map at all. I guess he's not here today. I wonder where he is. Well, he has 3 rather important jobs. I wonder if he's at one of those, she said, tapping her chin in thought. She was always impressed that the man was so important. That was one of the reasons why she wanted to be in Gryffindor, because of his importance. She admired the man for holding such highly influential jobs. That's entirely possible, but doesn't that kind of spread him thin? The dark-haired teen asked, looking at her like she was barmy. He, on the other hand, didn't like the fact that the headmaster held 3 jobs. He thought that was too much power in one hand, and like he said, it did spread the man too thin. I guess it does, she said, conceding the point. He's going to be upset that one of his teachers is in the hospital wing and that there was a criminal on school grounds, Harry said, thinking that the man should have known in the first place that there was a criminal on the grounds. This would be the third time that this has happened. As a matter of fact, this would be the 4th year in a row that this would have happened. Well, he really couldn't count second year. They never figured out who froze Colin. I wonder if he already knew, said Hermione, getting a faraway look in her eyes as if thinking of the ramifications. I don't know, Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. They say he knows everything that goes on in the school, he added, looking around the room as if there were spies on them at this very moment. That's impossible, Hermione said, though she too glanced around. It's a very big school. That's what I've heard, said Harry. Oh well, that's a mystery for another day, she said, not really wanting to argue. Let's go do our homework. If we get it done right away, then we won't have to worry about it later. Sure, said Harry, and the two went off to do their homework. With Hermione as a friend, Harry never really got into lazing off and not doing homework. He was one to get it done when it was assigned. Mad-Eye Moody did take over class. The real one, and he was a lot like the fake one. Nobody seemed to notice that there was a difference, except this one was much skinnier. He had recuperated in the hospital wing for a couple of days, then he was back to his old form. He taught the class with vigor. He did point out to the class that they had been duped for the last month, but he didn't go into detail. He did yell about constant vigilance a lot, and how they should not be conned again. The real Moody did take Harry aside and commend him for his vigilance and thank him for saving his life. Harry soon figured out that Barty Jr. was the one that was pretending to be Alastair Moody. He didn't know that before, but he confirmed it with Sirius. Sirius, he said on his nightly talk with him on the mirror, was Barty Crouch Jr. pretending to be Alastair Moody? Oh, you figured it out, did you? Said Sirius, who was doing his normal pacing. He did stop every now and then to look at Harry's face to judge how he was doing. It wasn't that hard, Harry said. His tone suggested that it was rather easy, as a matter of fact. We're trying to keep that hush, said Sirius, stopping for a moment and giving Harry a serious look. It was something they were trying to keep a secret. Why? Asked Harry. That didn't make a lick of sense to him. Alastair is a very private man, and he doesn't want it let out that he had fallen for that trap, his godfather stated, knowing just how the paranoid man felt. He too fell for a trap from Wormtail. Granted, the rat had helped this time. Oh, said Harry. Well, nobody will hear it from me, he said, making a cross his heart motion. He'd keep it a secret from everybody, including Hermione. However, knowing her, she'd already figured it out with their conversation this afternoon. Good on you, said Sirius, smiling at his godson proudly. The other schools are going to be showing up soon, said Harry. Fingers were worrying his blanket a little bit. He wasn't nervous per se, but he wasn't exactly in his comfort zone either. Are you looking forward to that? The dogman asked. He was pacing again. He wasn't sure how he felt about all those foreigners being at the school either. He knew that the headmaster for Durmstrang was a Death Eater. I don't really know. There are going to be a lot of foreign people around, and I'm not sure how to act, Harry confessed. He was uncomfortable around all the people at Hogwarts. He wasn't sure how he was going to be around all the people from foreign nations. Just be yourself. If they like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. There's really not much you can do about that, was his godfather's advice. Sirius, on the other hand, was comfortable with pretty much everybody. I guess. It's just that, Harry said, trailing off, not sure how to express his feelings. There's really no reason to worry about it, Harry. There's going to be a lot of people there. What do you care what they think anyway? They're going to go home, and they're going to do what they do. They're going to say what they say. There's nothing you can do about it. Just be yourself. Sirius once more, giving the only advice he knew how to give. I guess, the teenage boy once more said, still not sure how acting himself is going to do himself any good. That's the best advice I can give you, Harry. If you want, you could talk to Millie, but I'm pretty sure she's going to tell you the same thing, Sirius said, giving a shrug of his shoulder. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go to sleep now. Talk to you tomorrow, Harry said, giving a huge yawn. It was way past his bedtime anyway. He usually went to bed long before now, but he had stayed up too late talking to Millie, and he wanted to give a quick call to Sirius before he called it a night. No, tomorrow, call Millie. I've got plans tomorrow, the older man said, giving him a leer. What are you talking about? I always call Millie before I call you, Harry said, looking at him like he was crazy. Oh, I didn't know that, Sirius said with mock indignation. How could you not know that? Harry stated, shocked. I thought I was special, Sirius said, still infringing hurt. You're taking the mickey? Harry asked, suddenly on to what he was doing. He must really be tired if he had fallen for that. You're right. I am. But don't call me tomorrow. I do have plans. His godfather finally stopped playing. Oh, what are they? The teenage boy asked, hoping to get some dirty details. I'm not likely to tell you, am I? The older man said, not about to tell the boy what he was up to. All right, keep your secrets. Good night, Harry. Good night, Sirius. Time passed wisely with schoolwork and some fun, and now it was the day before Halloween, and the other two schools were coming. Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic came by air. Durmstrang Institute came by water. The two foreign schools were very pretentious. They both liked to put on airs that they were better than England. The French more so than the Bulgarians. The French headmistress, Aunt Maxime, was a giant of a woman. She seemed to know Dumbledore rather well, and Hagrid was smitten immediately. She led her delegation of students in a Hogwarts Great Hall to get out of the cold air. The Bulgarian headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, was a dour-looking man. He, too, seemed to know Hogwarts headmaster really well. His contingent of students didn't seem to mind the cold at all. He had Victor Crumb as a student, and the Hogwarts students seemed to go gaga over that. Ron was a huge fan. Everybody was soon assembled in the Great Hall. The Bulgarians were sitting with the Slytherins, and the French were sitting with the Ravenclaws. Dumbledore gave a ceremonial speech. He made sure to tell everybody just how dangerous the Triwizard Tournament was, and to only put your name in the Goblet of Fire if you were. Sure, you knew that you were putting your life at stake. Everybody seemed to be content with those words, and the feast was on. I hear the twins are going to try and enter anyway, said Ron, as he served himself up from the English food he could see on the table. There was some French food and some Bulgarian food too, but he wanted to stick with what he knew. Well, they're only 6 months away from being 17, said Dean, helping himself to a foreign-looking stew. It was hearty-looking and had lots of beef in it. There are things like carrots and potatoes too, but there seemed to be more meat than anything else. And the spices were different than the British fare. Yeah, it's too bad they can't enter, Harry said as he helped himself to something French. It was delicate-looking and sweet. He wasn't sure what it was, but he was going to brave through it. He felt bad for the twins because he knew they were looking forward to causing mayhem. What about you, Harry? Are you upset that you can't enter? Asked Ron, shoving some cottage pie in his mouth. Why would I want to enter a deadly contest? Squawked Harry, dropping his fork on the plate and shocked that somebody would ask him that question. It crushed his whatever it was. It was good, but he didn't know what it was. Because you're the boy who lived, was the unexpected answer. What the hell does that even bloody mean? Asked Harry indignantly. He really hated that title, and he thought people had stopped using it. He hadn't done anything spectacular since the day that it had happened on that Halloween night when his parents died. He didn't understand why people still thought of him as a hero. It means you're a hero, said Ginny from down the table. She was staring dreamily at him. I'm no bloody hero, said Harry, crushing the food on his plate with his fork in anger. He'd lost his appetite now. What have I ever done that even seems remotely heroic? He asked the two redheads in front of him. Well, he's got you there, said Dean, smirking at the Weasleys. He was with Harry. He didn't think the boy was heroic in any way, shape, or form. He was just some kid that was muddling through life like the rest of them. Yeah, our Harry really doesn't go out and do anything heroic, said Seamus, nodding his head in agreement with his friend Dean. All I want to do is sit around and do my homework, play Quidditch, and maybe even Day-Day. Bit, Harry said, discarding the plate he was using and grabbing another, this time putting on some Bulgarian dish that looked like pigs in blankets, only with sausage and some other type of wrap. There was gravy on it too. It was gray gravy, and it had some beef bits in it. I don't know what all the fuss is about anyway. It's a deadly contest, said Hermione, sawing on a piece of meat. When she had chosen it, She didn't know that it was fully cooked. She's used to her meat being rather rare. She didn't even reprimand Harry for his language. "Too right," said Harry, eating his wrapped sausage and closing his eyes in delighted the taste of the spices. "It was rather good. So, you don't even want to enter, not even a little bit?" asked Ron, going after a third helping of cottage pie. He was the only one at the table eating it, so nobody stopped him. Everybody else was enjoying the foreign fare. "No, I just want to sit back and watch everybody else make fools of themselves," said Harry with a smug look on his face. He really and truly was just going to sit and watch everybody else compete. He just hoped everybody would come out of it alive. Like Hermione said, this was a deadly contest. "Well, good on you," said Seamus, reaching around Dean and clapping Harry on the back. He never thought the other boy was in any way brave and forthcoming. Not that he thought he was shy and stupid, just that he wasn't fearless and the rushing-in type. "Maybe if I were older, I'd want to enter," said Dean thoughtfully. "But definitely not right now. I don't know enough magic." He nodded his head at that thought, as if he just thought of something insightful. He might be the athletic type, but he wasn't stupid. "Besides, Millie would have my guts for garters if I tried to enter," said Harry, doing a full-body shudder at the thought of what Millie would do to him if he thought to sneak his name into the goblet. "Too right," said Hermione. She too knew that Millie would have fits if Harry did that. Just then, Amy came over. "What are you lot talking about?" she asked, standing behind Hermione. She started fussing with the girl's hair, getting it in a bun and holding it there with magic. "About why Harry doesn't want to enter the tournament," said Hermione, smiling up at her mentor. "Because he's underage," said Amy, stating the obvious reason. "Well, there is that too, but we were talking more of because it's a deadly contest, and Millie would kill him if he tried," said Hermione, pointing out the least obvious reasons. "Well, there is that too," said Amy, giving the girl a winning smile. Then she turned her smile to the rest of the group and said, "Well, I see you lot have it in hand, so I'm going to go back to my friends." With that, she turned around and went back to sit with the rest of the 7th years. "Why do you pay attention to her?" asked Ron as he watched her walk away. He didn't understand why the group dynamic paid attention to the older students. As far as he was concerned, the only person who could boss him around was his mom. "She's a friend of mine," said Hermione, giving him a warning glare. "She's a lot older than you," said Ron, either not noticing or blatantly ignoring the warning glare. "She's only 2 years older than me," said Hermione, narrowing her eyes at the other boy. "Besides, she's a lovely girl, but you let her boss you around." Once again, ignoring all the warning signals going off in his head. "Harry lets me boss him around, but that doesn't mean we're any less friends," she said with a sniff. Then she turned and gave Harry a winning smile. "She's got you there, mate," said Dean, clapping Harry on the back, as if he was the victim in the whole thing. "I don't let anybody boss me around," said Ron, sticking out his chest as if he were a winner in some contest. "Except me and Mum," said Ginny, adding her 2 nuts worth. "Yeah, but your family, that's different," the youngest male Weasley said. He knew his place in the pecking order of that family. "Wait until you get a girlfriend. You'll see," said Ginny, glaring at her brother as if he were a moron. "Well, I, for one, can't wait to see what's going to happen in the tournament." "Who do you think is going to be chosen by the Goblet of Fire?" asked Harry, desperate for a change of conversation. He knew the women in his life bossed him around, and he had no problem with that. He also had a veto right into not doing what they told him to do. They both knew that. Well, didn't they? "Well, I'm hoping it's going to be Angelina," said Lavender, who had remained silent up till now. "I'd like to see a girl in the tournament." She looked over at Angelina excitedly. "It would be really nice to see a girl in the tournament." "Me too," said Parvati. She, too, looked over at Angelina, but she was doubtful that the girl would get in. She looked around the Great Hall and wondered whose, out of all of the students, name would come out of the Goblet of Fire. Her eyes landed on Cedric Diggory. She was sure he was going to get it. He was the most popular and had the highest score in all this school. "Well, you're in luck because most of the French are female," said Seamus, his eyes landing on said French females and lingering there, because they were very pretty women, and he was a very young male. "I meant Hogwarts," said Lavender, huffing. She was put out that his eyes were lingering on the French females and not on her. What was wrong with her? What did they have that she didn't? "I would think you would mean the entire female race," said Seamus, his eyes finally drawn back to his own table, and he looked to see her jealousy, and his face blushed. Perhaps he should not stray too far from home. They were out of his league anyway. "What do you know? You're a man," the blonde said, still miffed that he let his eyes stray that way. With that, the table dissolved into laughter and the feast went on. The drawing would be the next day, when the Goblet of Fire would spit out the names. Harry didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but he certainly hoped it would not bring his participation in the Triwizard Tournament. He hoped that what happened with Barty Crouch Jr. was enough to prevent that from happening. The next day was spent with everybody over the age of 17 putting their name into the Goblet of Fire. Well, not everybody, but it sure seemed like it. First went the people from Beauxbatons, then came the students from Durmstrang, and then went the students from Hogwarts. The twins tried to do it. They took an aging potion and wound up getting kicked out from the age line, and they spouted beards as long as Dumbledore's. Everybody thought it was funny as hell. Everybody sat and watched. Everybody else put their name in, and cheers went up when a few people put their names in, like Victor Crumb, Fleur Delacour, Angelina Johnson, Cedric Diggory, and so on. People were just cheering when their friends would slip their names in. Then it was time for dinner. After dinner was done came the time for the drawing. Once again, Dumbledore grandstand, and he made a speech. And the goblet was brought in. The first name he drew was Victor Crumb. The second name he drew was Fleur Delacour. The third name he drew was Cedric Diggory. And then there was nothing. The goblet went out. Harry drew a huge sigh of relief, which caused those around him to look at him queerly. He just shook them off and smiled a megawatt smile. That night, when he was talking on the mirror to Millie, he let her know that he was happy that nothing came of it. I was so scared, he said, settling deeper into his pillows. He was very ready to go to bed after such a stressful day. He had been worried all day long that his name would come out of that goblet. I know you were, but we took care of Crouch, and I couldn't see how else anybody could put your name in ya, she said, fiddling with a piece of her hair. Even though she said the words, her actions showed she was just as worried as he had been. I was just fearful that maybe Dumbledore would do something, Harry said. His eyes took on a thoughtful look. Why would you even think that? She asked, sitting up a little bit and paying attention to what he was saying. She knew why she didn't trust the headmaster. She didn't know why he didn't trust the headmaster. I don't know, there's just something about the way he watches me sometimes that makes me think he's got plans for me, he said, worrying his blanket a little bit. There's just something intense about the way the headmaster's eyes stared at him. It was as if he was a missing piece of a puzzle. Harry didn't know what to do about that. I'm sorry that you feel that way, yeah, she said, making a mental note to talk to the headmaster about making her ward feel uncomfortable. She didn't think anything would come of it. Maybe she'd have Sirius do the talking. We've really got to find a way for me to get out of this school, he said in a vague tone of voice, as if he wasn't really seriously thinking about it. But there were times he really didn't want to be around the people in this school, like the headmaster and Snape. You only have this year, and the next, honey, she said, trying to be consolatory. I'll do my best to keep my head down. That's all I can do, he said with a sigh. He knew he was stuck here until then, but he didn't have to like it. They talked a bit more about his fears and expectations, and then he had his conversation with Sirius, and then hung up for the night. He was just doubly glad that his name did not come out of the Goblet of Fire. But for some reason, he just had a feeling that this year's danger was not over. Are those dragons? Thanks for all the reviews. I'm sorry it took so long. I've been sick for the last 3 days. I've been sleeping for the last 2 days. I'm still not 100%. I'm still a bit fuzzy-headed, but I figured I'd get this out. Harry was so relieved that his name didn't come out of the Goblet of Fire that he was walking on air for the last week. He went to class and did his homework and just generally was a regular teenager. He even got along with Draco Malfoy, who went out of his way to be a general pain in the arse. The other boy went about teasing and taunting him about not being in the tournament. Harry didn't care. He was just glad he wasn't. He'd smile at the boy, just shake his hand, and say he was glad he wasn't. Harry, what's got you in such a good mood? Hermione asked one day when they were headed towards Charm's class. She was amazed that he was in such a good mood. He hadn't been all year. Since the beginning of this year, it had been like a cloud was over his head, like he had expected something bad to happen. I'm just so glad that my name didn't come out of the Goblet of Fire, the dark-haired boy said, a megawatt smile on his face. The smile had not left his face since the day of the drawing. Absolutely nothing could bring his mood down. Was that even a choice? She asked. Well, it was there for a minute, I had thought, he said thoughtfully. Why would you even think that? She asked, concerned. It hadn't even crossed her mind that he would be drawn. Sure, they talked about it during dinner, but that had all been in jest, hadn't it? After all, The tournament was for 17 and older, and Harry was only 14. You remember what I told you about Barty Crouch Jr., right? He asked, looking at her, like she had forgotten something, which was very unusual. Hermione's mind was like a trap. Once information got in there, it never came out. Yes, I remember that, she said, giving him a considering look. Well, we thought for a minute there he was going to try and put my name in, he said with a tilt of his head. Why did you think that? She said with a frown on her brow. That didn't make a lick of sense. What would the purpose be of entering an underage boy? Did I tell you about the dream I had this summer? He asked with a matching frown. No, I don't think you did, she said, her frown still marring her brow. Oh well, I can't tell you about it now. I'll tell you about it later, he said as they approached the doors to the Charms classroom. Oh, all right, she said as she opened the door and took her seat, though she was very put out that they could not continue their conversation in the classroom. With that, the two of them got ready for class. Professor Flitwick was entertaining as usual, and the class went on. They learned the Accio charm today. It was the summoning charm, something that they might need to know further down the road, for it was a very useful charm. After class, Harry told her about his dream, and she got very concerned about what was going on with his scar. She decided to do some research, but didn't come up with anything about cursed scars and dreams. Harry also wondered about what was going on with his scar and decided to talk to Sirius about what his godfather might have come up with. Sirius, what have you discovered about my scar? Harry asked that night on the mirror. He would be forever grateful that Sirius came up with these mirrors. They were even better than the cell phones because he could see who he was talking to. He wondered if the Muggles would ever catch up with something like this. Are you sure you want me to tell you about that? His godfather asked, very concerned about this line of questioning. It wasn't something he wanted to discuss with the teenager. If you would please, the teenager said, determined to find out what was going on with his scar. He'd been putting it off long enough. He wanted to know what's going on with it, and he wanted to know now. Well, it's really dark magic, Harry, and I'm not sure that I can tell you in complete detail, Sirius said, really not wanting to get into this conversation. Why not? Harry asked, not wanting to be treated as if he was a child. I don't want to scare you, the older man said, trying not to treat him as a child, but really not wanting to get into dark magic with somebody under the age of 17. What do you mean? Harry asked, not really understanding what was going on. This kind of stuff really needs to be understood when you're mature. And for that I mean when your magic is mature, not when you're mature. And that happens when you're 17, not when you're 14. It's kind of scary. And it could mean that you might have nightmares, his godfather said, trying to break it to him gently. I already have nightmares, Harry scoffed, though they had been less lately. Ever since he had been practicing his occlumency. And I don't want to give you more, Sirius said, sincerely. The last thing he wanted was to give his godson more nightmares. And the stuff he was researching would do just that. Heck, they gave him nightmares. I guess I can see the logic in that. But is there a way you can get rid of it? Harry finally conceded that he wasn't going to get any more information about the dark magic in his scar. I'm doing research on that now. I'm looking through my library, and let me tell you, that's one of the last things I want to do, so you should consider yourself lucky. The stuff that I'm reading is giving me nightmares, Sirius said, trying to give information without giving information. There were things that his family got into that even the Ministry didn't know about, and if they ever did, they'd burn his entire library. Oh, I'm sorry you have to put yourself through that, and I thank you for it. Are you sure you want to do that for me? Harry asked, very concerned about what his godfather was putting himself through after going through years of Azkaban. Those years had been tormenting enough. Harry, I'd do anything for you. Besides, I'm learning a lot of stuff I should have learned a long time ago. But I do want you to practice your occlumency, the other man said, making sure that the boy understood that he needed to practice that mind magic. Well, I very much appreciate it. I will practice my occlumency every night, the dark-haired teen promised. He knew better than not to go a night without practicing mind magic. The nightmares would be kept at bay if he did. Well, I'd better let you go. I'm almost on the verge of figuring out what to do with your scar, Sirius said, picking up a book that he had laid to the side. He was very close to getting rid of the Horcrux in his godson's head. That, and if there were more out there, he knew how to get rid of them too. He just had to find the right spell. And if there were the right one, it would be in this library. He just had to find it. Yeah, I better go to. It's getting late, and I've got classes in the morning, Harry said, yawning. Good night, Harry. Good night, Sirius. And with that, the two disconnected the mirrors. Harry made sure to meditate before he went to sleep because he wanted to make sure that he cleared his mind. He went to sleep. He started dreaming about what was going on with his scar. It was obviously more than just a regular scar. Then his dreams turned to normal dreams for a teenage boy of his age, girls, and more girls. Time went by, and the contenders did normal things for the Triwizard Tournament. There was the weighing of the wands and a newspaper article in the Daily Prophet. Rita Skeeter did her normal thing, and there she was, not nice to the contenders. She was actually quite mean to Fleur Delacour. She called her a vapid whore and Victor an antisocial bastard, though she did have nothing but nice things to say about Cedric. So, you could tell she was very biased. The two foreign schools were up in arms about the article, and they didn't have very many nice things to say about the British or Hogwarts. As the cold fraction brewing among the three schools, and what can anybody say about it? Rita Skeeter had drawn the lines. Harry was once again glad that he had not been drawn into the middle of this Cold War. It came time for the Hogsmeade weekend, and Hagrid seemed to be wary about something. He came up to Harry out of the blue as Harry and his friends were headed to Hogsmeade. He drew him off to the side. "Harry, come and see me with your invisibility cloak after curfew today," Hagrid told him on the sly. "Why do you want to see me after curfew, Hagrid?" Harry asked cautiously. He didn't understand why the gentle giant wanted to see him, of all people. He hadn't really talked to the man this year. The other man seemed to be too smitten with Madame Maxime. Hagrid spent most of his time with the giant headmistress and her horses. "I want to show you something," Hagrid said, his eyes shifting from side to side, as if he was trying to keep a secret and doing it very badly. He never was one to keep a secret well. "Oh, okay," said Harry, giving in, knowing that he would do it anyway, because Hagrid was his friend. And with that, Harry went and enjoyed his Hogsmeade weekend with Millie and his friends. They spent most of their time in Millie's shop and at the joke shop and at Honeyduke's. They had a great time spending money they didn't have on things they didn't need, but that's what most teenagers did. There was a great deal of flirting and ribbing. It was starting to show that the group was starting to couple off. Even the little blonde friend of Ginny's was part of the group now. Luna, she was a joy to have around. Hermione didn't get along with her very well, but Harry did. Millie thought she was a breath of fresh air and delighted in her company. Ginny, on the other hand, was somebody that Millie didn't like particularly well at all. Still, she tolerated her for the sake of peace. Everybody had a great time at Hogsmeade, and soon they tripped their way up to the castle full of sweets and laden with gifts for Yule. This way they'd be stocked up for the rest of the year. Everybody was laughing, playing, and flirting, as teenagers were wont to do. After curfew that night, Harry went to see Hagrid with his invisibility cloak. Hagrid looked like he was trying to dress up for a date and doing a bad job of it. He was dressed in his finest fur coat, and his hair had attempted to be combed. The comb had broken and was still in his hair. There was a large flower attached to his coat, and he smelled of what could be an aftershave. It was hard to tell over the odor of his coat. All in all, Harry could tell that he tried very hard to be presentable. The two greeted each other. Then Hagrid had him hide under the cloak. Madame Maxime showed up, and after some flirting, Hagrid and she started strolling through the Forbidden Forest, Harry following behind. It was dark in the Forbidden Forest, and Harry had a hard time keeping up with the two half-giants, because their strides were much longer than his. It took a while, but eventually they wound up where the dragons were. Why Hagrid was showing Harry this, he didn't know. But as soon as he saw the dragons, he hot-footed it out of there. He got on the mirror with Millie, and even though it was really late at night, she answered, "Hagrid just showed me the dragons in the Forbidden Forest. I don't know why," he told her, worrying his blanket something fierce because he had no idea why. It wasn't like he was a contender in the Triwizard Tournament. "That's weird. Why would he show you that?" Millie asked, dressed in her nightwear. She had been asleep, but the mirror had woken her up with its chiming. She is always super sensitive to when Harry needed her. "I don't know. Maybe he wants me to tell Cedric?" "I don't know why he wouldn't tell him himself," Harry said. He didn't know Cedric very well. He didn't know whether Hagrid knew Cedric at all. "Because he considers you a friend and not Cedric, yeah," she said, echoing his thoughts. "I don't know. Maybe he thinks Cedric would rat him out. If I were you, I would go ahead and tell Cedric what you saw." "Did you see anybody else out there?" she asked, having a thought that maybe the other schools were cheating. She wouldn't put it past them. "I saw both Headmaster Karkaroff and Headmistress Maxime," Harry said, confirming her thoughts. Hagrid was actually on a date with the headmistress. he told her with some pride. Well, good on him, yeah, Millie said, smiling in joy for the groundskeeper. Anyway, you know that both the other competing schools know of the dragons, she said, tapping her fingers on her chin in thought. Yes, they both know, the teenage boy said, thinking that it wasn't fair play. Then it won't be cheating if you tell Cedric, yeah, Millie said, giving him a very bright smile. I guess not, Harry said with a big sigh. He didn't like it, but he guessed she was right. She had never steered him wrong before. And he knew if it was him, he wouldn't want to have to face the dragon unawares. Then I don't see any problem with you telling him, she finished. She could see in his face that he wasn't 100% certain that this was the right thing to do, but she could also see that he wanted to do it anyway. She was sure it was the correct thing to do. All right, I'll tell him in the morning. I guess I better get to bed then, he said, giving a huge yawn. It had been a long day. Good night, sweetie, Millie said, giving her own yawn. Good night, Millie. And with that, they disconnected. Harry tried his very best to go to sleep, but he was very concerned over the contenders having to face dragons of all things, and once again, he was very glad that he did not have to compete in this stupid tournament. The next morning, Harry hunted down Cedric and waved him away from his friends. Hey, Cedric. I know you don't know me, but I have a clue for the first task that I need to give you, Harry said after he dragged the handsome boy away from his friends. He dragged him to a vacant spot in the courtyard. There were still people milling around, but there wasn't anybody close enough to them to hear. He wished he knew a silencing spell, but those weren't taught until 6th year. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Cedric asked, looking him up and down as if he hadn't seen him before. Yet everyone knew the boy in passing. Yeah, so I was out in the Forbidden Forest the other day and I noticed that they have, 3 dragons out there, Harry said, trying to sound as nonchalant as he possibly could. As if it were perfectly normal to be flying around in the Forbidden Forest. Dragons? Cedric asked, completely dumbfounded. That was the last thing on his mind. He thought of many things, but nothing close to dragons. Yeah, 3 of them. 1 for each of you, Harry said, looking at the other boy's face. The other boy looked to be in complete shock. Dragons? Yes, dragons, Harry repeated. Again, looking at the boy's face, seeing that he was completely in shock. Are you sure you saw dragons? Cedric asked, coming out of his shock just a little bit, and was now in complete disbelief. Yes, I saw 3 dragons, Harry said, a bit firmer this time. He wanted to make sure that the boy got it through his head that he would be facing dragons on the first task. What were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Cedric asked with skepticism. Oh, flying, Harry said lamely. Why were you flying in the Forbidden Forest? Cedric asked again with suspicion. Practicing for Quidditch, said Harry. Works great for seekers. You know, weaving in and out of trees and avoiding the spiders and such. You know what? Never mind. Are you sure you saw dragons? The other boy asked, making gestures with his hands as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Oh, for the love of Merlin. Yes, for the last time I saw dragons, Harry said, throwing his hands in the air, as if he couldn't believe he was saying this for the 5th time. Right? Thank you. I need to go to the library, the older boy said as he turned around and then turned back again, then turned around and then turned back again. He then took Harry's hand and pumped it up and down 2 or 3 times, then turned around and then turned back again. You're welcome and good luck. And don't worry about the other contenders. They already know. I saw the other headmasters there, and I'm sure they told their contenders, Harry said, putting his hand on Cedric's shoulder to make him understand that he wasn't the only one who knew. Right? Well, thanks and thank you. And I gotta go, Cedric said, finally turning around and rushing off to the library, determined to figure out what he needed to know to get past the dragon. Harry felt much better for having told Cedric what he needed to know. He was glad he had done what he needed to do to let the playing field be even. It made him feel so much better. The first task came, and the contenders were very entertaining. Millie and Sirius were able to come to the task and sat with Harry and his friends. It seems he knows what he's doing, she said as she watched Cedric transfigure some rocks into dogs and send them towards the dragon. Cedric, with his prior knowledge, was not as scared as he thought he would be. Yeah, it looks like, said Harry. He was even more glad now that he let Cedric know what was going on. He would have hated for the boy to face the unknown and had come out of nowhere to see the dragon. What are you two talking about? Asked Hermione, giving them an accusing look, as if they had done something wrong. Oh, nothing, said Harry. It just looks like he knows what he's doing, that's all. waving off her accusations as if they were nothing. "I guess so," said Hermione. "I'd be scared to death if I didn't know what I was facing." She was gripping the rail so tightly that her knuckles were pure white. "I'm just glad I was not down there," said Harry. The relief in his face was pure for anybody to see. "I still don't understand why you think you would have been," said Hermione, giving him a quizzical look. Even after all this time, she just didn't understand how he thought he'd be. "Down there? I can see why you wouldn't understand that, Hermione. Let's just say we have reason to believe that somebody is out to kill Harry, and that we think that they were going to use the tournament to do that." "Yes," said Millie, giving her patented "I know what I'm talking about" look. "Why is somebody out to kill Harry?" asked Hermione, a bit alarmed and a bit disbelieving. "Because he's the boy who lived," said Ron as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Who invited you into this conversation?" inquired Millie, almost face-palming for having this conversation in a less than private area. She should know better than that. She was an adult now. "If you didn't want everybody into the conversation, you wouldn't have it in public," said Ron, echoing her thoughts, showing insight that he normally didn't show. "He's got you there," smirked Dean, leaning over the redhead to look at Millie's face. It wasn't often that one of the teens got one over Millie. "I guess so, yeah," she said, blushing a bit. "Let's shelve this conversation for another time," said Sirius seriously. He really did not want to get into a conversation with a bunch of teenagers, especially about Harry's unfortunate headhunting. "Well, now that you've got it all out in the open, we all want to know who's out to kill Harry," said Seamus, looking at the two adults as if they just started to share a secret, and now they were clamming up. And that wasn't fair. "Don't you worry about it, yeah," Millie said in the way of all adults when the subject was closed. "Oh, it looks like Cedric got burned," said Dean, diverting everybody's attention away from Harry's impending doom to what was happening in the stadium. The crowd roared in approval as Cedric got his egg and hot-footed it out of the stadium. And then the bell chimed, and it was Fleur's turn. The crowd watched as she charmed the dragon to sleep, and as she walked past the dragon, she got burned from the dragon's snore. She got her egg and then exited the stadium. Victor's turn came, and he blinded the dragon with a conjunctivitis curse. The dragon was so blinded that she smashed some of her eggs, and he lost points. The crowd booed at the violence on the dragon and the poor eggs. He didn't care. He got his egg and left the stadium. The points were Cedric first, Fleur second, and Victor third. The crowd dissipated, and everybody went about their way. Millie and Sirius went home. Harry and his group went back to Hogwarts, and the feast was held for the champions. The next thing to come was going to be the Yule Ball, but that wasn't going to be until Christmas. Harry wasn't sure what he was going to do about that. That means he had to have a date. But at least he wasn't going to be in the spotlight, so there was that. He could just sit it out and watch everybody else make fools of themselves. Still, he was going to have to ask somebody. Maybe he'd talk to Millie and ask her what to do. Until then, he was going to just be a teenager and dream of girls. Asking one for a date could wait. "You're taking who?" "Thanks for all the reviews. If you've read my stories before, you know I tend to ship my Harry with this person." Harry wasn't looking forward to asking anybody for a date. He really didn't want a girlfriend at this time. He felt he was too young for that. But he was looking forward to snogging. But he wasn't sure if he wanted to snog anybody seriously. Then again, he wasn't sure if he wanted to snog anybody on this date. Maybe he'd just pick a girl and show her a really good time. Make it a special night for her. Take her out as a friend. He'd have to give some consideration to that. As it was right now, he had to get to class. He was walking to class with Hermione and was thinking about asking her when he noticed that Victor Crumb was looking at her. He noticed that the teen was looking at her a lot. "Hey, Hermione, Crumb is watching you," he told her, glancing back over his shoulder. "Why would Victor Crumb be watching me?" she asked, looking over her shoulder and noting that the Quidditch star was indeed looking at her, though he did look away almost immediately. "Maybe he thinks you're cute," Harry said, giving her an impish grin. "Don't be droll," she said imperiously. "Why wouldn't he think you're cute?" "I think you're cute, and I'm one of your best friends," he stated, surprised that she didn't think she was at least cute. "That's just it. You are one of my best friends, so you're allowed to say that," she said, knowing exactly how she looked. For all she knew, she was a buck-toothed, bushy-haired know-it-all, and people did not find that cute. "Oh, don't be silly. There's a lot of boys that think you're cute," he said, giving her a quizzical look. "Oh, really?" "Name two," she said with a sniff. "Well, I'm sure Ron thinks you're cute. And, possibly Neville," he said, rubbing the side of his nose. "Ron does not even know I'm a girl. And Neville's too shy to think anybody's cute," she said with a self-depreciating laugh. "Or he thinks everyone is cute. I'm not sure, she added, still laughing. Oh, give a bloke a chance. Neville's an alright guy, Harry said, chuckling a bit. I never said he wasn't. I just said he's shy, she said, giving him a bit of a shove. Well, who are you hoping asks you out to the ball? He asked, giving her a look as if to ascertain who she thought was cute. There had to be someone she liked in this school. I'm sure, I don't know, she answered, not giving him a clue. Well, if nobody asks you before we get 2 weeks to the ball, I'll ask you, he said, putting his arm around her shoulders. That's very sweet of you, Harry, she said, putting her arm around his waist. It's the least I can do. You are my best friend, he said as they continued to walk down the hall. Everyone was well used to them walking this way. They knew that the couple was not a couple in that sense of the word. Why don't you ask me now? She asked. Because I don't feel comfortable asking you. We are friends after all, but I wanted to see if I could ask somebody else. He explained the best way he knew how. Oh, I see. So, you don't see me that way, she said with dawning understanding. That's the gist of it, he agreed. That's okay. I don't see you that way either, she said with a chuckle. To her, he was like a little brother. At least we've got that settled, he agreed with a chuckle. Yes, it's good to have that out in the open, she said as they continued walking. Dating you would be like dating Millie, he explained, giving a bit of a shiver. Now that he got over the minor crush he had for the bit of time, the thought of dating Millie gave him the willies. Yes, I can see that. Ah, I see we're at Charms class now. Let's get inside, he said, removing his arm from her shoulders. And with that, the two entered Charms class and started to go to their desk and to get ready for class. Harry looked around at all the girls that he knew and wondered if any of them would be worth taking to the ball. He thought that Lavender would be a bit too vapid to be taking. Parvati might be a good choice, but he wasn't sure. He didn't know the other 2 girls. Maybe he'd just take Luna. She wouldn't be able to go if nobody asked her. That and she would be right fun to take. He'd ask Millie later tonight. Millie, do you think I should take Luna to the ball? Harry asked when they got on the mirror that night. That all depends. Why do you want to take her? Millie inquired in return. Well, she won't be able to go unless somebody older than her asks, Harry answered, as honestly as he could. Is that the only reason you want to take her? She asked, making sure that the boy gave her the full answer. Well, she's a nice girl and she'd be a riot to take, he said, not sure what the question was pertaining. Why do you think she'd be a riot to take? She asked, trying to get the complete answer. Well, she's quirky and she's fun to be around, he said again, completely honest. How is she quirky? She asked, wanting to understand what he thought the word meant. Well, she always talks about her imaginary animals, and she's kind of vague and airy, Harry said, still trying to figure out what the answer Millie was shooting for. I see what you mean, yeah. But are you just taking her for entertainment purposes? Or do you want her to have a good night? Millie asked, finally getting down to what she was trying to get. Oh, I see what you mean. I want her to have a good night. But I want to have a good night too, Harry said, still completely honest. He wanted everybody to have a good time. And Luna would be very entertaining. Well, as long as you see everyone having fun, I don't see any issue. But if you're just going to take her for just your sake, then no, I don't think you should take her yet, Millie cautioned. She didn't want Harry to use the poor girl for entertainment purposes. No, I think she's a sweet girl, and I think I should take her just so she could be able to go. I'll protect her from all the bullies while I'm there. Well as I can, Harry said, knowing that there were some people he wouldn't be able to stand up to. As long as you think both of you can have a good time, yeah, Millie said, giving him an endearing smile. Thanks, Millie. You've been a lot of help. Maybe I should call Sirius for some dating advice, Harry said, giving her an impish grin. I'm not sure that's a good idea, yeah, she said, concern showing on her face. Sirius was a ladies' man when he was younger. At least that was what he said. Oh, why not? He seems like a serious type of person. Pun intended, Harry said cheekily. Oh, go on with you. Call him if you must, she conceded, knowing that he was going to do it anyway. Good night, Millie. Good night, Harry. And with that, Harry called his godfather. Hey, Sirius? I'm thinking about asking Luna to the ball, and I was wondering if you could give me some dating advice, Harry said once they connected on the mirror. Well, first of all, are you going as a friend or are you going as a date? Was the first question. She's only 13. I think we'll be going as friends, Harry said seriously. He really wasn't willing to take a 13-year-old out as a serious date. I don't know. Girls mature a lot faster than boys. I think you better make that perfectly clear before you ask her, Sirius said seriously. He didn't want the boy to make that mistake. I don't think I can call Luna mature, but I see what you're saying. I'll make sure that she knows that, Harry said. He was going to take everything Sirius said seriously. He thought of what would happen if he asked Ginny, and shuddered. Okay, that's my first word of advice. My second word of advice is to make sure you give her a small gift, his godfather said, with a winning smile. Like what? A flower, a handkerchief, something small like that was the answer. Why? Was the next question. Because that's what you do. You give them something to remember the date by. They press the flower, or they keep the handkerchief. They keep it to remember the date by. It's a female thing, Sirius explained, waving his hand like it was an unexplainable thing. Oh, okay, I'll try and think of something to give her, he said, trying to come up with what Luna would like. Okay, and now the next thing you do is to make sure you know how to dance. Do you know how to dance, Harry? The older man asked with great importance. No, the young teen confessed with a blush. You had better learn. You only have a few weeks till the dance, his godfather instructed, trying to stress the importance of it with just the tone of his voice. McGonagall's going to be giving lessons. She doesn't want anybody to embarrass the school, Harry explained. Then you better pay attention to what she's teaching you, because you're going to have to at least dance 3 times, Sirius said, once again stressing in his voice how important it was. Okay, I'll pay attention, and I'll ask Hermione if she can teach me how, Harry said, feeling that this was actually quite important. He'd pay attention in McGonagall's class and do his very best to do what he needed to do. Okay, so small gift dance. Now, make sure you give her drinks, and if there's food, make sure you bring her snacks, was the next piece of advice. Anything else I need to know? Harry asked, making all the mental notes he needed. Conversation is crucial on any date. You can't let the date go by with no conversation. That kills the date faster than anything else. It's just a long, boring nothing without something to talk about, Sirius said, again, stressing how essential this was. This is good advice. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said with great relief in his voice. These were things he would not have thought of by himself. He probably would have fudged the whole date. That's all I've got for you, kid. Good luck, his godfather said, knowing that there was probably a lot more, but for a first date, this was all the boy needed. All right, Sirius, good night, Harry said with a yawn. Good night, Harry. And with that, Harry disconnected the mirror and went to sleep. He did dream, and they weren't all exactly pleasant dreams. He dreamed of embarrassing himself in front of everybody at this ball. He woke up with the sense that he needed to learn to dance, if only for himself and his date. He went to the Great Hall for breakfast, and he noticed Luna Lovegood sitting at the end of the Ravenclaw table, sitting all by herself. So, he approached her and said, "Hey, Luna, can I talk to you for a minute?" "Of course, Harry Potter. I'd love to talk to you for a second," Luna said in that airy voice of hers. He took her hand and led her over to a blank area in the Great Hall, near the wall towards the entrance. "I was wondering," he said, "if you had a date for the ball?" "As a matter of fact, I do not," she said, staring at that space right above his right ear. "Would you do me the honor of accompanying me?" "As a friend?" he asked, making sure to stress that it was as a friend. "Of course, Harry Potter. I would love to accompany you to the ball. Though Ginny would be very disappointed that you did not ask her," she said, looking over at the Gryffindor table at her red-headed friend, who was peeking in their direction. "I have a confession to make, Luna. Ginny makes me very uncomfortable," Harry said, leaning forward to whisper in her ear, so nobody could hear them. "Alas, I always thought that was the case. I think the Nargles have infested her," she said, leaning up a little bit to whisper into his ear. "I think they have too. I don't know where they come from, but I do think they've infested her," he agreed, nodding his head sagely. "I tried to give her a necklace, but she refused to take it," she said sadly, fingering her own butterbeer cork necklace. "Well, if you ever see them around me, I would be more than happy to wear your necklace," he said with a grin. He would have no problem wearing one of her butterbeer cork necklaces. "Oh no, Harry Potter, you are free of Nargles. You are infested with Raxburts, though I have noticed that they have dispersed a lot lately. And I don't think you can pull off radish earrings," she said with an impish grin. "Well, I thank you for that, I think. But I will do my best to get rid of the Raxburts," he said, shaking his head as if to be rid of them. "All you need to do is laugh more," she said wisely. "Oh, thank you for that advice, Luna. What color dress are you wearing?" he asked, bringing the subject back to the ball. "Why don't you bring down your dress robes, and I will bring down my dress, and we will color coordinate." "That's what the color-changing charm is for," she suggested, making it much simpler for everybody. "When would you like to do this?" he asked, looking at her with a tilt of his head. "Saturday next." "Perfect. It's a date. I will see you then," he said, picking up her hand and kissing the back of it. And with that, The two went to their own table to eat breakfast. When Harry joins his table, Hermione asked him, "What were you talking with Luna Lovegood about?" "I was asking her to the ball," Harry said without any shame. And he had nothing to be ashamed of. "You asked Luna Lovegood?" asked Ron in disbelief, his mouth full of pancakes and syrup. "Yes, I asked Luna." "Why is that so hard to believe?" Harry asked, not looking at his friend's mouth. It was quite disgusting. "Why didn't you ask my sister?" asked Ron, thankfully having swallowed the mess in his mouth. "Why would I ask your sister?" Harry asked, looking over at Ginny, who looked mortified. "Well, because she's prettier than Luna," suggested Ron, who was also looking at his sister, giving her a commiserating look. "Luna is pretty too," Harry said, looking at the flighty girl and seeing the potential she would grow into. "But Ginny has a crush on you," said his friend, as if that was a contributing factor. "Which is the main reason I didn't ask her," Harry said, denying that fact. He looked at Ginny, who was listening in on the conversation, and felt bad for her, but he wasn't going to sugarcoat it. "That doesn't make any sense," said Ron, rubbing the side of his nose in confusion. "Yes, it does. I don't want to spend the night with somebody who has a crush on me. I want to spend the night with a friend," Harry tried to explain to the boy. "I still think you should have asked Ginny," Ron said one final time, as if his word was law. "It's too late now, because I have asked Luna. Ginny is just going to have to find another date," Harry said with finality. He didn't understand why they were having this conversation. He had already asked Luna, and the discussion was over. "Ginny is not going to like this," Ron said slowly, once more glancing at the sad face of his sister. "That is not my problem," Harry said one final time. This time he did not look at Ginny. "I think it's very sweet of you to ask Luna," said Hermione, cutting into her pancakes and taking a bite. Hers had strawberries and whipped cream on them. "Oh, who asked you?" "You don't even have a date," said Ron, cramming more of his pancakes in his mouth. "I will have you know I do too have a date." "Thank you very much," Hermione said after she had swallowed. She put her nose in the air and sniffed as if she was angry. "Oh, really? Who would ask you?" Ron asked jealously. "Not that it's any of your business." "As a matter of fact, it's none of your business," she said angrily. She wasn't going to tell this little so-and-so who was going to take her to the ball. "I have a feeling I know who, and I'm not going to tell you either," Harry said, starting to think that Ron was a bit of a prat. "I guess they told you," said Dean with a chuckle. "Does everybody else have a date except me?" said Ron morosely, as if it was the greatest sin in the world. "I don't have a date," said Neville, though he didn't sound too upset about it. He was looking over at Ginny. "Well, I didn't reckon you would have one," said Ron, looking at Neville as if he was something lower than low. "Hey now, that's not nice," said Harry, sticking up for his friend. He really was beginning to think Ron was a bit of a git. "I plan on having a date before this evening is out," said Neville, glancing one more time in Ginny's direction. "I don't have a date yet," said Parvati. "Well, I wish you the best of luck," said Harry, seeing where Neville was glancing and really wishing him the best of luck. Maybe then the girl would stop crushing on him. And with that, they got down to the business of eating their breakfast. The weeks went by, and Harry and his friends got busy with getting their dresses and robes ready for the ball. Harry made sure that his and Luna's clothes matched. They were close enough to begin with. His was a dark green robe, and hers was a silver dress. But she decided she wanted to go with the darker silver, so they color-coordinated their clothes. He decided to change his to a chocolate color, to better match her silver. They decided to go ask Professor Flitwick if he could do the color-changing charm, so that it would last the night. The color would change back after the ball was over, but it should last for their date. They went down to Hogsmeade and got their hair done. Well, Harry got his hair cut and Luna got her hair styled. It wasn't an elaborate style, it was just a bunch of braids that she could easily do herself the night of the ball. Luna got a lot of flack from her housemates for going out with Harry Potter. Many people thought she was too young or too flighty to be dating Harry Potter, and that she was not good enough for him. Harry made a supreme effort to be seen with her as much as possible so that they would leave her alone. It worked in some ways, in other ways it didn't. On the day of the ball, all the women of the castle over the age of 13 sequestered themselves inside their rooms so that they could get ready 5 hours before the ball was set to be commencing. Luna included, even though she swore she didn't need that much time to get ready. The men kind of wandered around, either playing games or just waiting. They went and got ready about an hour before. Harry went to the Ravenclaw dorm to pick up Luna at the appointed time. He was there with a bunch of other boys who also had Ravenclaw dates. He made sure to have a flower, which was a pink rose. It was a shade of pink that went well with her silver dress. It could be pinned to her shoulder with a sticking charm. It was special because it was metallic in nature. When Luna showed up, she looked like a fairy. She was encased in flowy silver fabric, but she looked like she was floating on a cloud. Her hair was arranged in such a style that it looked like it was floating around her head. She just looked so ethereal. "Miss Lovegood, you look very lovely this evening," Harry said as he held his hand extended towards her so that she could take it. "Thank you, kind sir. Shall we attend the ball?" she said, placing her delicate gloved hand in his. "Yes, I think we shall," he said, putting her hand in the crook of his elbow and escorting her down the hall. "You look rather dapper yourself this evening," she said as they walked down the hallway towards the Great Hall. "Thank you, lovely lady," he said as they both carried on airs. Then they both broke out into giggling fits. And with that, the two of them went to join the rest of the crowd into the Great Hall, which was decked out like a winter wonderland. They sat at one of the many tables that were scattered around the Great Hall instead of the 4 Great House tables. It was all set up like a huge restaurant. There were even menus on the plates instead of the regular foods in the middle of the table. When the champions were in and were seated and they waited for the headmaster to show everybody how to order their food, everybody was soon eating and chatting, and the hall was soon filled with noise and the smell of wonderfully cooked food. The champions started the dance, and Harry soon got up and had Luna twirling around the floor. He was an amateur at best, but he did his best to show her what he had learned from McGonagall. She didn't seem to mind that he stepped on her toes quite a few times. She was light on hers, so she danced away from his clumsy attempts, and she seemed to have fun. He only danced with her 4 or 5 times that night, but he kept the conversation going like Sirius told him to. They talked of many things, some consequential, others not. They chatted with friends. Hermione had a date with one Victor Crumb, and she made sure to come and join them in conversation, especially when she had a falling out with Ron, who was dating Parvati, of all people. He wasn't being a very polite date, that was for sure. By the end of the evening, Harry had taken Luna out to show her the winter wonderland that the headmaster created outside, and they looked for Nargles and Raxburts. However, they didn't find anything, thank goodness. They did look for a couple of other imaginary creatures, but they didn't find any of those either. But they had a great time looking. Harry did have to contend with Ginny staring at him the whole night, because she was on a date with Neville. Neville seemed to be very put out about this. He did his best to keep her entertained, but she only had eyes for Harry. All in all, it was a really good night with Harry and Luna. He even got to kiss her on the cheek goodnight, which she seemed to appreciate. That night, after calling Millie and Sirius, he talked to his parents. "Imum, Idat, tonight I was on my first date and it was with a friend, and I had a really good time, but it got me to realize this was another first that you guys missed, and that made me really sad. And I wanted you to know that I missed you. I hope in all these milestones that you missed that you're seeing me up there, and you're looking down, and that you're proud. I hope I make you see that I am growing up to be a good person. Millie and Sirius are doing their best to make sure that I am growing up to be the kind of person that you want me to be. I think Luna is a really nice girl. I'm not sure she's the type of girl I want to marry, but I think she's a really good girl for a good first date. Anyway, it was my first date, and I wanted to share that with you and wish you were here for it. I love you, Mom, Dad." With that, he went to sleep dreaming of dancing in the clouds with an unknown girl, with his parent watching and smiling at him. The final tasks. Thanks for all the reviews. FFN is not working correctly right now, so I'm not getting any emails from that site. That doesn't mean I don't want you to review. That just means I'm not getting any reviews from there. So, if you want to review, go ahead, I'll probably get them eventually. I was actually not going to post until they got their shit together, but I decided that that wasn't fair to those from AO3. It's not their fault FFN is glitching. The second task came quickly, and it was quite boring for everybody watching. All they did was sit and watch the Black Lake for a good hour. Fleur came out of the lake first, but she didn't have her hostage. She was waylaid by the Grindylows. Then Cedric came up second with his hostage, Cho. Then Crumb came up third with Hermione. There was quite a commotion for a while there when Fleur thought that her hostage was going to be kept down at the bottom of the lake, and she went into hysterics until the Mare people came up with her. Little sister. I was quite worried about Hermione there for a minute. I didn't know they were going to put her at the bottom of the lake, said Harry, leaning against his pseudo-sister. He had been quite worried there for a minute. Hermione was his best friend. I didn't either, said Millie. I'm quite peeved about that, she said. She knew Dumbledore and the others that were in charge of this tournament were cruel, but she didn't know that they would put children at the bottom of the lake. She certainly hoped that they had asked them first, or at least got their parents' permission, but she sincerely doubted it. "I'm glad that Crumb went and got her," said Harry, sitting up straight and craning his neck as if to see where his best friend was. He was very concerned about her and wanted to go to her right away, but he wasn't sure if that was acceptable at this point in time. "I was quite scared, and if he hadn't gotten her, I would have been just as scared as Delacour. I don't think that they would have left anybody at the bottom of the lake. That would have been murder," said Millie. At least she hoped those old men and one woman wouldn't resort to murder. Who knew what went through their minds for the thought of entertainment? "I guess you're right," he said, giving a heartfelt sigh. "Still, she's my best friend, and I would have been very worried. I would have taken them to court and sued them for every penny they had if they had done that, and then I would have seen them in Azkaban," she said, giving him a one-armed hug. She would have done it too. She would have thrown them all in prison for murder, even if Hermione was just a mudblood. "Too right," said Sirius. Even though he hated talking about that prison, he would have thrown his money right behind Millie. He hated every single one of those people up on that panel. They seemed to be too big for their britches. "Let's go see if Hermione is okay," said Millie, getting up and making her way through the crowd. She felt they'd waited long enough. All the judges seemed to be doing was talking. "Yeah, I want to make sure she doesn't suffer any damage from being under that water," said Harry, following Millie through the crowd. So, the three of them hurried down to the tent to make sure that Hermione was okay. They hurried across the grass into the hospital tent. Opening the flap and entering, they saw her huddled in the back. She was under a blanket, drinking some hot cocoa, but she was dry, and she seemed to be okay. Crumb was arguing with his headmaster, trying to figure out why Hermione was his hostage when she was not his most precious person. "Hermione!" Harry cried as he rushed to her side. "Are you okay?" he asked, giving her a huge hug. "Yes, I'm fine," she said, returning his hug, glad she had put her cocoa down before he came up to her. "That would have been awkward. What were you doing at the bottom of the lake?" "I didn't know you were that important to Crumb," he said, glancing to where the two Bulgarians were still arguing. "I'm not," she said, also looking to where the two men were arguing. "I don't know why I was down there. I was simply his date for the ball. He seems to be pretty upset about it," Millie said, giving her a one-armed hug. She was pretty impressed by the way Crumb seemed to be going at his headmaster. He was a very upset young man. She wasn't sure if he was upset for Hermione's sake or his own, but he was going to town. "He is upset about it. He doesn't know why I was down there either. I'm not his most precious person, but I'm the only thing that they could find here at Hogwarts," Hermione said, picking up her cocoa and finishing it off. She put the cup back down on the table and wrapped her blanket around herself again. "Well, at least you're safe," said Sirius, clasping her shoulder and giving it a squeeze. "Can we get out of here now?" asked Harry, not really wanting to stick around in this tent, watching the two men argue and not doing anything else. "Yes, let's," said Hermione, agreeing 100% with that attitude. "Madame Pomfrey, could I leave now?" she asked, waving down the Medowitch. The nurse came bustling over and checked her to make sure that she was okay, and then gave her go-ahead for her to leave. The four of them left the tent. They made their way away from the crowds because they didn't really care about what the scores were for the contenders. "Let's go back to my place, yeah? There are no classes today, and it's a day off, so I don't think anybody would care if you went down to Hogsmeade," Millie said, putting her arm over Harry's shoulders and leading the way towards Hogsmeade. "I don't know. I don't think we should leave the school grounds without permission from the professors," said Hermione, still wearing the blanket she wore in the hospital tent. It was still a bit nippy out. She was walking next to Sirius, who was walking behind Millie and Harry. "You have my permission," said Sirius a bit pompously, as if he had the right. "And that's good enough." He gave her a rakish grin. "Oh, all right," said Harry, who never turned down a chance to go to Millie's place. "I don't think we'll get in too much trouble as long as we're back before curfew," he said, turning to Hermione and giving her a wink. "I guess," said Hermione. So, they went down to Hogsmeade and spent a comfortable evening just relaxing at Millie's flat. And then Hermione and Harry made it back to Hogwarts right before curfew. "Where have you two been?" asked Ron as they entered the common room. He confronted them just as soon as they walked in. "We went down to Hogsmeade." "Why?" said Harry. Startled confusion showed on his face. As far as he was concerned, they didn't do anything wrong. "McGonagall's been looking for you," the redhead said a bit smugly. Harry was really beginning to think that Ron was not his friend. "Oh, do you know why?" asked Hermione, starting to worry her hands. She really didn't like getting in trouble with McGonagall. She wanted to make sure that Hermione was okay after the task. Dean said, trying to relieve the girl's worry. He, on the other hand, didn't like it when his friends were upset. "Oh well, I think I'll go and find out why," Hermione said, rushing to McGonagall's office. She didn't want to make the professor wait any longer than she already had. Harry rushed after her. The two went to McGonagall's office to find out if they were in trouble. Hermione knocked on the door. They were bid to enter. They both entered the office and stood in front of the desk. McGonagall looked at them, frowning. "Just where have you two been?" she said. Her lips were pursed in that way of hers that made everybody feel as if they had done something wrong. She looked at them as if she had swallowed a lemon. Harry always felt as if he were 5 years old when he was in the presence of Professor McGonagall. "We went to visit Millie," said Harry, his chin raised defiantly. "We didn't think anybody would mind. It is a Hogsmeade weekend. Next time, let somebody know you're going to be leaving the school grounds," the teacher said with a sniff. She then picked up some parchments and shoved them around her desk, as if to seem important. "You wanted to see us," said Hermione, still worrying her hands. "We wanted to make sure that you were okay after the task," Professor McGonagall said, actually showing a bit of worry to the young teenage girl. "Madame Pomfrey gave me the okay, and so I left," Hermione said, sharing a confused look with Harry. "Yes, but you did not stay and find out what the scores were at the end," the professor stated as if that were important to her. She shuffled a few more parchments around her desk. "I am not one of the contestants," the bushy-haired girl said, a bit confused. "But you were part of the task. I thought you'd like to see how your participation affected the outcome," the teacher said, once more pursing her lips. "With all due respect, ma'am, I was not asked to be part of the task. I did not want to see how it ended," Hermione said, fretting some. She was still very upset about being put at the bottom of the lake. She hadn't been asked at all if she wanted to be a participant in the task. She had just been taken and put at the bottom of the lake, as if it would be a great honor to be part of the Triwizard Tournament. "Very well, you may go," McGonagall said, waving them away as if they were inconsequential. So, the two went back to their common room and did their homework for the week. Getting that out of the way left them free time. Hermione fretted more, wondering if she was going to have nightmares about being captured and put at the bottom of the lake for the rest of her life. Harry did his best to keep her calm and reassure her, but he too wondered if he was going to have nightmares about his best friend being at the bottom of the lake for the rest of his life. A newspaper article came out that tried to say that there was a love triangle between Victor Crumb, Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger that lasted all of one day before Sirius Black and Millie Foster descended on the Daily Prophet and threatened to sue them for everything they had, and they retracted the article. They reprinted a withdrawal the next day that stated that Rita Skeeter was being free with her words once again. Said reporter was also put on suspension for a month because of her free words. After that time went on, and it was mostly just homework and time with friends. A few more Hogsmeade weekends and time with Millie and Sirius. And soon enough, the third task came about. Again, it would be boring for the spectators. It wasn't even time for the third task, and they could tell it was going to be boring because the Quidditch pitch was overtaken by a large maze. "How are we supposed to see through that?" asked Harry as he and his friends overlooked the large maze. They were on their way to Millie's place, but they stopped to look at the maze. "I have no idea," said Hermione, examining the maze with interest. It was a charming piece of magic. It was very intricate. It was slow growing, which was very strange because magic could make it grow so much faster. So she didn't understand why they were doing it so slowly. "Are we just supposed to sit and watch it?" asked Dean, who had been thoroughly bored at the second task. All he had done was sit and stare at the water. "I guess so," said Neville, rubbing the back of his head. He too had been thoroughly bored at the second task and didn't have any idea what they were supposed to do for the third task. "That seems right dull," said Seamus, saying what everybody else was thinking. "Well, there's nothing for it," said Harry, turning and starting to walk away. "We're just going to have to bring our own entertainment." "What do you suggest?" inquired Hermione, catching up with him. "Well, I know what you're going to suggest," said Harry. "You're going to suggest we bring books," he said, giving her a smile to take the bite out of his words. "There's nothing wrong with a good book," she said primly. "Yeah, I agree with you there in this case," he said, nodding his head sagely. "They're light and easy to carry, and we can always put them away if something exciting happens." "Too right," said Dean. And with that, the group continued to move away from the maze and started heading down to Hogsmeade. They were walking down the road when suddenly out of the woods came a man in a hooded robe, who grabbed Harry. He pulled him towards the woods, while the other teens started throwing curses at him. Harry elbowed the man in the solar plex and headbutted him in the head. He then turned around and kneed him in the balls. The man let him go and keeled over, and Harry and the teens ran towards Hogsmeade. They didn't stop until they got to Millie's place. "Well, that doesn't bode well," said Harry as he entered Millie's house. They were all sitting inside Millie's back door out of breath and panting. "What happened?" asked Millie as she came into the room. She could see that they were all distressed. "Somebody just tried to kidnap Harry," said Dean from his position, with his hands on his knees and his head down. He was still trying to catch his breath from their mad dash through Hogsmeade. "What do you mean somebody tried to kidnap Harry?" she asked as she rushed to Harry's side. She put her arm over his shoulders, but she looked at everybody's faces, trying to see what they were talking about. "I mean, somebody just ran out of the woods and tried to kidnap Harry as we were walking down here," Dean said, looking up and staring in her face so that she could see that he was telling the truth. "How did you get away?" Millie asked, looking over Harry, making sure that he wasn't hurt. Then she started looking over everybody else to make sure they weren't hurt either. "I used the self-defense you taught me," Harry said, a bit proudly. He wasn't hurt. He was a bit scuffed up, but he wasn't hurt. "I'm so proud of you," said Millie, putting a hand on his cheek and looking dead in his eyes to show how proud she was. "Well, I'm glad you taught me self-defense," said Harry, giving her a megawatt smile. With that, the teens enjoyed their day, but they stayed close to Sirius and Millie for the rest of the day. They did tend to spook at loud noises, though. They jumped every time somebody slammed a door shut or closed the window. They hoped that it would go away soon. Nobody liked being that skittish. Sirius even made sure to walk them back to Hogwarts. He even went to talk to the headmaster and let him know that there was an attempt on Harry's life. They weren't sure what to do about it, because nothing really happened, and they didn't get a good look at whoever it was that tried to take him. The headmaster called Harry up to his office. Harry made sure to bring Millie and Sirius with him. He called them on the mirror, and they were there within 10 minutes. "You wanted to see me, headmaster," he said as they entered the office. "I wanted to see you. I do not know why you brought Miss Foster and Sirius with you," the man said from behind his desk. He ran his hand down his long beard as if he was looking at them in a grandfatherly fashion. "I wanted to make sure that I had representation," Harry said. He took a seat in one of the chairs in front of the desk and waited for Millie and Sirius to do the same. "Do you not trust me, Harry, my boy?" Albus asked, looking over his half-moon spectacles as if he expected the answer to be, "Yes, of course I do trust you." "With all due respect, sir, I don't know you," Harry said, looking a bit contrite. He wanted to trust the man, but he really didn't. "Very well, then, there is nothing for it. Would you care for a lemon drop?" the old man offered. Obviously, never having been told, it was unusual for old men to offer young children candy. "No, thank you," all three of them said. "I called you here to ask if you would consider not going to Hogsmeade for the rest of the year," the headmaster said, as if it were already a done deal. He really wanted Harry to stay at Hogwarts for the rest of the year, where he figured he would be safe. "That would be no, sir. I very much enjoyed my time in Hogsmeade. That and Millie and Sirius both live there," Harry said, giving the man a confused look, as if he couldn't believe he gave him that suggestion. "Be that as it may, an attempt was made on your life going down there, and I do not want to risk it again," Dumbledore said as if his word were law. "And I got away, sir," Harry pointed out, tilting his head to the side. "However, next time you may not. The next time the perpetrator may succeed in obtaining you," the old man said, making a valid point. "I think I can get away again," Harry said, sounding like an arrogant teenager. "And if it does not happen that way?" the headmaster asked, also tilting his head in a quizzical way. "I think I'll take my chances, sir," the teen said, still coming off as a bit arrogant. "Sirius, surely you can see that this cannot happen. Harry is very important to the wizard community, and he must be protected at all costs," Albus pleaded, turning to the oldest adult in the room. "Besides himself, I can't wrap him in bubble charms and keep him cocooned at all times, Albus," Sirius stated, seeing the logic in both sides of the argument, but wanting to go with Harry's side. "We must endeavor to keep him safe," the old man said, a pleading quality to his voice. "He has to be able to be a teenage boy. I'm not going to keep him wrapped up, not for your sake. We've taught him everything he knows to protect himself. He got away this time. I'm sure he can get away again. We'll do what we can to keep him safe, but we're not going to keep him locked up," the dogman said, looking at Harry fondly. but also wanting to wrap him up, just like Albus wanted to do. The attempted kidnapping had scared him just as much as it seemed to do the headmaster. But he couldn't, like he said, wrap the boy up in cotton and keep him under lock and key. And you, Miss Foster, do you feel the same way? The headmaster said, turning to the last person in the room. You bet your arse I do, Millie said, just to be defiant. She too could see both sides of the argument, and she too wanted to keep Harry under lock and key, but she also wanted him to be independent. Very well then, I can see you will do what you will, Dumbledore said, pretty much ending the conversation. Albus, Sirius said, nodding his head at the man and shooing the other two out, and, with that the three left, feeling they had accomplished what they came to accomplish, which was not to let the headmaster walk all over them. Millie and Sirius gave Harry a hug and then left. Harry went back to his common room and reflected on what happened. He wondered where the headmaster thought he got off telling him what he could and couldn't do. He was just his headmaster, after all. There were times he just didn't trust that man. On the morning of the third task, a weird thing happened to Harry. He woke up with a wound on his arm. He didn't understand what had happened. He went to the school nurse and asked if she could find anything wrong. It was just a cut on his arm. There was no magical residue of any kind. It was as if somebody had taken a knife and cut his arm. She healed the arm up and made a report. Harry went to the task with all his friends and sat and watched the maze with everybody else and was bored out of their minds. They made sure to bring books, read and watched the maze and read, and watched the maze and read and watched the maze. Soon there were flashes of light from when the contestants were fighting whatever monsters or spells were in the maze. But that's all the audience ever saw. About an hour later, the maze fell just like that, and Cedric Diggory was in the middle of the maze holding the Triwizard Cup. And that was the end of the Triwizard Tournament. The crowd went wild, and there was a great party in the Great Hall for the winner. It lasted for hours. That night when Harry went to bed, he had a dream. It was the Dark Lord. He was alive, and he was talking to Harry. I'm coming for you, Harry Potter, he said. Harry could see him plain as day, and he didn't look human. He looked like a snakehead. He had no nose, no hair on his face. He had no eyebrows. His skin was almost scaly. His fingers were long, almost unnatural looking. And he was looking straight at Harry when he talked to him, as if he knew he could see him in his mind. Harry woke up almost screaming. He immediately got on the mirror and called Millie. Millie, he said into the mirror. Voldemort is back, he said, scared out of his mind. How do you know this? She asked, clutching her robe to her chest. Those were words she never wanted to hear coming out of anybody's mouth. He came to me in a dream, Harry said, running his hands down his face in a weary gesture. He couldn't believe what was going on, let alone what he was saying. He came to you in a dream? She asked, not doubting him for a minute, but wanting to make sure that that is what he was saying. Yes, he came to me in a dream, and he said he was coming for me, Harry repeated. He looked around the room nervously, just to make sure none of his roommates were hearing what he was saying. He had cast a silencing spell over his bed, but he wanted to make sure that it was working. Okay, you need to calm down, yeah? Tell me exactly what he said and exactly how he looked, she instructed, making calming gestures with her hands and keeping her voice as tranquil as possible. So, Harry did just that. He told her everything he knew. Okay, so he's alive. This is not good. We need to tell somebody. But who are we talking to? We know the Ministry won't listen to us, so we need to tell Dumbledore. No. First we'll tell Sirius. Then we'll decide who to tell from there. Yeah, she was rambling to herself as she was pacing back and forth in front of the mirror. Millie, Harry said, getting her attention by raising his voice a bit. Yeah, she said, stopping her pacing. I'm scared, he said in a soft voice. I know you are, sweetie, but there is nothing I can do for you here right now. Let me talk to Sirius and we'll see what we can do, okay? She said, trying to sound reassuring. She wasn't sure how well she pulled it off because she was scared too. This was not something she was used to dealing with. I guess there's nothing else I can do. I'll just read, I guess. There is no going back to bed for me after this. I can tell you that, he said, scrambling to get out of bed to do something besides just lay there. He tried his best not to wake his dormmates. Yeah, you do what you can. I'm gonna go see what Sirius says about this, she said, moving to get dressed. She was going to go over Sirius's house and wake him up. Okay, Millie, I love you. I love you too, sweetie. With that, the two disconnected and did their very best to keep calm in what was going to be the oncoming storm. On dreams and wishes. Thank you for the reviews. My eyesight is going. I'm having a hard time reading the screen. It's the bright lights. I even have the blue light on. I think it's cataracts. Oh, the woes of getting old. My doctor has been threatening surgery for years now. So, there is that. He said when it got too much for me to read, then it would be time. Well, I will endeavor to go as long as I can, but my appointment is in a few months. I think I can hold out until then. If you know how to dim the screen more than the blue light, let me know. I am at a loss. The first thing Millie did was go to Sirius' house. She banged on the door and woke him up. She was still in her nightwear, but she was completely covered, so she didn't care. She did have her bathrobe and slippers on, though. Sirius, we have a major problem, she said as soon as he opened the door. It was warm out and she was overdressed for the weather, but she didn't care. What happened? He said, leaning against the doorway. He looked at her frazzled state and wondered what could possibly have her in such hysterics. Her hair was a complete mess, and her pajama top was misbuttoned. She was wringing her hands to death. She was bouncing from one foot to the other like she had drunk too much coffee. Harry had a dream that Voldemort has been revived, she said, worrying her hands something fierce. She was whispering this to him and looking around frantically. What? How could he be revived? Never mind, I already know the answer to that question. How does he know that? He said lowly, standing up straight, looking around the street as if Voldemort was going to pop up from the corner any minute now. He had a dream. I just told you that, yeah, Millie said, looking at him clearly like he wasn't paying attention to what she was saying. Then again, the news was quite shocking. Okay, come in. Have a seat. Calm down and tell me everything he told you, Sirius said, taking her arm and leading her into the house and sitting her down in a chair where she would be comfortable. So, Millie came in, sat in the chair, and told him everything Harry had told her over the mirror. What do you think we should do? She asked, running her hands down her face in a weary fashion. Okay, the first thing we should do is contact the Department of Mysteries, he said, getting up and pacing as he was wont to do. This was something he was prepared for, but wasn't exactly prepared for. In other words, it was something he was anticipating, but he didn't want. Why do we need to contact them? She asked, confused at the non-sequitur. She was expecting him to say the Minister or Dumbledore. The last place she was expecting him to say was the Department of Mysteries, because they took something from the school during Harry's second year that I think is important to what's going on with Voldemort, he explained, still pacing about the room as if he were a caged animal. How do you know that? She asked, leaning forward a little bit in anticipation. This was exciting information. It sounded like something that could end the war before it even started. Because I've been keeping in contact with them over some research that I've been doing, he said, glancing in her direction with a cautious eye. Oh, okay. Why don't I let you do that, and you tell me what I need to do? Yes, she said, moving back a little bit, seeing as how he wasn't going to tell her any more than that. Your job is to keep Harry calm. Keep him out of trouble. And just be there for him, he said in short, chopped, distracted sentences. I could do that, yes, she said, watching him pace and think at the same time. Obviously, there were things going on in his side that she was not privy to, and she really hoped that he was able to handle it. He still wasn't long out of Azkaban, so, you let me handle this side of things, he said, giving her his most winning smile. Should we tell Dumbledore? She asked, reluctantly. Oh, dear Merlin, no, he said, throwing his hands in the air, as if that were the worst idea he had heard all year. Why not? She asked, knowing her answer but wanting to know his. He'll want to re-establish the Order of the Phoenix, and I don't want to do that, Sirius said, finally taking a seat and looking at her while he talked to her. What's the Order of the Phoenix? She asked, having never heard of that organization. It's the anti-Voldemort group that Dumbledore started during the last war, he explained. They really didn't do much but gather information and occasionally go out and stop raids. Of course, they didn't have Snape on their side last time, so I don't know if they'd be more proactive this time. You think Snape is on our side? She questioned, though she had her doubts. I think Dumbledore thinks so, he said. He had his doubts too. I guess that's good enough, she said with a sigh. But I think we should keep this from Dumbledore for now. Get on the mirror with Harry and tell him to keep this to himself for now. If Voldemort wants it to be known that he's back in the world, then let him tell them, Sirius said, trying to stress how important he thought that was. Okay, I'll get back on the mirror and let him know ya, she said, stretching and getting up. I'm going to get dressed and go down to the ministry, he said. Then he looked at the clock. It was 4 a.m. First thing in the morning, he amended. But I'm going to get some notes in order and see what they've got going down there. I've got some spells that I've been working on, and they've got some things that they've been working on. Together, we should be able to nip this in the bud before it even gets started. Did Harry tell you about his blood being taken? She asked as she made her way towards the door. She was going slowly because she wanted to get this out before she got there. No, he didn't. When did that happen? He asked, concerned that his godson had gotten hurt, and he didn't know about it. The night of the task. Somehow his arm got cut while he was asleep, she explained, having stopped walking at the doorway of the living room. She turned to face him. Wormtail, was all he said. Do you think Peter Pettigrew snuck into the boys' dormitory and cut his arm? Millie asked aghast. The man was a ratanimagus and could do that. They may never know without a confession. This was all conjecture. That's probably how Voldemort came back to life. There's plenty of rituals that require the blood of the enemy to do so, he explained, rubbing his hands through his hair in frustration. How do you even know these things? She asked, staring at him with wide eyes. I come from a long line of necromancers, he said, waving her concerns away. To him, it was just one of those things. He hated it, but there was... The Blacks were necromancers? She asked, her eyes going even wider. She knew they were a dark family, but she didn't know there were necromancers among them. Those were rare. Plenty of them were, he confirmed with a nod of his head. I didn't know that. Well, you get back to Harry before he gets into trouble and starts telling his friends, he said, shooing her away. He had stuff he had to do, and he needed to get it done tonight, or rather, this morning before things started to get heated up, right? I'll let you get back to what you need to do. Yeah, she said, turning back around and heading towards the door again. Yeah. With that, Millie went back to her flat, got on the mirror, and told Harry to keep everything to himself for now. Then she went and got ready for her day, even though it was an hour or two before she even had to open the shop. Later that morning at breakfast, a tired and jumpy Harry was confronted by his friends after spilling another glass of pumpkin juice. It was his third one this morning. He was all thumbs today. Harry, what's got you so jumpy? Said Hermione as she used her wand to clean up his mess one more time. I just had a really bad dream, said Harry, giving her a sheepish grin. He also let out a big yawn. That dream had come in the middle of the night, and he had not been able to get back to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was the scaly face of Voldemort, looking at him and saying, I'm coming for you, Harry Potter. It must have been a real nightmare, said Dean, giving him a sympathetic look. You've practically been jumping like a Mexican jumping bean all morning. He poured another glass of pumpkin juice and handed it to Harry. Don't spill this one, okay? It was a real doozy, said Harry, taking the glass of pumpkin juice and putting it carefully on the table next to his plate of eggs and bacon. Very glad that he did not spill it. Did you dream of Voldemort or something? Said Ron with all the couth of a rock. Now that you've asked, yes, I did, Harry said, giving the guy a hairy eyeball. And then he rubbed his eyes and gave another yawn. He was very tired. Blimey. I'd be jumping around if I dreamed of him too, said Ron, clapping Harry on the shoulder in a commiserated fashion. It was one hell of a nightmare, and I'm sorry if I've been jumping around you lot. It's just got me all out of sorts. I apologize, Harry said, looking at the faces of all his friends. They all just gave him a look that said it was fine. That's all right, Harry. Sometimes we just have dreams that seem so real that they just bother us the next day, said Hermione. She spooned some eggs on his plate and patted his hand in sympathy. I'll try and be better, said Harry, giving her a weak smile. Luna came over and joined them and sat next to Harry and put her head on his shoulder. It's okay, Harry. It's going to be all right, she said in that airy fashion of hers. Just her presence alone helped. I don't know about that, Luna. Sometimes it feels like the whole world is just going to fall apart all around me, he said, putting his head on top of hers and closing his eyes as if just to shut the world out for just a moment. It helped. That's just the Raxburts talking, she said, placing her hand on his cheek. I'd get you some radish earrings, but I still don't think you pull them off. That caused him a chuckle. What you need is to laugh some more. How about we go outside and see what the sun is going to bring us today? She said, looking around at the group as if to include them in their conversation. Well, it is Saturday. We could go see if Millie's not doing anything, Harry said. Always wanted to go and see what Millie was doing. I have a feeling she's going to be rather busy today, and so is Sirius. How about we go and see the joke shop or the candy store today? Luna said as if it was a given. Sounds like a plan. Sounds better than sticking around here jumping at shadows, said Neville, who did not understand the underlying byplay of the two that were talking, but just wanted to get out of the castle for a while. I'm almost out of money, said Ron, looking at Harry expectantly. I don't know what to tell you about that. I told you not to spend it all on candy last time, said Harry, ignoring the look. Spot a fellow a couple of sickles, won't you? The redhead said, holding his hand out. I can't. I promised Millie I'd save my money for the summertime, Harry said, shaking his head in a negative fashion. Why do you listen to that woman? She's not your mom, Ron once again questioned. He just did not understand the Harry/Millie dynamic. I've told you over and over and over again that I listen to her because I like her. She's a very close friend of mine, and she's been there for me when I needed her. I don't know why I have to repeat myself to you on this, Harry said, getting frustrated. It wasn't up to him to explain what was going on between him and Millie. Still, no, I'm not saying it again. I'm not going to lend you any money. You shouldn't have spent it all the last time you were in Hogsmeade, Harry said, making a slashing motion with his hand and ending the conversation there. Fine, be that way then, Ron said as he stormed away. I don't know what his problem is. He knew he was going to run out of money before the end of the year. I told him not to spend it all the last time we were in Hogsmeade, Hermione said, throwing her napkin down on her empty plate. He just seems to think because I have extra money that I'm going to give it to him every time he runs out, Harry said, putting his fork on his empty plate. He stood up and got ready to exit the Great Hall. That's not right, said Neville, getting up with Dean and Seamus. He should always be conscious of what his money issue is. To him, it was a simple thing. You either had the money or you did not. There are just some people who think they're entitled to other people's money because others have more than they do. I don't know how it works in their mind, but it does, Harry said, frustration clear in his voice because he didn't understand people's thinking that way. Well, he'll learn his lesson when he gets older, when he can't pay his bills, and nobody will pay them for him, Hermione said, getting up and following Harry and the others out of the Great Hall. Anyway, let me go get my money bag, and I'll meet you guys down at the gates, Harry said and gave Luna a one-armed hug. He then rushed to go get his money bag. He ran up to the Gryffindor common room and up into his dorm room, got his money bag out of his trunk, and hurried back down the stairs. Thanks for waiting, he said, and they made their way down to Hogsmeade. Their trip was uneventful. Nobody tried to jump out of the woods and take Harry this time, though they were extra cautious. They would have taken the carriages, but all the carriages had already left. They went to the candy store, Honeydukes, and then went to the joke shop, Zonko's. They didn't spend much because, like Harry said, they were saving money for the summer. And even though Luna said Millie was supposed to be busy this time of the day, they did stop by Millie's store to see if she was doing okay. It was a quick visit. Hey Millie, are you okay? Harry asked as they walked into the store. They could tell it's just between classes because one class was walking out and another class was walking in. There were more women than men in these classes, but there were still a few men in there. Hello, you lot. I'm good, yeah. How are you doing? Millie asked, wiping the sweat off her face with the towel and stretching a bit. We're good. We just dropped by to see if you were doing all right. Luna said you might be busy right now, Harry said, indicating the people milling about the store. She's right. It's been a very busy day, Millie agreed with a laugh. All right then. We'll just give you a quick hug and leave then, Harry said with an impish grin. All right, line up, get your hug. Yeah, Millie said. With that, they all got on the line, got a quick hug from Millie, and then left. Well, that was fun, said Harry. I like your Millie, said Luna from her place at Harry's side. She's ever so kind. She really is, said Harry, 100% agreement with that statement. She's going to be there for you when you need her the most. Trust her, said Luna with a detached air of somebody making a prediction. I already do, said Harry, giving her a queer look. Trust Sirius, too, said Luna. Whatever are you two talking about? Asked Hermione, from Harry's other side. Just dreams and wishes, said Luna, looking at Hermione with faraway eyes. Dreams and wishes. What nonsense is that? The bushy-haired girl demanded. She never understood what Luna was talking about. She always talked in nonsense. Dreams and wishes are never nonsense, said Luna in all seriousness. Everything is dreams and nonsense with you. Hermione mumbled under her breath. Here now. That's not nice, said Harry, reprimand clear in his tone. I apologize, said Hermione, though she didn't sound like it. You two are going to have to learn to get along, said Harry, though it was clear he was talking to Hermione more than he was talking to Luna. Hermione, you're my best friend, but Luna is also a friend of mine. I'm not going to choose one over the other. I know. We're just so complete opposite personalities. It's just so hard sometimes, said Hermione as she pushed her hair away from her face. Can't you at least try for me? Asked Harry, looking her in the eye, showing her how serious he was about this. "For you, I will try harder," Hermione said, giving him a weak smile. "Thank you. That's all I ask," said Harry, smiling back at her. And with that, the group of friends decided to go back to Hogwarts. And they laughed and played the entire way, and Harry's infestation of Raxburts got less the more he laughed. That night, Millie and Sirius had a serious talk. They were in Millie's kitchen this time. "What did you find out from the Department of Mysteries?" Millie asked as she served him up some coffee. It had been a long day, and she figured coffee would be better than tea today. "That they're looking into the same thing I was looking at, but I already knew that," Sirius said, taking a drink of the bitter brew. He sighed, because that was just what he needed. Well, maybe if it had some fire whiskey in it, it would be better, but this would do for now. "Oh, and what was that?" she asked, taking a seat next to him at the bar in the kitchen. "Horcruxes. Do I want to know what those are?" she asked because it sounded from the tone of his voice that they were something that she didn't want to deal with. "I thought I already told you what these were," he said with a bit of surprise. He was sure he had told her. "You might have. I've forgotten. Something to do with the soul, I think," Millie said, taking a drink of her coffee, trying to remember anything she might know about Horcruxes. "Yes, it's when you split your soul and put it into an object. It's vile black magic," Sirius stated, all but spitting the words. "I know Voldemort has made some. I know there's one in Harry's scar, and that's one that I've been researching. I'm close to figuring out how to remove it," he assured her. "And the Department of Mysteries?" Millie asked, drinking more of her coffee. She was very alarmed over the fact that there was a soul piece in Harry, and was reassured that Sirius knew how to get it out. "The Department of Mysteries knows that he's made at least 5 more, he stated, going over what he knew. "And that's what they've been researching. Together we have come up with a way to try and consolidate all of them into one, and get rid of them at one time. That's what we're going to do together. We need at least a month to do it. So, we're going to have to wait a month while Voldemort reigns terror on the wizarding world," yes, she said, twisting her coffee cup in her hands, fretting a bit. She was envisioning dead bodies everywhere. "I have a feeling he's not going to be doing much of anything for a while," he said, looking at her calmly. He reached over and stopped her hands from their fretting. "Why do you say that?" she asked, tilting her head at him questioningly. She let go of her cup and steadied her hands. "I don't think he's going to want anybody to know that he's back," he explained, a bit smugly, as if he held a secret that she didn't know. "Why do you think that?" she asked, still looking at him queerly. "He would have announced himself as soon as possible if he wanted people to know he was back," he stated, waving his hand around the air, as if to show that Voldemort hadn't done anything. "I guess you're right. So, what do we do?" she asked, puzzled as to why Voldemort was trying to keep quiet. Did he have a plan that he was brewing that they didn't know about? Well, obviously he did. But what was it? And was it going to come back and bite them in the arse? "We keep quiet, and we keep watch," Sirius said, taking a drink of his coffee. "Maybe if you put chocolate in it, it would taste better." He really wasn't a coffee drinker. "Are we still not telling Dumbledore?" Millie asked one final time. Not that she wanted to tell Dumbledore, but he was supposed to be the only wizard that Voldemort feared. "No, what we're going to do is we're going to tell Amelia Bones," Sirius said with a devious grin. Like he had another secret that she didn't know. "Isn't she the head of the DMLE?" Millie asked, though she was pretty sure she knew who she was. After Harry's second year, she remembered hearing about her. "Yes, and she is going to be the only person we're going to tell. And if she believes us, she'll beef up the Aurors. And she'll do it subtly," the dogman said, winking at her. "They won't even know why they're doing extra patrols. They just know that something's going on, that they need to be extra vigilant. Probably only old Mad Eye will think there's something wrong. If you think that's what's best, then that's what we'll do." "Are you going to talk to her?" Millie asked, getting a playful look in her eyes. She was always one for matchmaking. "Yes, I'll talk to her in the morning. She and I have a good repartee," Sirius said with a barely their tin of pink on his cheek. "Oh, do I spell romance?" the young woman teased. She was young and romantic, so sue her. "Possibly," Sirius confessed, that tin of pink getting a little darker. That's what he wanted anyway. He wasn't sure what Amelia wanted. He was an ex-con after all. She had a reputation to think about. "Oh la la," Millie said, making fanning gestures with their hands. "Hush you," the older man said, smacking her gently on the arm. "All right, I'll leave you alone," she said with a good-natured laugh. "I'd better get back. Have you talked to Harry tonight?" Sirius asked, getting serious for a minute. No, I haven't talked to him yet. He was here earlier today. He'll probably call me in about half an hour, she said, glancing at the clock and seeing it was about that amount of time before he normally called. When you talk to him, don't tell him yet about his scar or the Department of Mysteries. We're going to talk to him right before it happens and let him know what's going on, he said, with a slight pleading in his tone. I don't like withholding information from Harry. Sirius, yeah, she said with firmness in her eyes. I know, but it's important. I don't want him to fret, fuss, and worry about what's going on until it's absolutely necessary. And there might be a connection between him and Voldemort. One that the Dark Lord could use to get information on what we're doing, Sirius said, this time with a very serious tone. All right, but I don't like it, she said. But she could understand why they wouldn't want Voldemort to know what's going on. And if Harry could see Voldemort in his dreams, then it stood to reason that Voldemort could see Harry in his. Thank you, Sirius said, his tone heartfelt. Get on with yourself, yeah, Millie said, taking the coffee cups to the sink. Sirius was still half full. Good night, Millie. I'll see you in the morning, Sirius. That night, on their mirror call, Millie and Harry talked about many things, but they did not talk about the Horcruxes or the scar on his head or nightmares. Just best wishes and goodwill. They said good night to one another, and each had their own good dreams. With Sirius on the job and the Department of Mysteries taking care of the Horcruxes, hopefully Harry wouldn't have anything to do with this soon-to-be war, except for the dreams he had, which might turn out to be vital information or not. Summer beginnings. Thanks for all the reviews. I was able to darken my screen more, and that helps. Thanks for all the advice. Keeping Dumbledore out of the loop lasted for all of 3 days. Snape was called to Voldemort's side, and he immediately let Dumbledore know as soon as he came back. The first thing Dumbledore did was re-establish the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius was called and asked if he could use Grimmauld Place as headquarters. It was the only place big enough to house the Order. At least, that was Albus' excuse. Sirius gave his okay, but he wasn't going to live there. He was quite content to live in Hogsmeade, and Harry was going to stay with Millie, and there was nothing anybody could say about it. It was an argument they had for a good hour. Sirius, see reason, said Dumbledore in a pleading, yet frustrated tone. They have been going at this for quite a while now. No, and that is final. Harry will be staying with Millie, Sirius said, getting just as frustrated as Dumbledore was. He was very firm in his stance on this. He did not like the Dursleys, and he did not want Harry there. But Voldemort or his Death Eaters could come and get him at any time. He must go back to his relatives, the headmaster begged one more time. He was trying to be as calm as possible about this, but he would get firm if he needed to. No, they are abusive. He is not going back there. We can put wards up on Millie's place just as easy as we can put them up anywhere else, the dogman said, waving his hand in the air as if it were such an easy thing to do. He need only stay there for 2 weeks, just as he was doing before, explained the old man one more time. He had repeated this over and over again. It wasn't like the boy had to stay there the entire summer. Nobody wanted that. Harry, what do you want to do? Millie finally asked the teenager. He had been sitting there the whole time, just looking back and forth between the adults, waiting for them to ask him. She saw how frustrated he was becoming at them arguing over him like he wasn't there. I don't mind staying with the Dursleys for 2 weeks. They've been behaving themselves as long as they know somebody is watching them, Harry said, looking at Sirius with a smirk. They could have ended this a long time ago if they had just asked him. He knew Sirius was just looking out for him, but damn, there you have it. He can go and stay with the Dursleys for 2 weeks. Somebody will visit them every day. I don't know why you two blokes had to argue about this for so long, Millie said cheekily. She knew that the Dursleys were cowards when it came to magicals. She used it to her advantage many times. I'm sorry, Harry. I just didn't think you wanted to be with them, Sirius said, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. He knew he never wanted to see his parents after he left home. He just assumed Harry wanted the same. It's all right. I know you don't like the Dursleys, Harry said, putting his hand on his godfather's arm. Heck, he didn't even like the Dursleys, but he didn't want to see them dead. They really are cowards, though. Millie's got them right cowed. I'm glad you see reason, my boy, said Dumbledore. His eyes were twinkling madly. I'm not doing it for you, sir. I'm doing it for my family, the teenage boy said, almost glaring at the headmaster for even having this conversation for so long. It was a private conversation that he could have had with Sirius and Millie, and Dumbledore didn't even need to be involved. He was his headmaster, not his grandfather, no matter what he liked to portray. Nevertheless, I am glad to see that you are mature enough to think about the Dursleys, the old man said, rubbing his beard in a thoughtful manner. I may not like the Dursleys, sir, but I don't want to see them dead, Harry said, glaring at the man. He wasn't callous after all. That is very commendable of you, young man, the old man said in his best grandfather voice. His eyes were still twinkling. Let's get out of here, yeah? Now that we've got this settled. We've got many other things we need to do, Millie said, getting up and preparing to head for the door. I have a store to run, she added, looking at her watch and seeing that she did indeed have a class to teach soon. I need for you three to tell me everything you know about Voldemort and his resurrection, Dumbledore said, in a firm tone. You first, said Sirius just as firmly. Whatever do you mean, Sirius, my boy? Dumbledore asked, confusion in his voice, as if nobody ever asked him for his information before. I know you know things about Voldemort that you're not telling anybody. You tell us, and we'll tell you, the other man said, leaning back in its your-turn motion. I know things that are not meant to be known by anybody else. Yes, but they are secret and dangerous things that I do not feel comfortable revealing to anybody, Dumbledore said with an air of I know better than you do. It was something that he used often to make people bow to his knowledge. And I know some things that are not meant to be known by other people too, said Sirius, scoffing at his airs. Come now, my boy. I am very well versed in many things that you may not be. I can help you, the old man said, leaning forward a little bit in a very Wiseman fashion. And I know some dark magic that you don't, and I may be able to help you, countered Sirius in a very arrogant way. I see we are in an impasse, said the headmaster. I see that we are, said Sirius. If you two are done comparing the size of your John Thomas, can we go now, yeah? Millie said, very much done with the pissing contest. Since we are not going to be sharing information, then, yes, you are free to leave, said Dumbledore, waving them away with a negligent air. Thank you ever so, said Millie, giving him a sarcastic curtsy. The three of them left the office discussing how they were going to handle the Dursleys and Harry's stay there. When they showed up at the Dursleys at the beginning of summer, the family was not happy about that. They caught them unawares. They did knock, and Petunia let them in, though very reluctantly. I thought we were done with you, said Vernon as he struggled to get his bulk out of his chair. Yeah, well, the bad wizard just showed back up, and we needed the protection of the wards again, answered Millie, trying hard not to laugh at the fat man trying to get out of his easy chair. It was hard because it was quite a sight. Since he wasn't even gone for one summer, the wards are still here, albeit weak. So, we're going to have him stay here for 2 weeks, just like last year, explained Sirius, chuckling at the sight of the man finally getting out of his chair and lumbering towards them. Well, we weren't expecting him. We've already turned his room back into Dudley's playroom. So, he has nowhere to stay, said Petunia, sticking her nose in the air as if she were better than them. That's all right, we got a tent for him. We'll just put this up in the backyard and it'll suffice for the wards, explained Sirius, already heading towards the back door. Are you sure about that? Asked Millie, following along behind him. She wasn't quite sure how far the wards extended, so she wasn't sure if the tent would suffice. Yes, as long as he's on the property, it'll satisfy the wards, the dogman explained, opening the door and heading into the backyard with everybody following behind. Okay then, she said, watching him pull a triangle of cloth out of his trouser pockets. What if we don't want one of your unsightly tents to disturb the neighbors? Asked Vernon, imagining some large monstrosity that the wizards would put up in his backyard. You won't even notice it's there. It's got a muggle-repelling ward on it, and a notice-me-not ward on it so nobody will even see it, said Sirius, putting the triangle on the ground and tapping it with his wand. It grew into a pup tent. Vernon and Dudley laughed there, but's off just seeing it. You're going to spend 2 weeks in that tiny thing, said Dudley, holding onto his stomach because he was laughing so hard. It's bigger on the inside, said Harry, rolling his eyes. Didn't these two understand the concept of magic? It wasn't hard. It would have to be for you to spend any amount of time in there, said Petunia, looking around the fence area to see if any of the neighbors saw them. It is. Don't worry, I won't even have to come in your house. It's got everything I need in there, said Harry, waving his hand in a you don't have to worry about me fashion. Good. Because I wasn't planning on cooking for you anyway, said Petunia, sniffing loudly. She was actually glad she didn't have to cook for the boy anymore, though she was secretly upset that she couldn't make him cook for her. The boy didn't know how to cook a good meal. I'm good, said Harry, and with that he crawled into the tent. Sirius and Millie followed him in. Out of curiosity, so did the Dursleys. Vernon and Dudley had to squeeze their large bodies in the small opening, but it was magical, so it accommodated them. All three of the Dursleys were amazed about how big it was inside the tent. It was big enough to have a 3-bedroom house in there. "Wow," said Dudley as he stood dumbly in the middle of the living room. Then he twirled round and round, looking at the size of the place. It was bigger than the living room of his house. "Don't get too comfortable in here," said Sirius, sneering at the boy. "I'm going to ward the place, so you can't come in." It was going to be the first thing he did as soon as they were gone. "Why would you do that?" "It'll be on my property," said Vernon, very jealous that the boy got to live in someplace like this while he had to live in something smaller. "I'm going to make sure that you can't harm Harry when nobody's here," said Sirius, glaring at the man who ever dared laid a hand on his godson. "And we'll be here every day to check on him, yeah," said Millie, putting a threatening quality in her tone. "Are you threatening me?" asked Vernon, standing to his full height. "You bet your arse I am," said Millie, not the least bit intimidated. Vernon backed down. He knew what these two could do with their magic, and he was no threat to them whatsoever. "All right, Harry, you have enough food in here to hold you over for 2 weeks. We'll be here every morning at 6, and we'll be here randomly throughout the day to check on you. You're welcome to come to Hogsmeade every afternoon, but you have to be back by 5 every night," Sirius said, glancing around his godson's face to make sure he understood what he was saying. "All right, Sirius. I'll make sure that I'm back before 5 every night. I wish I had a watch that had an alarm on it. That would make it so much easier," the teenager said, not quite whinging. "I'll see about getting you one," said Sirius. "It's a good thing to have anyway. We can go and get one together in Diagon Alley," Millie said, glancing at hers. "They have an excellent watch and clock shop there." She smiled at her pseudo-brother. "That sounds like a plan," said Sirius. "Let's get you settled in." Then he turned to the Dursleys and looked at them. "Are you still here?" he said. "We were just leaving," sniffed Petunia. "But, Mum, I wanted to see what was going on," whinged Dudley, still staring at everything. "You don't want to be around this freakish stuff," said Vernon, putting his hand on his son's arm and dragging him to the entrance. "Come along, we'll go back to our normal house and do normal things," he said. And with that, the Dursleys left, though Dudley had to be dragged. Harry, Millie, and Sirius spent the rest of the afternoon getting Harry settled down in the tent. "I really wish we had a house elf for you. I'd feel so much better if you weren't here by yourself," said Sirius. "And I don't trust my house elf creature." "I wonder what happened to Dobby," said Harry. He had forgotten about the elf, but now wondered where the little guy was. "Who's Dobby?" inquired Sirius. "He's the house elf that tried to keep me from going to school in my 2nd year," the teen explained, looking at Millie, who confirmed with a nod. "Oh, do you know who he belongs to?" was the next question. "No, I think it was the Malfoys, but I'm not sure," said Harry. He was just guessing at this point. "You want me to see if I can purchase him?" asked Sirius, thinking that it would be an easy sale. The Malfoys were part of his family via marriage. "That would be great," said Harry enthusiastically. "I'll see what I can do. I've got enough money to buy him off them, or I can trade him for Creature." "I don't like Creature, and I might like your Dobby," the other man said, wanting someone here to keep an eye on the lad. "There's a thought," said Harry. "I'll see what I could do," said Sirius. And with that, the two adults left after giving Harry a hug and wishing him the best of luck. Harry was left alone, and he was happy about it. He hadn't had any free time to just himself in forever. Now he was free to do whatever he wanted. And what he wanted to do was just sit and think about girls, which was something he wasn't free to do at Millie's house. The two adults kept their word, and the next morning they showed up. They did this consistently for 3 days. But on the 4th day, Harry got a surprise when Dobby showed up into his room. "Dobby is so excited to see you, Master Harry," the little elf said, bouncing up and down. He looked much better than the last time Harry had seen him. He had on a fresh pillowcase, and he was clean and looked to be recently healed. "Dobby, it's great to see you," Harry said, getting up and hugging the little elf. "I see Sirius was able to buy you." "Oh, Master Sirius did not buy Dobby. He traded him," the excitable elf said, still bouncing on his toes as if he had drunk an entire pot of coffee. "I see," said Harry. "Well, either way, it's great to see you. You didn't come and see me after I told you we would be friends, and I had no way to contact you." It was almost a chastisement, but not quite. "Dobby was told by his master he was not allowed to go and see anybody," said Dobby, drooping his ears in a sad fashion, as if he had disappointed Harry and was very sad about it. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dobby," Harry said, putting his hand on Dobby's shoulder. "What can Dobby be doing for Master today?" the elf asked, perking up a bit. "Well, I was just about to go make breakfast," Harry started, only to be cut off by the excitable elf. "Dobby can be doing that right now. What would you be liking?" Dobby said, his eyes going wide. "I was just going to have some eggs and bacon," the teen said. He was going to say he was going to cook it, but Dobby stopped him once again. "I'll be doing that right now. Is you be liking your eggs scrambled?" Dobby asked, ready to snap his fingers and pop away and to start breakfast. "That would be fine, Dobby," Harry said with resignation. He realized he wasn't going to be starting breakfast and that Dobby was going to be doing it for him. And with that, the elf popped away, and it was the start of a very good relationship. Harry ate his breakfast with gusto. It was better than what he could cook. Dobby was an excellent cook, and Harry didn't know how he made the breakfast better than his. It was simple eggs and bacon, but it tasted better than Hogwarts. It must be some sort of elfin magic, though there were elves at Hogwarts too. So, he didn't understand why Dobby's were just so much better. Millie came by a little later to do Harry's self-defense routine. She was just as excited to see Dobby there. That way Harry wasn't alone during the mornings when she had classes. And time marched on. Harry started to get emotions that were not his own. He started feeling elated when he had nothing to feel elated about, and angry when he had nothing to feel angry about. He wasn't sure how to feel about this and what to do about it. He started practicing his occlumency harder than ever. It helped, but it didn't help completely. Now it's time for Harry to move back with Millie. She came to take down the tent, and Vernon and Petunia were out there to wish Harry a goodbye. Not a fond one, but a goodbye, nevertheless. "Good riddance to you," said Vernon, folding his meaty arms over his chest, looking superiorly down upon them. "Goodbye to you too, yeah," said Millie, looking at him as if he were a bud. She was not the least bit impressed with his manliness. With a tap of her wand, the tent folded up into a small triangle. She picked it up and slipped it into her pocket. "Well, goodbye, Dursleys. I'll see you next summer." "Hopefully not. But this war might still be going on then. We don't know." "If it is, I'll be back," said Harry, a frown marring his brow, as if he wasn't sure which would be the better outcome. Not that he wanted a war to be still going on next summer, but he didn't know whether or not he wanted to come back. It had been good to have 2 weeks of the time to just himself. He got to do things he was uncomfortable doing at Millie's flat. "Hopefully, your war won't be around," snapped Vernon. "Then you'll leave decent, honest folk like us alone. Wouldn't want to sully your house one more summer, that's for sure," said Harry. "Because it was such a hardship this time," he said sarcastically. "Don't you take that tone with me, boy," said Vernon, taking a menacing step forward. "I didn't even see you these last 2 weeks," said Harry, rolling his eyes. "I wasn't a hardship for you. I knew you were here, and that was hardship enough," said Vernon, glaring at the teen. "Oi, fatso, back off, yes," said Millie, tapping her wand with her free hand. Vernon wisely didn't say another word. He turned around and marched back into the house. Petunia sniffed and followed her husband. "They're such friendly people, yes," said Millie. Yes, they are," said Harry, watching the door close behind his Aunt Petunia. "Let's get out of here." Within seconds they were in Hogsmeade, headed towards Millie's place. Harry was soon ensconced in his room, putting his things away. Millie was down in her shop, tending her store. She had no more classes today, so she was just playing entrepreneur. Harry came down to join her as soon as his stuff was put away. "So, what have you been doing these last 2 weeks?" he asked her as if he hadn't seen her every day. "Nothing much, just classes and tending the shop. Yeah. How's things been going with you?" she asked, playing along. "Nothing much. Just me and Dobby hanging out when you guys aren't around," Harry said. There was no way he was going to tell her about his private time. "Sounds like fun, yeah," she said, giving him a wink. "It really was. That elf is quite a riot once you get him going," he said, ignoring the wink for the moment. He wasn't going to go there with his pseudo-sister. That, and Dobby really was quite fun to be around when he was excited. "Where's the elf?" she asked, having not seen him all morning. "I'm not sure," said Harry, rubbing his nose in confusion. He said he had something to do, and then took off for the afternoon. That had caught him off guard. "That is strange behavior for an elf," said Millie, frowning a bit. "Why so?" said Harry. "They usually don't do anything without their master's permission first," she explained, even though it was obvious, and Harry probably already knew that. "Maybe he's doing something for Sirius." Sirius is his master, after all, Harry said with a shrug of his shoulders. There is that, said Millie with a nod of her head. Anyway, is there anything you need me to do around the store? The teenager asked, quite bored out of his head. He had finished all his summer homework during his stay at the Dursleys. No, I've got it. Why don't you go run, do something around Hogsmeade, see if you can't find a summer job or something, she suggested. It would do him some good to be seen around Hogsmeade and be kind to the shopkeepers there. Do you think Dumbledore would approve of me having a summer job and being away from the wards of your shop? He asked, knowing that they had warded the shop to the gills. It had been one of the concessions of him staying here, is that they had put every known ward that the Blacks knew on the store, short of the Fidelius. Millie couldn't operate her store if it couldn't be seen. Bugger Dumbledore, she replied, a growl in her tone. I'd rather not. Thank you very much, said the teenager with a cheeky grin. Go on with you. See if you can't find something to do with your time, she said, shoving his shoulders playfully. All right, I will. Maybe somebody's got room for a broom pusher, Harry said, leaving the store. And with that, he ran around from store to store, asking them if they had anything for a summer job. However, Hogsmeade was rather slow during the summer when the children weren't at school, so there was very little for him to do. He did get some coins at Hogshead for pushing a broom, but that was just about it, and it was only for 1 or 2 days of the week. Madame Rosmerta also paid him some coins to bus tables during lunch hour at the Three Broomsticks. So, he was able to make some pocket change, and it did keep him busy. All in all, it was a good beginning to the start of summer after he left the Dursleys. Whatever Sirius and the Department of Mysteries was supposed to do at the end of the month didn't work. Well, it didn't work completely. They were able to get 3 of the 5 Horcruxes, but 2 of them were out of their reach, and the one in Harry's forehead still remained where it was. They needed to find a stronger spell, or they needed more power. They weren't sure which, but they were working on it. That and they detected a 6th Horcrux. Therefore, Voldemort had to have made another one. They were sure that it was his snake, Nagini, and they were sure that they were going to take her out last because they didn't want him to know what was going on. They were pretty sure that the 2 they couldn't get were under strong wards. So that had to be Gringotts and Hogwarts. They didn't have anybody to negotiate with the goblins except Sirius, and he wasn't sure he'd be able to. He was going to try, though. They did bring Amelia Bones in, and she did beef up the Aurors without letting Fudge know why. The only thing he knew was that Black donated a large fund of money to the DMLE with the stipulation that more patrols were added to Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade. They were better equipped and were combat ready. Well, as combat ready as any police force could be. Dumbledore, you moron. Thanks for all the reviews. Dumbledore, being Dumbledore, decided to go in front of the Wisingamot and let them know that he thought that Voldemort was back. That was a huge mistake on his part. Now they thought he was a complete idiot and had lost the plot. He tried to bring Harry Potter into it, but Sirius stood up and said that Harry had nothing to do with Dumbledore's delusions. He made it a point that Harry had never said anything to anybody in public, and that Dumbledore was making his own conclusions. And if anybody slandered Harry in the newspaper, that he was going to take it to his lawyer and sue the hell out of anybody who said something different. And slander the paper did. They called Dumbledore a crazy old coot, and that he had finally cracked. And they weren't polite in their defamation. They ragged on him something fierce for almost every page of their paper. I can't believe he did that, said Harry. He's Sirius, Millie, and Remus were sitting in Millie's living room having some tea. It was almost dinner time, but they were having a late tea. Since it was close to dinner, they weren't having any cakes, just biscuits. I can't believe he did it either. We were trying to keep it quiet, yeah, said Millie, sipping her tea and crossing her legs in a frustrated fashion. She started moving the top one in an agitated manner. Why would he do something like this? Said Harry, more confused than everybody else there. He didn't understand the ways of adults. I don't know. I don't understand why he did it, said Sirius, pacing back and forth behind the couch. It doesn't make tactical sense. Voldemort hasn't done anything to show that he's back. Why tell the public? Dumbledore had done this without asking anybody about their opinion. He just called the meeting and blurted it out in front of everybody. He didn't even ask the Order of the Phoenix if they thought it was the right thing to do. He said he did it just because he wants the public to know that Voldemort is back, said Remus, leaning back in a casual manner. He was a supporter of Dumbledore and felt the man had done the right thing. That doesn't make a lick of sense. Voldemort is keeping quiet for now, said Sirius, throwing up his hands in frustration. It would do us best to keep it quiet, too. He doesn't want the public to be caught unawares, said Remus, calmly sipping his tea. Now they just think he's crazy, though, pointed out Harry, looking over to Sirius. And he tried to drag me into it, and I won't forgive him for that, said Sirius, a growl in his throat. Here now, that's not right, said Remus, putting his cup on the table. He was only trying to get the public to be aware. He was getting frustrated now that nobody was listening to him. Everybody here in this room seemed to be against Dumbledore. By dragging a teenage boy's name through the mud? How is that going to make everything be okay, yeah? Millie asked, all but slamming her cup on the table. She was beyond upset that Dumbledore did that to Harry. He was only trying to add credence to his words. Remus said defensively. He was getting quite upset with this line of questioning. Who did they think they were, putting Dumbledore down like this? Didn't they know that he was the greatest wizard of all time? He should have asked us first, yeah, said Millie, not backing down one iota. She couldn't give a good hot damn whether the man liked the headmaster or not. She wasn't going to back down from him. Let's not argue, said Harry, trying to diffuse the tension. He didn't like it when the adults got into arguments. It just made for an anxious situation in the flat. We've got enough problems without arguing amongst ourselves. Then he's got to quit defending Dumbledore, said Sirius, stopping his pacing and pointing an accusing finger at his best friend. He knew Remus had his head up his arse when it came to the headmaster, but he hated it when he defended him against everybody else. Dumbledore is a great man, said Remus, getting to his feet and then getting in a serious face. Who is causing us nothing but problems at this point in time, stated Sirius, not moving 1 inch. He's just trying to make the public to be aware, said Remus one more time, throwing his hands in the air and spinning around and walking away. Why don't you just go back to hiding under Dumbledore's skirts, accused Sirius, completely done with this argument. It was like banging your head against a brick wall. He was done having it. You know what? I think I will, because I'm not just going to sit here and let you slander his name in front of me, Remus said, twirling around and leaving, slamming the door behind him. Well, that didn't work out well, said Harry, picking up his cup and taking a sip, for lack of anything better to do. He always was one to stand behind Dumbledore instead of his friends, said Sirius, coming around the couch and slumping down onto it. He was all paced out. It was tiring, arguing with friends, even more so than arguing with enemies. I'm really sorry about that, yeah, said Millie, reaching over and putting her hand on his arm. She didn't want it to escalate to that, but sometimes it just happened that way. It was inevitable, said Sirius. He had seen it coming since his days at Hogwarts. Remus had always taken Dumbledore's side over everything else. Ever since Dumbledore led him into Hogwarts, the moon shone out of the headmaster's arse, according to Remus Lupin. Still, it can't be good to see your friend pick somebody else over you, said Harry insightfully. I don't know what I'd do if Hermione picked Dumbledore over me. He shivered at the thought. He didn't want to think about it because he could see it happening. I wouldn't put that to the test if I were you, said Sirius, echoing Harry's thoughts. She does have a thing for authority. Yeah, said Harry with a great deal of resignation. And with that, the three went about preparing for the evening meal. Today they were going for homemade fish and chips with beer batter. This was going to be fun to make because only Harry knew how to make it, and he was teaching Millie and Sirius. Sirius knew nothing about cooking, so that was always fun to teach him how. The kitchen would be a complete mess by the time they were done. However, it was just what they needed after such a tense situation. Things were tense at the next order of the Phoenix meeting. Half of the order thought Dumbledore was out of line for doing what he did, and the other half of the order thought he was completely within his rights for doing it. It made for a very strained situation. Old Mad, I'm Moody was on the half that thought he was out of his mind. Albus, what have you done, you moron? Moody said, stomping over to his chair and sitting down. Constant vigilance, he yelled, slamming his hand on the table, making everybody jump. I don't understand why you're upset, Alastair, Albus said, looking at his old friend with a twinkle in his eye. He didn't know why Alastair was upset. He just didn't want to say it. You've given away our element of surprise, said Moody, once more slamming his hand on the table in anger. He couldn't believe Albus had pulled such a boneheaded stunt. However did I do that? The old man asked, genuinely confused because the headmaster was not a tactician, he was a puppet master. Voldemort didn't know we knew he was alive. Now he knows. And he knows we're going to be making tactics to stop him, the one-legged man said, pointing an accusing finger at the old man. Moody was a tactician. He knew how to run a war. Unfortunately, Albus was in charge, only because he had defeated Grindelwald, not because he was a great leader. I'm sure he did know. He is not such a fool that he did not know that, the headmaster said, stroking his beard in a wise fashion, causing those that admired him so to nod their heads sagely. You're an idiot, said Alastair, shaking his head sadly. They were going to lose this war. He just knew it. It would take a miracle for them to win, just like the last time. Can we get through this meeting without name-calling, please? Said Albus, looking around at everybody with that grandfatherly smile of his. I doubt that very seriously, said Sirius with a disappointed frown. Very few people here think what you did was right. Not only do we think you did wrong, but you didn't ask us in the first place. He looked around and saw that quite a few people were nodding along with him in agreement. I did not think I had to have your permission to do anything, said the old man imperiously. It's not so much that you have to have our permission, it's that you should have asked us our opinion, said Sirius, sighing in frustration. He hated it when the headmaster got all high and mighty. It was like the man thought he was Merlin or something. Or God. Anyway, he thought he was better than everybody else in the room, and that was infuriating. Why ever would I need your opinion? Said Albus, genuinely shocked. He looked around the room and all the faces and saw that some of them were quite hurt at his declaration. Half the table raised their voices in protest. I think you should have asked our opinion, because I thought we were a group of peers, said Arthur Weasley, surprisingly. He wasn't normally one to speak up against the headmaster. He usually was one on Albus' side. Come now, Arthur. Of course we are a group of peers, said Albus, making a calming gesture. And I value your opinion. I just felt that the time was right, and it was imperative that I get the word out immediately. You could have asked our opinion. It would have taken a matter of minutes. Possibly an hour, said Arthur, folding his arms over his chest and ignoring his wife's protest at his side. She was starting to get quite loud, but he was ignoring her quite easily. Arthur Weasley, you quit being mean to the headmaster, she said. Her voice could peel paint from the wall. I agree, said Sirius, also ignoring Molly Weasley. Half the table raised their voices in agreement as well, while the other half raised their voice in protest of the first half. I apologize, said Albus, raising his hands for quiet. I will endeavor to ask your opinion henceforth. Severus, have you any news of what is going on with Voldemort? He asked, quickly changing the subject from his supposed faux pas. The Dark Lord is doing nothing at this time, said Snape from his dark corner of the kitchen. He never stepped further into the kitchen. He always stayed in that one corner away from everybody else, as if he were detached from the order. At this time, he is focusing on the Department of Mysteries. I know not what he wants there. I know why he is doing that, said the headmaster. His eyes were twinkling madly. Are you going to tell us why he's doing that? Asked Sirius. There was accusation in his tone, as if he already knew the answer and didn't like it. There is something in the Department of Mysteries that Voldemort wants. What we are going to do is protect it, said the old man with a great deal of wisdom, as if he were laying out a great battle plan. How are we going to do that? The Department of Mysteries is well guarded, asked Arthur. He didn't like this idea already. He could get fired if he were caught lurking around the Department of Mysteries, and the last thing he could afford was to get fired. We're going to stand guard in front of the room of doors, the leader of the light said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And if we get caught? Asked one of the other members. There was strain in that voice. Then we will just say that we got lost, was the unhelpful answer. That'll only work so many times, said somebody else. We will have to do our best, said Albus, giving them the kindly old man smile. And many protests were raised around the table. Voices were heard, and complaints were made, because many of the people there did not work at the ministry and had no business being in the Department of Mysteries. Albus held up his hand for silence. Only those who work at the ministry will be on rotation to guard the Department of Mysteries, unless it is after midnight. Then I will take volunteers for those who would like to guard, he said, looking around the room at all the people who admired him, and he knew they were going to take guard duty at night. There were only a few die-hard Dumbledore fans that volunteered to guard after midnight. After the meeting broke up, Sirius asked Millie, "What did you think of your first order meeting? You guys really don't do anything, do you yet?" she asked, laughter in her voice. She had kept quiet during the whole meeting. She wanted to see the dynamic of it without interfering. She was not impressed. There was so much discord and so little done. Even their spy was useless. "No, we really don't. But it makes us feel important," he said, a chuckle in his voice. He too was unimpressed, but he wanted to keep an eye on the group. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be sticking around for these," she said, still laughing. I've got more important things to do, like getting people ready to fight. By this time, they had already gotten to Hogsmeade. So, you're not going to volunteer to guard the Department of Mysteries? He asked, chuckling at her evaluation. It's already well guarded, she said, giving him a knowing look. Sirius knew how well the Department of Mysteries was guarded. He went there almost every day talking to the unspeakables. Aren't you curious as to what's going to be guarded? He asked. He was curious about it. Then again, he was a curious person by nature. Not particularly, she said with a shrug. She'd leave that up to other people to take care of. She had other more important things to do, like teach people how to fight, like she said before. If there was going to be a war, people needed to know how to get away from Death Eaters. Well, if Voldemort wants it, then it must be important, Sirius pointed out. To him, that was very significant, and he very much needed to know. You can guard it and figure it out. You were already talking to the people in the Department of Mysteries, and you've got an in with Amelia Bones, so you should be able to figure out what's going on. By the way, are you going to tell Amelia that the Order people are going to be guarding something there? She asked, thinking that was a great idea. That way it would keep the people of the Order out of jail, or put them in jail faster. One of the two. I think I might just, said Sirius, thinking hard on which way that would go. He was sure Amelia would give everybody a warning and let them off. That's probably a good idea. They'd be getting less trouble that way. Or more trouble, depending on how you look at it. Or rather, how she looks at it. Yes, she said, putting her thoughts in words. There is that, he said contemplatively. The two of them continued walking towards Millie's flat. It was already going on midnight, and she had classes in the morning. Harry was at home with Dobby as his guard. When they got into the house, they could hear Harry thrashing around in a nightmare. They rushed up the stairs to find out what was going on. Harry, wake up, Millie said, rushing to his side, grabbing his shoulder, and shaking him as hard as she could without hurting him. Harry woke up drenched in sweat. What happened? He asked, pushing his sweat-soaked bangs out of his face and pulling his sweat-soaked shirt off his chest. You're having a nightmare. Do you remember it? She asked, pulling him to her and giving him a hug, no matter how gross he was. She just wanted to give him comfort. Voldemort's happy about something. He mumbled into her shoulder as he gave her a hug back. He didn't remember the dream, but he remembered the sensation of Voldemort being happy. Do you remember what it is? Sirius asked, hoping to get some information. No. I just know he's happy about something, the teen said, pulling away from Millie's hug and looking at Sirius. He could see the disappointment in his godfather's face and wondered about that. Damn, I was hoping you would know what it was. You must be practicing your occlumency. Good job at that, Sirius said, clapping him on the shoulder in a complimentary way. As much as he wanted to know what was going on, he had to praise the boy for doing what he was supposed to be doing every night. Yeah, said Harry, both proud and disappointed. Perhaps he should stop practicing his occlumency so he could know what was going on. No, Sirius said, reading the look on his face. You keep practicing your occlumency. I don't want you to go to bed at night without practicing it. As much as we want to get inside Voldemort's head, I don't want you in there. He was proud of the kid for doing what he was supposed to be doing. He didn't want him to suffer any nightmares just to get information on Voldemort. If the one he had tonight was any indication, if he saw what was going on in Voldemort's head, it would be 10 times worse. If not more so. Right? Said Harry. Can you go back to sleep? Or do you need something? Asked Millie, sliding her arm over his shoulders. I think I'll get a cup of cocoa, said Harry, flipping his legs over the side of his bed and getting up. There was no way he was going back to sleep right away. He may not remember the dream, but he still remembered the sensation, and he did not want to go back to sleep. And maybe a shower, he added, sniffing his armpit. Oh, come on then. 1 cup of cocoa for everybody, yeah, said Millie, standing up from the bed and following Harry out of the room. And with that, they trooped down the stairs, and everybody had a cup of cocoa and was ready for bed within half an hour. Harry did get a shower first. With that came the end of summer, and Harry and his friends were soon going back to school. The Order of the Phoenix continued to use Grimmauld Place as their headquarters. Dumbledore had tried to instate the Weasleys there, but Sirius put his foot down and said it was only for Order meetings and nothing else. They had a curse breaker for a son who could put wards up just as easily as Millie had put them up around her shop. Molly had tried to clean Grimmauld Place, but Sirius put his foot down on that too and said no, his elf would do it, and that nobody would be able to go into Grimmauld Place except for the kitchen where the Order meetings were held. It was a black family seat, and that was only for the blacks. Harry had kept in touch with his friends all summer, when he wasn't working. He still had his cell phone from a few years ago and had kept in touch with Hermione and Dean via that, and the rest of his friends via Owl. Some of them had come to visit him in Hogsmeade, but the rest were contacted by post or cell phone. But now they were on the train. "How was your summer, Hermione?" Harry asked her, from his place between her and Luna. Luna was asleep right now. Maybe she didn't get enough sleep last night. He didn't know, but she was taking a nap. "It was quite fruitful," she said, smiling a brilliant smile. "I got to study some of my non-magical studies, and we went to France." "That sounds like it was lots of fun," said Dean, from his place across the aisle sitting between Neville and Seamus. Ron was sitting on the other side of Neville, nearest the door. It was quite crowded on that bench, but Luna was taking up enough space for 2 people with her nap. "It really was," she said, bouncing a little bit, which made the boy's eyes draw downward just a tad. "Have you been keeping up with your non-magical studies?" she asked everybody. "I have," said Dean and Harry, a bit of smugness in their tones. They were both very proud of keeping up with their age group in non-magical studies. The rest of the group shook their heads. They had not. They were all magical. Well, Luna had, but she was asleep. "Well, I'm very proud of you too," said Hermione, giving them a winning smile. "What do you think we're going to be studying this year?" asked Harry, changing the subject slightly. "It's our OWL year, so we're going to be studying very hard," said Hermione, getting excited. She had been looking forward to this year for 4 years. This would be the year she would prove she was the smartest witch of her age. "That's right, I had forgotten," said Harry, a bit sheepishly. He really, truly had forgotten. "How could you forget the OWL year?" asked Seamus, his jaw slacked in shock. "I've had a lot on my mind this summer," said Harry, protest in his tone. He did have a lot on his mind this summer. He just couldn't tell them about it, and that kind of put a damper on the subject. "What possibly could be on your mind that you would forget your OWLs?" asked Hermione. To her, there was absolutely nothing more important other than her newts. Tests were very crucial. They showed exactly how much you've learned and how smart you are. "I can't tell you," said Harry, rubbing the back of his head, not meeting anybody's eyes. He hated keeping secrets from his friends, but he knew how vital this was. He wasn't going to give validity to Dumbledore's words. If the headmaster wanted to look like a fool to everybody, that was his prerogative. He wasn't going to do that. "You have a secret you can't tell us?" asked Ron, the tips of his ears turning red, showing he was getting angry. "Yes, I have a secret I can't tell you," said Harry, looking at his red-headed friend. "That's not right," said Ron in protest, as if Harry wasn't allowed to have a private life. "Why is that?" said Harry, getting angry himself. He wasn't sure if this was more of that boy who lived bullshit or if it was because he was supposed to be Ron's friend. If Ron felt it was because of friendship, then that was one thing, but if it was because of the whole boy who lived thing, that was quite another. But either way, he was allowed to have secrets. "You should be able to tell us everything," the redhead said this time. His ears were fully red, showing exactly how angry he was. "There's always going to be something somebody can't tell you. I'm sure there's secrets you have that you can't tell me," said Harry, trying to bring logic to the table. He knew it was futile, but he had to try. "No, I tell you everything," said Ron, though now his cheeks were tinged red, showing that he was lying. "I'm not getting into this argument with you," said Harry, making a slashing motion like he was just fed up with it all. He was not going to argue about it. "Just know that there is something I can't tell you. If you can't handle that, that's not my problem." He was surprised Luna was sleeping through the whole thing. "Be that way then," said Ron, and he got up and left the compartment. "I'm not sure I like the fact that you have something you can't tell me, but I respect it," said Hermione, laying a hand on his arm. "Thank you," said Harry, patting her hand. He was glad that she understood. He looked at the 3 boys across from him, and they were all nodding their heads too. He was just glad that he had such good friends. "Does the headmaster know your secret?" Hermione asked out of nowhere. "Why would the headmaster need to know my secret?" asked Harry, completely shocked that she would ask that question. "Because he's the most powerful wizard in the world," was her response. "But it's my secret," said Harry. "That's right," said Dean, looking at her queerly. "It's a secret, and only he needs to know it." "I guess you're right," said Hermione, though her tone was thoughtful. And with that, the group of friends got to talking about other things, and the train went on to Hogwarts. Harry was convinced that there might be a time when he and Hermione had a confrontation like Sirius and Remus had had earlier that summer. He hoped it didn't in the same way theirs had. Umbridge equals frustration. Thanks for the reviews. I think I used the word frustrated, or a variation of it many times in this chapter. Hence the title. Everyone is just so frustrated. LOL. The welcoming feast went off without a hitch, except for the ministry worker, who was a woman dressed entirely in pink and looked like a toad. She was not a happy woman, or rather, she was an overly happy woman. She was so saccharinely sweet that she made Harry's teeth hurt just looking at her. She kept rambling on about things like not making progress for progress's sake and stuff like that. And it made no sense to Harry, but Hermione seemed to take offense to it. After the feast, they went to the common room and discussed what the woman said. "Don't you understand? She's going to be interfering with Hogwarts," said Hermione, pacing around the common room like a caged lion. "How do you mean?" asked Dean, watching her with a wary eye. Whenever Hermione got like this, it was best to watch her. She could lash out like nothing else. "She's going to try and halt progress," the bushy-haired witch explained, turning on him and looking at him like he had lost his mind. "I don't understand," said Harry, making Hermione turn her way to him. "She said that she's going to nip everything in the bud and that things had to stay the same. To stop progress for progress's sake," explained Hermione. She was slapping one hand into the other hand, as if to emphasize each word. "But that doesn't make any sense. She doesn't want us to evolve?" asked Lavender. She was very concerned about this. "That's exactly what it means," said Hermione, looking at the other girl with surprise at her insight. Lavender usually wasn't the one who caught on to such things. "Well, how are we going to learn? How are we going to grow?" asked Lavender, getting a slight bit hysterical. She came to school to learn, to grow. How is she going to do that if the teachers weren't going to show her? "I don't think the ministry wants us to. I don't know why, but that's exactly what I'm getting from her speech," said Hermione, though she could have been a bit more sympathetic towards the other girl's hysterics. She seemed to be rather agitated herself, though in a much calmer fashion. "Well, we're going to have to do something about that," said Harry, rubbing his temples. He wasn't sure what yet, but he was going to do something. Or rather, he was going to ask the adults to do something. "Exactly what can we do?" asked Hermione, turning on him in a rather blunt fashion. "I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure it out," said Harry, not the least bit put out that she was in his face. "Until then, let's keep our heads down and just do what she says. I'll make sure to keep a record, and unless she hurts us, just do what she says." He wouldn't put it past the woman to do something nefarious like cause them pain. "Do you think she's going to hurt us?" asked Dean. There was doubt lacing his tone. "She's from the ministry. I wouldn't put it past her," said Seamus. He had no doubt at all. "You've got that right," said Harry, nodding in Seamus' direction. "Well, we better keep our eyes and ears open then," said Neville. He was already composing the letter to his Gran. There were things he was going to tell her that he thought she should know about this Umbridge woman. He already knew his Gran didn't like her, and he figured she should know that she was there. "Too right," said Harry. With that, the group split up and got ready for bed. Everybody went to the dorms, and everyone noted that Ron was already in his bed with his curtains drawn. "I wouldn't worry too much about him, Harry," said Neville, not the least bit worried whether Ron can hear him. "He'll either man up, or it's just going to be the end of your friendship." "I'm not overly worried about it," said Harry. He too was not worried whether the boy had put his silencing charm up. "I've seen it coming for quite a while. He's always been too caught up on the whole boy who lived thing. That was the main problem with his and Ron's relationship." "I guess you're right there," said Neville, nodding his agreement. "I've never really put much credence into the whole boy who lived thing. I always figured it was something your mom did." "I'm glad somebody else thinks that too," the other teen said, getting his pajamas on. "Anyway, let's get to bed. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're going to be bombarded with homework," the shy boy stated, grimacing at the thought. "Good night, Neville." "Good night, Harry." And with that, Neville went to bed and went to sleep, but Harry got on the mirror with Millie and told her about Umbridge, and then turned around and did the same thing with Sirius. Both adults were very concerned about that woman being in the castle, and said they were going to keep their ears open in case she did something harmful to the children. Then they would be their lickety-split to do something about her. The next morning, the group got together and went down to breakfast. There was the basic full English breakfast. Ron made sure to sit away from them and with his sister. She didn't seem to particularly like that, but she put up with him anyway. He was family after all. The group spent their breakfast talking about non-consequential things. They got their schedules and noted that Dada was their first class of the day. They talked about the teacher for a little bit and decided that they were going to follow Harry's advice and keep their heads down. They all trooped off to the classroom. The teacher talked to them in a condescending manner, treating them as if they were first graders. Her class goals were laughable. She wasn't teaching them any magic whatsoever. It was completely theoretical. Hermione kept trying to raise her hand, but Harry kept his hand on hers. She was getting mad at him and glared at him the whole time, but he kept his hand firmly on hers to keep her from raising it. When they left the classroom, she rounded on him. "Why did you do that?" she demanded, hands on hips. "To keep you from getting in trouble," he said, a glare on his face. He wasn't going to back down for doing the right thing. "I wanted to point out that she wasn't going to teach us any magic," she said, pointing out the obvious and throwing her hands in the air in frustration. "I think she already knew that," Harry said, also throwing his hands in the air in frustration. "Yeah, Hermione, I'm pretty sure she already knew that she was going to be teaching us any magic. You pointing that out would have just caused her to look at you as if you were stupid or something," said Dean, chuckling at the thought of Hermione looking stupid. "You don't understand," said Hermione, only to be cut off by Harry. "No, Hermione, we do understand. She was just trying to goad you into doing something stupid," said Harry, practically growling out the words. For somebody so smart sometimes, Hermione was just so clueless. "She's a supremacist," said Neville, jumping with his 2 nuts worth. "Oh, and how do you know that?" snapped Hermione, a bit harsher than she should have. "Because she's the undersecretary of the minister. My gran knows her from the Wisengamot," the shy boy said, sticking his chin up in a defiant manner. "That's right," said Harry, putting his hand on Neville's shoulder. "Sirius told me that she is very much a supremacist." "And when did you talk to Sirius?" demanded Hermione, angry at him for not letting her put her hand up in class. "Just last night." "Why?" he said, miffed at her, because she just didn't seem to get it through her head that he was trying to prevent her from looking like a fool. "How did you talk to Sirius last night?" she asked, all but commanding him to tell her. "That's my business," said Harry, pursing his lips at her tone. "All you need to know is what I found out about Umbridge, and it's not good." By this point in time, they were walking further and further away from that classroom, which was a good thing because their voices were getting rather high. "Keep your voices down," said Seamus in a harsh whisper. "You're going to get us all in trouble. I still don't understand why you kept my hand from going up. What trouble could I possibly have gotten in from asking a question?" Hermione asked, lowering her voice and asking Harry one more time. "I kept your hand from going up because you were going to ask her about magic and why she wasn't teaching it to us, right?" said Harry, sighing and rubbing his forehead. "That's correct," she said. "It was a trap," said Harry. "What do you mean it was a trap?" she asked, confusion lacing her voice. "I'm not completely sure. I just know it's a trap," Harry said, conviction in his tone. "How can you be sure it's a trap?" she asked, sighing in frustration. "Because it's the Ministry, and they're trying to trap Dumbledore into getting people to say that Voldemort is back. The more people they can get saying that, the more trouble they can get Dumbledore in. I don't want anybody falling into that trap and give validity to either side," Harry explained, giving her a smile. "I'll take your word for it this time, but please don't ever do that to me again," she said, sighing in resignation, though she wasn't sure whether she wanted to take Dumbledore's side in this or not. She was sure that the Dark Lord was back just because Dumbledore said so, but Harry said he wasn't. "Well, actually, Harry never said either way. I'll do what I think is best, but I'm sorry that I kept your hand down in class," he said, giving her a hug, causing all their friends to coo. "Well, the girls, anyway." "Apology accepted," she said, hugging him back. And the two went about to their next class, which was potions. They handled it with as much aplomb as they normally did, which wasn't much because Snape still hated Harry with every fiber of his being. But since Sirius came into his life, he had toned that down somewhat. Time went on, and everybody kept their head down around Umbridge, which frustrated the woman to a great degree. She did get some people in her detention, but it wasn't anybody that she wanted to. Those like Potter and Granger and Weasley seemed to stay out of detention. And those are the ones she wanted to get into detention most of all. So far, she's only got a few little first highs, and they were too scared of her to complain. The woman had been in the castle for 2 weeks now, and she hadn't taught anybody a damn thing. Hermione was beyond frustrated. This was her OWL year, and she was going to fail her tests, and that was not acceptable. She was trying to cow Harry into teaching everybody Dada, but he was putting his foot down. He didn't want to teach everybody the class. It wasn't his job. "Millie, I don't know what to do. Hermione is trying to get me to teach everybody Dada," he told her one night over the mirror. "Why is she trying to get you to teach the class?" she asked as she settled down onto the couch with a cup of cocoa. "Umbridge," was all he said. "Oh, she's not teaching you anything, is she, yeah?" Millie asked, the light dawning in her brain. "No," She's just teaching us theory, and we're going to fail our OWLs, Harry said, though he was doing his very best to learn everything he could from the library. Well, there's nothing for it. Sirius is just going to have to come up there and do some serious talking with the headmaster. We can't have you failing your OWLs, Millie said. She sighed a huge sigh of frustration. Do you think Sirius will get through to the headmaster? I mean, it wasn't him that hired her, Harry said, having learned that tidbit of information from Neville. That's right. I had forgotten that. Sirius is going to have to go and talk to the minister. I don't think he'll have much sway over him, though. Perhaps if he gets enough pure bloods. Together, she trailed off. There were many thoughts going through her head about who they could get to go see the minister about getting Umbridge out of Hogwarts. I'll let you talk to him, Harry said, bringing her out of her thoughts. I'll do that. There are enough people that are getting frustrated with the teachings at Hogwarts. If there's one more year they got failing OWLs, then there's going to be a reckoning, his pseudo-sister said, grounding her teeth in frustration, remembering her own failing years of dada, and the frustration she had in self-study. If it hadn't been for the study group, she would have failed. What are you talking about? Last year's teacher was actually pretty good, said Harry, remembering Mad-Eye Moody. And Remus was really good too. Sure, Lockhart was nothing to write home about. And Quirrell was pretty bad. But surely there had to have been better Dada teachers before that. Remember when we first met, we told you that there were a lot of Dada teachers before you came? She asked, fondly remembering their first conversation. Yeah, I remember that conversation, he said with a crooked smile. They were all pretty bad. Oh, well, that's not fair. They weren't all bad. There were some good ones mixed in with the bad ones. Yeah, but there were still some bad ones in there. This position is cursed, yeah, Millie said with a bit of an ominous tone. I think you said that once before, said Harry, trying hard to remember where he heard that from. Do we know who cursed it? Pretty sure it was Voldemort, yeah, she said with a bit of a laugh. Oh, why would he do that? Because he wanted the position, but Dumbledore wouldn't give it to him. That's the rumor anyway, she said thoughtfully, tapping her finger on her chin. Oh, I wonder why he wanted to teach, Harry said, getting a faraway look in his eye. Nobody really knows. Some say he wouldn't have turned into a Dark Lord if he had gotten the position of Dada Professor, she said, shivering at that thought process. Blimey, he said, giving a full-body shudder. The thought of the Dark Lord teaching defense against the dark arts. Then again, he taught it all through his first year. Kind of. I know, that's really weird, isn't it? Anyway, I better go to bed. I've got a ton of homework to do in the morning, Harry said, giving a jaw-cracking yawn. It's Saturday and a Hogsmeade weekend. Aren't you coming to see me? She teased. Yeah, but not until the afternoon. Like I said, I got a ton of homework to do. It is an OWL year, you know, he said with a wink. All right, you do your homework. I'm proud of you for thinking of that, she said with a smile. Thanks, Millie. Good night. Good night to you, sweetheart. And with that, the two of them signed off. Millie decided to call Sirius and let him know about Umbridge. They talked for a good 20 minutes, and Sirius decided that he was going to get the pure blood parents involved. They were going to confront Fudge and let him know that this was unacceptable. They were not going to have their children be defenseless because of this woman's pettiness. Another week went by, and Hermione still kept harassing Harry to teach everybody Dada, and he still refused her. Hermione, get a book, he said, a snap to his tone. Even I know you can't learn everything from a book, Harry, she said, causing everybody around them to go, oh. Shocked that Hermione couldn't learn everything from a book. It is not my job to teach the school how to practice practical defense. I don't know why you're harassing me like this, the dark-haired teen said. He was beyond frustrated at this point. You are the best in defense against the dark arts. You would be the best person to teach us, she said, trying to butter him up. I don't know what to tell you, Hermione. I have a lot to do right now. I don't have the time, he said, walking away from her. The rest of his friends were walking behind him. You have just as much as everybody else does. I'm sure you can find the time, she said, walking by his side. I've already said no. I'm not changing my mind. Quit harassing me, he said, making a slashing motion, indicating that he was done with the conversation. She harumphed and walked away. She would probably try again later. But for right now, she let it go. Harry just watched her walk away and then turned to his other friends and shook his head. He knew it wasn't over. Luna put her hand on his arm. She's just full of nargles, she said as she walked by his side. I really wish you would get rid of those. They are really clouding her judgment, Harry said, smiling down at her. Alas, she won't wear the necklace I made her, said Luna, a frown on her brow. There's nothing for it, said Harry, sighing disappointedly. "There are other things that are more important than what Hermione wants you to do anyway," said Luna in that airy tone of hers. "Oh, and what would that be?" asked Harry, knowing that it was probably important. "There's torture going on in this school," said Luna with great clarity. That caused everybody who was walking around to stop and stare at her. "What kind of torture?" asked Harry, stopping dead in his tracks. "Umbridge. She's torturing the first eyes," Luna said, stopping along with him and looking up at his eyes. "How is she torturing them?" demanded Harry, his voice angry. He was trying not to sound angry at Luna, but he was failing. "She's using a blood quill," was the answer. She knew he wasn't angry at her. She didn't take offense to his tone. "And what, pray tell, is a blood quill?" he asked, confusion in his voice. "It's a quill that uses your blood to write. It carves into your hand. It's one of her own inventions. She invented it for the sole purpose of causing pain," the petite blonde explained. Harry took a deep breath, counted to 10, closed his eyes, and tried to calm down. "How do you know this, Luna?" "One of the first high Ravenclaws showed me their hand," she said, a tremble in her voice. It had not been a pleasant experience for her. "And did you take them to Flitwick?" was the first question asked. "I did. And he was told to keep his head down," was the answer given. "Oh, so the teachers are scared of Umbridge?" was the second question asked. "Yes, they're very afraid of what the Ministry is going to do to the school," Luna said in that dreamy voice of hers. "Well, that's not right," said Dean, who finally spoke up from the sidelines. "I'll see about this," said Harry. He wasn't sure what he was going to do yet, but he was going to do something. And with that, the group took off and did other things while Harry contemplated what he was going to do about the torture that was going on in the school. The first thing he did was contact Dumbledore. It was his job to stop this type of thing. No, the first thing he did was call Sirius and asked him to come with him to see the headmaster. With him. He didn't tell him why, but he did ask him to accompany him. Sirius showed up 10 minutes later, and the two of them went up to the headmaster's office. They were bid to enter. So they did, and then sat down in the chairs in front of the gaudy desk. "What can I do for you gentlemen today?" the headmaster asked, his ever-present twinkle in his eyes. "I don't know. Harry just asked me to be here today." "Harry, what's going on?" Sirius asked, turning to his godson. "It came to my attention that Umbridge is torturing the first years," Harry said, anger showing in his voice. "How do you know this?" asked Dumbledore, all signs of humor gone from his voice and face. "Luna told me. She said she saw words carved in the hands of one of the first years in Ravenclaw. She said it's a quill that was designed by Umbridge herself, that uses the blood of the user," Harry explained while his fists were clenched on his thighs. "Did she see Professor Umbridge use it herself? Or is she just guessing?" asked Dumbledore, as he rubbed his temples trying to see what he could do about this situation from all points of view. "You know that Luna is a seer, sir," Harry said derisively. "No, I did not know that, young man," Dumbledore said firmly. "I thought everybody knew that, sir. That explains why everybody teases her and puts her down," Harry said again, anger in his voice. It always bugged him that everybody bullied Luna so, and nobody stopped it. "Harry, even I didn't know that. And I've hung around Miss Lovegood longer than Dumbledore has," Sirius said, looking at Harry with a queer look. "It's completely obvious, Sirius," Harry said, tilting his head to the side. "I think she hides it well, Harry," his godfather told him. "Either way, Umbridge is torturing the first years, and she's going to torture anybody who gets in detention. She's been trying to get me into detention since I first stepped foot in her class." "We need to do something about this," Harry said, dropping the subject of Luna for now. "Let us go to her classroom and see if we can find these quills," Dumbledore said. There were many things he was, but a torturer of children was not one of them, and he would not abide by it being done in his castle. "Not you, Harry. You can't be involved in this. I want you to go back to your common room," said Sirius, grabbing Harry by the shoulder and holding him back from following Dumbledore. But, said Harry, wanted to follow along and be there when they nabbed the vile woman. No buts about it. You can't be involved," said Sirius. There was no way he was involving the boy who lived with any of this. "Don't you think she's going to figure it out if you turn up?" Harry said, looking at his godfather with a "you've got to be kidding" look. "No, I don't think she will," said Sirius, giving a dismissive wave. "I plan on staying in the background anyway and letting Dumbledore take care of this, which would probably be for the best. This is a Hogwarts matter at any rate," said Dumbledore. He was never one to share the limelight anyway. "Fine," said Harry, and he stomped off. He went back to his common room and sulked, not letting the rest know what was going on, but did let them know that the headmaster was involved now. The rest of the student body got to see the Aurors show up and drag Umbridge away. They didn't know what happened, but they did know that she was gone, and they were very happy to see it. Some of the first highs cried. They were so happy. There was an article in the newspaper the next day that stated that Umbridge was torturing the children and that she would be seeing time in Azkaban for her crime. That she had invented a torture device just for children and had used it on the students of Hogwarts. Sure, they might have hammed it up some, but it sold papers. Minister Fudge decried all knowledge of this torture. He was quoted as saying that he had nothing to do with Umbridge's reign of terror. Small though it was, they asked if he had anything to do with her curriculum, and he stated that it was ministry approved and then was criticized for the lack of teaching of magic. Sirius and many of the other parents were up in arms about that. They stated that their children were not given the proper education and that the ministry was trying to keep them uneducated. That their children wouldn't even be able to pass their OWLs with what that woman was trying to teach them. And the minister said that he approved of that their children would not be able to protect themselves from a Niffler, let alone a Death Eater. Minister Fudge stated back, why would they need to protect themselves from a Death Eater? And Sirius pointed out that that was not the point. The point was they wouldn't be able to protect themselves from a Niffler. Fudge tried to accuse them of stating that the Dark Lord was back, and Sirius told him he was a moron. He stated that he said no such thing. However, he was stating that Fudge was trying to kill the public by undereducating them. The public was up in arms about that. It was not a pretty sight in the ministry nowadays. There were protests every day. The minister was not a popular person. Meanwhile, the Order of the Phoenix was still trying to protect whatever the Dark Lord was after in the Department of Mysteries. Madam Bones kept arresting them for loitering, and they would have to spend the night in jail. But Dumbledore kept sending them back. Arthur refused to go. He could not lose his job over something like this. Many of the ministry employees kept telling Dumbledore that they could not go. So, Dumbledore resorted to using those that didn't work or were retired. Sirius flat out refused, using his ex-con status as an excuse. He did finally learn that it was a prophecy that Voldemort was after and laughed at the thought that the two old men were putting so much value into it. He wondered if he should tell Harry. The end. Thanks for all the reviews. Harry, whatever happened to your study group? Asked Millie one day when they were on the mirrors. She remembered her study group fondly. She had had it all through her 7 years. It fell apart sometime in our 3rd year, Harry said, confused, wondering why. He didn't even remember it falling apart. It just did. Oh, do you know why that happened? She asked, looking at him with a tilt of her head. No, we just kind of drifted apart, he said. He thinks it had something to do with the fact that they had a good Dada teacher that year. Oh, I was just wondering, because Hermione had you pegged for trying to teach Dada this year, she said, a strong hinting in her tone. I wonder if we can try and get it back together, Harry said, getting the hint. His brow furrowed in thought. It couldn't hurt. Maybe Hermione would calm down again, she said, smiling at him, getting the hint. There is a thought, Harry said, a bit sheepishly. I'll run it by Hermione. And with that, they discussed their normal nightly routine. And then Harry signed off and went to sleep. The next morning, he did discuss it with Hermione, and she thought it was an excellent idea. And during the morning workout, she went around to the people that had been in the study group before and asked them if they wanted to study again. Most of them did, and the study group was put back together again. This should have the effect of calming Hermione down again. She now had something to do and someone to study with and didn't harass Harry into teaching Dada anymore. Though she did have him lead that subject in the study group. That was okay, though. It wasn't teaching the entire student body. It was coming up Christmas time, and the Department of Mysteries had decided that they needed a Parselmouth to do the spell that was needed to get rid of the Horcruxes, which meant they needed Harry. Sirius took Harry out of Hogwarts for the winter break. He was staying with Millie. They were sitting in Millie's living room, having a cup of cocoa, discussing what the unspeakables needed. I don't understand. You need a Parselmouth for what? Asked Harry, curled up into a chair, holding a cup of cocoa in his hands. You know, there's objects that they have that the unspeakables are trying to get rid of. That is keeping Voldemort here, on this plane of existence, explained Sirius, leaning forward, putting his elbows on his knees. Yeah, you explained that to me. But why do you need a Parselmouth? The teenage boy asked, frustrated that he wasn't getting his point across. There's a spell that they have that would be more powerful if a Parselmouth spoke it, the dogman said, still leaning forward in a relaxed manner. Okay, but I'm not a powerful person, said Harry with a casual shrug of his shoulder. He didn't care what anybody said. He wasn't that powerful of a person. I think you're not giving yourself enough credit, said Sirius. He was on the other side of that spectrum, and that Harry was quite powerful. What 13-year-old knew how to do the Patronus charm? And I think you're giving me too much credit, said Harry. He had taught all his classmates how to do the Patronus charm. Sure, his was the only one that was corporeal, but they all knew how to do it. Here now, let's not quibble, yeah, said Millie. She just smiled at both of them. She knew Harry was powerful, but probably not quite as powerful as Sirius gave him credit for. I just don't want them to put all their eggs in one basket when it comes to me, said Harry, uncurling himself and putting his cup on the table in front of him. It was empty anyway. Dobby popped in and took the cup and put it in the kitchen. He looked around, saw nothing else needed to be done, and popped back out. We're not. We just want to give this a shot and see if it'll work, said Sirius, leaning back in his chair and folding his hands across his stomach. All right, said Harry, rubbing his forehead. I'll give it a go, and we'll see what happens. He was more than willing to do anything that needed to be done to get rid of Voldemort. He just didn't want them to rely on just him. With that settled, they settled down for a long, comfortable evening by the roaring fire as the snow drifted outside the windows. It was quite a peaceful scene in that flat with just them and Dobby. The next morning, Sirius took Harry to the Department of Mysteries, where they met up with the head unspeakable named Croaker. Croaker took him into the depths of the department, where they met up with 5 other unspeakables whose names they did not get. They were all standing in a blank room that was circular that had a pedestal in the middle of the room. On the pedestal sat a cup. It was a golden cup with a badger on it. It looked to be small with handles on it, and was very shiny, and very old. Harry looked around the room, but other than the pedestal with the cup, there was nothing else to see. Why am I here, Sirius? He asked. Like I told you, we're going to try and get rid of Voldemort today, his godfather said, clapping a hand on his arm. And we need a parcel mouth, Urit, he added. Oh, okay, how are we going to do that with the cup? He asked, looking at the cup queerly. That's one of his Horcruxes, Sirius explained, waving grandly to the cup. He used something as beautiful as that as a Horcrux? Harry asked, completely flabbergasted that somebody would use something so treasured. Yes, that's Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Sirius said with a disgusted tone, as if he too couldn't believe something so treasured was used for a Horcrux. That belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, Harry exclaimed. Yes, that belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, Sirius said with a chuckle. Wow, it took me a bit of talking to get it away from the goblins. Let me tell you, his godfather said, still chuckling over the way he had to go through just to get that cup away from those greedy bastards. It had not been easy. He had had to go through his lordship to get it away from Bellatrix's vault. There had been a lot of money exchanged to get it out of there. Goblins were greedy little buggers. Wow, Harry said again. Well, let's get on with this, said one of the unspeakables. And with that, they put Harry in the middle and fanned out around him, 3 on each side, with Sirius being in the back with his hand on Harry's back for moral support. He would not be in the spell casting. What we're going to do is we're going to be casting a magic boosting spell. And while we cast that, you're going to cast the soul calling spell. When you cast the soul calling spell, we want you to do it in parcel tongue, Croaker said, looking at him to see if he was following along. All right, said Harry, nodding along. Once you've cast that spell, you should be able to call all the Horcruxes and the main soul to this cup. After that, we should be able to take the Horcrux from this cup and put it into something else. And when we've done that, we should be able to take that something else and cast it through the Veil of Death, the head of the Unspeakables explained. That sounds pretty complicated, said Harry, going a little cross-eyed in his head. He understood what he had to do, but he didn't understand what the Unspeakables had to do. Well, all you have to worry about is casting the spell. Do you remember it? Croaker asked, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Yes, I remember it, the teenager said, nodding, remembering the spell he had been taught just that morning. There was a small tattoo of a snake drawn on his hand, so he would be able to speak parcel tongue. He wasn't sure if he needed it, but it was there just to be safe. With that, everybody got ready, and the 6 unspeakables started casting the magic boosting spell. Once they had that spell ready, and Sirius placed his hand on Harry's back as support, Harry cast the soul-calling spell in parcel tongue. At that very moment, while they were doing that, Voldemort was trying to break into Azkaban. His Death Eaters were also casting a magic-boosting spell as he was trying to break down the wards of the prison. Just as he was about to break the wards, was when Harry cast the soul-calling spell. He felt his soul being called and fought it with every fiber of his being. Nagini, at his side, started thrashing as her Horcrux was being called. However, he had no time for her. His very soul was being called. His Death Eaters started protesting as their magic was being drained as he was trying to fight to keep his soul in his alchemical body. Eventually, the soul gave out because Harry's magic was just too strong, and his soul wasn't anchored in well. His body crumbled into pieces, and then it puddled into goo. The Death Eaters that were there trying to break into Azkaban were left as squibs. Left without their magic, they couldn't fight the Dementors that were slowly coming across the sea to come and get them. Many of them used emergency port keys to get out of there. Others succumbed to their fate because they had no other choice, or because they wanted to commit suicide because they were left without their magic. Either way, it was a bad day to be a Death Eater. Back in the Department of Mysteries, Harry was fighting very hard to bring the soul of Voldemort and the other two Horcruxes to the cup. The one that was encased in Hogwarts was also fighting him to get through the wards. He finally got all three of the soul pieces to the cup. The one in his scar had come quite quickly. As soon as he cast the spell, his scar burst open, and it flew to the cup without any resistance. Within a matter of 5 minutes, all of Tom Riddle's missing soul was in the cup. Harry slumped to the ground, depleted. "Harry!" cried Sirius, rushing to the boy's side. "I'm all right," said Harry, breathing heavily. "You don't look all right," said Sirius, looking at his pale face. "I'm just tired," said Harry. "Well, you've done your part. You can go home now. We'll do the rest," said Croaker, picking up the cup with a pair of tongs that he had gotten from somewhere. "So, he's gone for good now, then?" asked Harry, getting up off the ground with the help of his godfather. "He will be as soon as we get him into a bit of amber and throw him into the Vale of Death," confirmed the head unspeakable. "I think I'd like to stick around to see that happen, if you don't mind," said Harry, wanting to watch to see the demise of the Dark Lord. That way he could make good and sure that he was gone. "Call him morbid if you wanted to." "I think I understand why you might want to do that," said Croaker, nodding his head in understanding. So, Harry and Sirius stuck around the Department of Mysteries to make sure that Voldemort was chucked through the Vale of Death. It only took the Unspeakables another 10 minutes to put all 8 pieces of Voldemort's soul into a piece of amber, and then he was thrown through the veil. It was kind of anticlimactic. Sirius had given Harry a piece of cloth that had some soap and water on it, and had him clean off his forehead. "Well, that's done with," said Harry, throwing the bloody cloth away. "Now what am I to do?" "What do you mean? Your entire life hasn't revolved around Voldemort?" said Sirius. "Sometimes teenagers can be so dramatic." "That's true. I do still have Quidditch and homework and girls," said Harry, getting a dreamy look on his face. "Very much true. Speaking of girls, who are you looking at now?" his godfather asked with a leer. "I'm still looking at Luna," said Harry. "Luna? Eh? I didn't know you were looking at her. I thought you were still stuck on Hermione," Sirius stated, tilting his head a bit in confusion. "Hermione? No. She's like a sister to me," Harry said, waving his hands in a negative fashion. "Oh, I did not know that," the other man stated, nodding his head a little bit. He could understand the emotion. He used to feel the same way about Lily, and he felt the same way about Millie now. "Yes, Hermione's always been like an annoying sister to me," Harry said. "Like Millie?" Sirius asked. "No, Millie's never been annoying," Harry said cheekily. "I'll never understand the dynamics between you three," the dogman stated, shaking his head. "It's all right, I understand it," said Harry, a commiserating hand on his shoulder. And with that, the two of them went home feeling much better than they had in a long time. The Dark Lord was now gone, and they didn't have to worry about him anymore. They didn't know about the Death Eaters being squibbed, but they would find out about that later in the Daily Prophet. It would rock the entire wizarding world to find out that many of the elite wizards were now squibbed. Nobody would give a reason as to why. They would just know that they were squibbed. It would be written off as a strange disease that swept through the land that only targeted pure-blood elites. Not all the Death Eaters were affected, only those that were at Azkaban that day. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on who was asked, that included Snape, who was kissed, which negated the whole pure-blood disease thing because he was a half-blood. But that didn't matter to the illogical magicals. "Millie, do you think that after this year I can be homeschooled?" asked Harry a few nights later on the mirror. "Why do you want to be homeschooled now the Voldemort and Snape are gone?" asked Millie, tilting her head to the side in confusion. I just don't particularly like Hogwarts, said Harry with a casual shrug of his shoulders. You don't? She questioned. It doesn't hold very good memories for me, he said, still shrugging his shoulders. I can see that, yeah, said Millie, though she can think of many good memories there. Oh well, I met you here, and I have Hermione and I do have my friends. But there's a lot of bad memories here for me too, said Harry, looking around the dorm room, trying to think of anything good he could think of. And seeing a lot of good memories, but there were some bad ones too. It seems like everywhere I go, there's been a place where something's happened to me. I can see that, said Millie. That, and I don't think that the headmaster believes us that Voldemort is gone, said Harry, sighing a sigh of frustration. He doesn't, said Millie, also sighing a sigh of frustration. I just talked to him the other day, and he's still going on that there's no way we could have killed Voldemort. Even with the unspeakables backing us? The teenager asked, running his hands through his hair. Even with the unspeakables backing us, yeah, said Millie. I don't think he understands what I went through to get rid of that man, the young man said. Not that it was a great hardship, but it was a piece of really strong magic. He feels that it should have been a great battle, that you had some great power that Voldemort knew not, and that it couldn't have been just some simple spell done in Parseltongue, she explained, knowing the headmaster's thoughts on the subject. I don't trust the headmaster, and I want to be homeschooled after this year, Harry said, even more firm in his resolve than he was 5 minutes ago. And you can be, and you will be, Millie said, giving him a wonderful smile. Thanks, Millie. Not a problem, yeah. And with that, the two of them talked about more things for a little while, and then they signed off. The rest of the 5th year went by unobtrusively. They went about their business, did their homework, and played Quidditch, and just generally were teenagers. Though the headmaster did keep a tight eye on Harry a lot. Harry and Luna did start dating, and they had a great time being boyfriend and girlfriend. Everybody thought they made a spectacular couple. Except Hermione. It wasn't that she didn't think they made a good couple. It's just that she didn't particularly get along well with Luna. Their personalities just clashed. Still, life went on, and the OWLs came, and Hermione practically had a breakdown. But they were able to catch it in time, and they got her through the tests without her having an emotional breakdown. And she made it through without a problem. Everybody did well on their OWLs, except perhaps Ron, but he wasn't their friend anymore, so nobody particularly cared. After the OWLs, there was a week where the tests were graded, and everybody had free time to do what they will. So how do you think you did on the test, Harry? Asked Luna. She didn't have OWLs this year, but she didn't want to know how everyone else did on them. I think I did okay, said Harry as he leaned back on a tree with her between his legs leaning on his chest. The study group helped a lot. I'm really glad we got that going again. I don't understand why we let it fall to the wayside the way we did. I think it had something to do with Millie not being in school anymore. I think it did too, said Hermione, leaning against another tree with a book on her lap. And I'm really sad that we did let it fall to the wayside the way we did. But I'm glad you remembered it. And then we got it going again, just in time. How do you think you did on the OWLs, Hermione? Luna asked, putting the subject back on the tests. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm just sure I did something wrong, the bushy-haired girl said, her hands just aflutter. I'm sure you did perfectly fine, Hermione, said Neville, reaching over from his resting spot near her and putting his hand on her knee. After all, you are the smartest witch of our age. Too right, said Dean, nodding his head in agreement. There's not much else we can say about you, but there is that, said Seamus. Hermione looked at him as if she wasn't sure that was a compliment or not. Thank you, I think, she said. So what are you going to do for this summer? Asked Harry, looking around at all his friends, wondering what they were going to do. We're going back to France, said Hermione, in her prim and proper voice. What is in France that you find so fascinating? Asked Neville, looking at her perplexed. He had been to France, and he never found anything interesting about it. Well, for one, they have topless beaches. Topless beaches? As in you don't wear any tops? Asked Harry. That's right. Just bottoms. And you find this okay? Inquired Dean. Yes, I find it very freeing, said Hermione. The boys all stared at her, as if she were a completely different species. Well, they found it something very intriguing. They would never have suspected it from Hermione. Luna just looked at her in her dreamy way. And you don't find it distracting? Asked Harry, a frown on his brow. No. Why would I? Asked Hermione, narrowing her eyes at him. I've been going there since I was 5 years old. Oh, I could see where you get used to it then, said Harry, nodding sagely. The other boys nodded along as well. Still, I would think with hormones popping up you would start noticing more attributes, hedged Neville, making an abortive gesture towards his chest. I did start getting a little shy when my attributes started showing, but then my mom talked to me about it, and I felt it quite freeing. Thank you very much, she said with a sniff. All the boys got dreamy looks on their faces at the thought of Hermione showing her attributes. Luna smacked Harry on the arm for thinking about that. Hey, I'm just a teenage boy, said Harry, chuckling a bit. I'll thank you very much to not be thinking about my personal parts, said Hermione. Let's talk about something else, said Harry, still with a chuckle, before I get into too much trouble. What are you blokes going to be doing for summer? With that, the topic turned to something much safer for Harry's arms. They talked about many things that were going to go on during the summer, such as Quidditch, football, and other summer activities. Harry did not tell them that he was not coming back next year. He would do that over the summer. OWL scores came out in the second week of summer. Harry got OS on many things, especially data and runes. He got special notes on those too, and ES on everything else. These are very good scores, Harry. Are you sure you don't want to stay at Hogwarts? Because this is your last chance to back out, asked Millie. They were sitting in her living room, with Sirius going over the last-minute discussions of Harry pulling out of Hogwarts. I'm very serious. I want out of Hogwarts, said Harry. He thought about it hard since he talked to Millie about it the first time. He really wanted to get out of Hogwarts. He didn't trust the headmaster at all, and especially since the man didn't believe that Voldemort was dead. He still had the Order of Phoenix going, for Merlin's sakes. All right, I'm writing the letter now. Yeah, Millie said, getting up and going to the desk to write the letter. She'd actually already written the letter. All she needed to do was sign it and date it, which she did just now. Hedwig was waiting to take the letter to Hogwarts. She didn't get much use lately, and was more than happy to take the letter out there. Dobby popped in with some sandwiches and cold drinks. He put them around the table and then popped back out. Then it was just the three of them. You know this is going to put a cramp on your love life, don't you? Said Sirius, giving him a wink. Nah, Luna knows where I live, said Harry, winking at him right back. Yeah, but you're not going to be able to see her every day like you're used to, said Sirius. I'll still be able to see her enough that it'll keep our relationship going, said Harry, though he did sigh. That, and she has my mirror, he said. You're not going to talk to her all night long, yeah, said Millie, using her mum voice. Oh, come on, Millie. We can talk, like you and I used to every night, pleaded Harry, giving her puppy dog eyes. No, this is different. This is a boy and girl thing, not a brother and sister thing, she teased him. She wasn't going to keep him from his lady love, but she wasn't going to let him stay up past midnight either. But Millie, whinged Harry. I'm just teasing, Harry, but I really do want you off it by 10 o'clock at night, said Millie, giving him a wink. I can do that, said Harry, giving her a megawatt smile. And with that, some boundaries were set and some rules were laid down. Schedules were made up for Harry's homeschooling. He wasn't going to be getting off easy just because he was going to be staying at home. He was going to be working just as hard as he was as if he had been at Hogwarts. Tutors were going to be brought in and schedules were going to be made. Sirius was going to be the one who's going to be getting the tutors, and they were going to be using his house instead of Millie's flat. That way they wouldn't be disturbed by Millie's classes. All in all, it was going to be a rather tedious, yet adventurous event for Harry. He knew Hermione was going to be jealous because he was going to be getting one-on-one tutoring that she was not going to be getting. He was dreading the phone call he was going to have to make to let her know that he was not going back to Hogwarts. Luna already knew. She was the first he told. So he picked up the phone and he called Hermione. Hello, Hermione, he said when she picked up the phone. I have some news I have to tell you, he said, thinking she wasn't going to take this well. Oh, she said. What do you have to tell me? She asked in a voice that said she knew she wasn't going to like what he had to say. I'm not going back to Hogwarts, he said, putting it out there bluntly. What do you mean you're not going back to Hogwarts? Don't you know that education is very important? She said very quickly. I'm still getting my education. I'm just not getting it at Hogwarts, he said just as quickly. How are you going to get your education then? Was her next question. I'll be getting tutors, he said, cringing at what he thought she was going to say next. Oh, she said, a bit confused and slightly jealous. She didn't yell though, which shocked Harry. Yes, as long as Dumbledore is in charge of Hogwarts, I'll not be going back there, he said, still holding the phone a bit away from his ears because he thought she was going to start yelling. Dumbledore is a great man, said Hermione, though she hadn't started yelling yet. He just seems to have a bit of a fascination with me that I'm not comfortable with, said Harry, tentatively bringing the phone back to his ear. Oh, Harry, I'm sure that's all your imagination, she said with a sigh. Be it my imagination or not, It makes me uncomfortable. And as long as I'm uncomfortable, I'm not going back to Hogwarts, he said with a sigh. That is your prerogative, I guess, said Hermione resignedly. You sure this is what you want? She asked, as if she could change his mind. Yes, Millie is already taking me out, and the tutors have already been hired, said Harry firmly. Well, I'm going to miss you very much. When will I be able to see you? She said in resignation. I'm still going to be living with Millie in Hogsmeade, and you'll be able to come see me anytime during Hogsmeade weekend, he said, wondering if he could get her a mirror too. There is that, I suppose. I'll still miss you in the common room and all that. And you know the Quidditch team is going to hate you because you're leaving them without their star seeker. She tried one last desperate attempt. I'm sure Ginny Weasley will do just as well, he said, knowing Ginny was good. Not am good, but well enough to win. Not as well as you, she said, echoing his thoughts. Well, bugger them. That's all they ever liked me for anyway, he said, not caring one iota for the team. Well, that wasn't true, but not enough to stay where Dumbledore was. Language, Harry. And with that, the two of them talked a bit more about what was going to happen, with him not at Hogwarts. But Hermione accepted it in the end, whether she agreed with it or not. But it was his decision, and that was that. Years later, Harry concluded that leaving Hogwarts was the best thing he ever did. He married Luna in the end. He and Hermione stayed best friends. He wasn't sure that would have happened if he had stayed at Hogwarts because he felt Dumbledore would have done something to eradicate those relationships. But in the end, it all worked out. And all because he befriended a woman named Millie in his first year. Well, this is the end of this FIC. Remember, this was supposed to be a light-hearted FIC with a shot of angst. I wasn't even going to complete it after the first year, but after many people asked me to continue it on, I decided to carry it on to at least 5th year. This is it. This is the end. It's going no further. I hope you enjoyed reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.